today we're going to shit on Parker. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get some W's in that comment section for the absolute destruction that is about to ensue. Double tap on that phone screen and share this live with a couple friends. Listen, tonight is our night, y'all. Typically speaking, Parker takes it right from under our fingernails, hands, grip. I don't know. Anyways, hey, we're going to shit on Parker tonight. Let's get some W's going in that chat. We have some beautiful music going on in the background to get the mood up. We are not debating about anything, but hey, before we hop into the battle with Parker, because I'm not sure he's live on his battle account yet, how did y'all find me? Did y'all come from Parker's stream? There's a lot of people in here. That red light suits my complexion. I think that the blue light... Let me show y'all the blue light. I think that the blue light also fits my complexion well. I've been fucking with the blue light. FYP from Parker. Beautiful. Beautiful. Y'all. Beautiful. Awesome, y'all. Awesome. Guys, let me know when Parker's live, and we're gonna go in there and fucking destroy him. All right, y'all? In the meantime, if you got any questions, feel free to drop them in the chat. But just to go over it once again, tonight we are going to destroy him. We need to recharge now, and we need to drop it all on speed because you fucking misinterpreted a Bible verse. And that is horrendous. Real people suffer as a consequence of your delusional beliefs. And I feel bad for them, and you should apologize, and you should correct your actions. But when you come up here and you give me this dumbass bullshit argument, I mean, brother, like, what do you even want me to say? The Bible says men shouldn't wear women's clothes? Okay, God ain't real, but even if he was, this wouldn't concern lesbians.
Okay. First of all, that's a lot of assumptions there. But also in Leviticus 18:22, it actually does state, do not have sexual relations with a man as one does with a woman.
And in Leviticus 25:44 through 46, it says that chattel slavery is permissible. Do you really want to use the book of Leviticus to tell us what's right and wrong?
Yes, actually, I do.
Okay, so do you think it'd be permissible for you to own a slave?
Do you if you want to get into this, you have to get into the full context of the world that was going on in that time period.
Oh, so in that time period, do you think it was permissible to own a slave because of everything that was going on?
The laws of Leviticus were written in accordance to man under the notion of the Ten Commandments and the inspiration of God. And Moses, also during this same time period, when he got the Ten Commandments...
None of that meant shit. I'm just going to put it out there. God said slavery is morally permissible. That's all that I'm really focusing on.
What would you like me to give you a logical argument on here then?
Yeah, God said that owning slaves is chill.
God did not say owning slaves. God is the reason why they put in their laws to free slaves. Just the same reason God
which makes them terrible. Divorce. Which makes them terrible. So, yeah, God freed the Israelite slaves from the persecution.
Not just the Israelites. These Leviticus codes were for the Jews.
God freed the Israelite slaves from the persecution of the Egyptians and then turned around and told the Israelites that they could enslave others. What kind of hypocritical... nations around you, from them you may buy slaves. It goes on to detail that slavery is a form of a human owning another human being as property for the rest of their life, even to the point where if the slave master were to die, they could just simply pass the ownership rights of the slave down to their children. But the point is, God did say this. You can't object to that. This is scripture. You
that
objecting
is
to my argument. No, you object. This is your own scripture. Do you want to read it out loud for us?
I know what the scripture says. I took a
So then you'd know that God said that they may own slaves.
No, that is the Jewish
Dude,
law.
hey, you're delusional. It says it in the scripture. God spoke to Moses and God told Moses, Shut up. God spoke to Moses and told Moses that they could own slaves. Point blank, period. The first verse of Leviticus 25 is God spoke to Moses. One of the laws in which God gave to Moses was the idea that they may own slaves. It's even in quotation marks, which meant it was said by God. I'm so fed up. I'm so fucking fed up with you absurd and irrational Christians. Read the scripture for us right now. I will bet you $1,000 that you are wrong. Do you want to bet me on that? Unmute your mic. Do you accept my bet?
You're giving out inaccurate information.
Okay, so then this should be a really easy $1,000 for you. Do you accept my bet?
Oh, I'm going to be honest. I didn't even listen to what you said because you're just yelling.
I am betting that God said it is morally permissible to own slaves, with a specific language being you may own slaves. Do you accept my bet?
Whichever one progresses this argument, I'm not sure on how you worded that, if I should say yes or no.
God told Moses that the Israelite people could own non-Israelite people as human property for life.
That God told Moses that, and to write
Yes.
that into Leviticus?
Yep.
He did not.
Okay, so I will bet you $1,000 that you're wrong. Do you accept?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. All right. Everyone, get ready for this motherfucker to pay me. We're going to go to the scripture. Dude, I'm about to be fucking rich, brother.
You're really not, because I already know where you're going.
All right, so what we're going to go ahead and do here is pull up the book of Leviticus. All right, Leviticus 25. The first verse of Leviticus says, "The Lord said to Moses at Mount Sinai, speak to the Israelites and tell them, yada 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 yada." He tells them all these things, and then we get down to verse 44, which is one of the things that the Lord told Moses to tell the Israelites. Your male and your female slaves are to come from the nations around you. From them you may buy slaves. You may also buy some of the temporary residents living among you and the members of their clan born in your country, and they will become your property. You can bequeath them to your children as inherited property and can make them slaves for life. So do you want to give me your $1,000 now or later?
Okay, so you do understand that, first of all, modern day scholars already accept that Leviticus was written by multiple authors and not Moses, and that God written and God inspired two separate things. And also, Moses also added into law divorce, okay, and claimed that God allowed him to write in divorce. But Jesus came along and said that God hates divorce. He doesn't hate the divorcees, but that God hates divorce, and that it was Moses who, because he had the people coming to him and say, hey, we want to add divorce, we want to divorce our wives and all of these things, that he added that in.
So you're saying that God didn't actually tell this to Moses, and the book of Leviticus is wrong?
I'm telling you that there's a difference between God written and God inspired, and the laws that the Jewish people wrote of that day is supposed to be in line of the Ten Commandments.
No. This is
And
from
Jesus
God. The first verse says, "The Lord said to Moses that your male and your female slaves are to come from the nations around you, and from them you may buy slaves."
And they wrote that as their. And he also said that.
So, are you saying that the Bible's wrong?
One
second. Are you saying that the Bible's wrong?
No, I'm telling you that.
Okay, so you're saying, wait, I'm going to ask you a very true dichotomy. Is the book of Leviticus, specifically Leviticus 25, accurate or inaccurate?
There's no inaccurate or accuracies to it. It's a state of laws for their.
I'm asking you a question. Does Leviticus 25, does it lie or does it not lie?
It's a state of laws. There's no.
No, you're not answering my. Listen to this, chat. He owes me $1,000. Everyone watching the live, this man owes me $1,000 right now. Is it true that the book of Leviticus 25 is accurate, or is it false that the book of Leviticus 25 is accurate?
Dude, the book of Leviticus is laws.
Okay, God,
Jewish
are these laws accurate or are these laws inaccurate?
Actually, the laws are inaccurate, as I just told you.
Okay, so the Bible's wrong. Okay, so I have a question.
That's why Jesus came.
So when Moses went up to Mount Sinai and got the Ten Commandments from God, was that also wrong?
Those 10
Did
commandments
that also
were
not
always
happen?
there. The 10 commandments.
I'm
the 10
asking you if that
commandments
happened. Wait, did Moses go to Mount Sinai and get the Ten Commandments from God?
Yes, and those were the same 10 commandments that
Okay,
were already
yeah,
being
and you know what?
practiced
In the
throughout the
next
Bible.
fucking book of Exodus, Moses also says that God told them that slave masters could beat their slaves as long as they recover in 3 days.
And that's not in the 10 commandments, though. That was Jewish law.
Dude, it is from God to the same person. Dude, get the okay. Are you gonna pay up now?
These are if
You know,
have a problem, why
DJ.
don't
Hey,
you-
fuck. Explain this. The Lord said to Moses at Mount Sinai that you may own slaves as property for life. Explain that.
you're confusing Jewish law.
No, the
Religious law.
Lord said this to Moses. You idiot.
Okay, are you just going to yell and scream because this
The
is stuff that
Lord
scholars?
said this to Moses.
This
The
is college
Lord
class
said to
material I'm trying
Moses.
to give you.
Shut up. The Lord said to Moses that the Israelites could own human slaves. The
And he
Lord
also
said
told
to
them they could get
Moses.
divorced.
So you agree that the Lord said this to Moses?
The
Or do you
10
disagree?
Commandments?
Well, shut up. Do you agree that the Lord said this to Moses? Or do you disagree that the Lord said this to Moses?
Which one?
Which one?
There's a difference between the 10 Commandments and
Shut
the
up.
Jewish law.
Do you agree that the Lord said this to Moses? Or do you disagree that the Lord said this to
The
Moses?
Jewish law or the Leviticus laws?
Did you agree that the Lord said to Moses that the Israelites could own slaves?
No, God did not want them to own slaves.
You disagree with the Bible. Leviticus 25. Once again, the Lord said to Moses at Mount Sinai, your male and your female slaves are to come from the nations around you. From them you may buy slaves. You may also buy some of the temporary residents living amongst you and the members of their clans born in your country, and they will become your property. You can bequeath them to your children as inherited property and make them slaves for life, but you must not rule over your fellow Israelites ruthlessly. You are so disingenuous, it's
It got
fucking insane.
abolished because it wasn't right. And Jesus
Oh,
told
yeah,
them
so
it
the
wasn't
Bible's
right.
wrong. If the Bible's wrong, then why should I accept that being lesbian is wrong because the Bible says so?
Hold on.
If you think that the texts of the Bible are not inerrant, if you think that the text of the Bible is wrong, if you are literally sitting here that the Bible lies, if you are literally sitting here saying that the Bible says shit that God never said, even though the Bible says that God said it, then why the fuck should I accept any scripture from the Bible, even if God didn't say it? Because even if God's real, but God didn't inspire nor write the Bible, and the Bible's full of lies, then why should we be using scripture to dictate what's morally right and wrong?
Because the laws of Leviticus are not the religious doctrine.
So then when you cited Leviticus 18,
together?
shut up. So then when you cited Leviticus 18:22 as condemning being lesbian and that's why it's wrong, you were acting disingenuous because that's not text that concerns religious doctrine?
That's not.
Oh,
that's
shit, no
because that's not
response
the only time
now.
That it's put. Well,
Evan, I
I've
appreciate you for the
responded. Keep yelling.
$6.66 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love.
That's not the only. It's not the only place that it's mentioned as.
Wait, you specifically said because Leviticus says this, it is wrong. Regardless, if
And
you have
also,
other
Jesus
evidence from
said-
the shut up.
but Jesus said it was
Shut
wrong.
up. Shut up. Regardless if you think you have other evidence from the Bible to justify why it's wrong, you still cited Leviticus 18 as some reason why it is wrong to be lesbian.
Okay, but
So therefore,
Jesus
it
also
is
said that-
accurate in telling us religious doctrine, correct?
Can I tell you what Matthew, the book of
No,
Matthew
shut
says?
up. Don't
Jesus-
pivot. Is Leviticus accurate in telling us religious doctrine in the context of Christianity, or isn't it?
Leviticus also tells you can get a divorce.
Shut the fuck up. Is
And
it
divorce
accurate?
isn't right.
Shut the fuck up. Is it accurate or is it inaccurate?
These people are. You're not understanding the context of
You
the
won't
Bible.
answer the question. Get the fuck out of my live. Moving on to the next guess. I cannot stand these irrational, ignorant Christians that don't know shit. What's up? How old are you?
Type shit. I'm 18, born 2006, January 3rd.
Sweet, bro. Do you think that being a lesbian is wrong?
Yeah, bro.
All right, why so?
Due to the fact that you cooked Brooke
Yeah, W?
easily cooked Brooke. Brooke is fucking trash. I was in the last stream. Everyone that was saying W Brooke, you're fucking insolent. Brooke got cooked. W fucking Dean, I'm out.
Yo, W guess, W guess. We're gonna go ahead and move on to our next guest. Let's go ahead and see what Josh has to say here. Y'all, if we're in those guest requests, make sure that we think it's wrong to be a lesbian. What's up, Josh? Do you think it's wrong to be a
Bro,
lesbian?
bro, I don't even. Next time, bro, just invite me up for when you want to debate God, bro. Because, bro, you like your whole account, right, bro. Dean, just get a grip, bro. You sit here,
Appreciate you
you
for the
just
you're
call
amazing.
Christians ignorant, bro.
I
But
do.
at the end of the day, like, bro, sometimes you just talk to people that don't know what they're talking about. But just because they don't have all their information doesn't mean that they're wrong, bro. Because you just
Wait
got
one second. I said that they're ignorant. What is the definition of ignorance?
just means you don't like you're stubborn.
No, it means that you make claims without enough information to make the claim. And you said that this is exactly what our last guest did.
Okay, like these look, bro, look, all I'm saying is, bro, like these are other people. Sometimes you sit on lives with people and you waste like 40 minutes of your time debating with somebody that like doesn't even have enough information to truly debate with someone, bro. And like you then you put yourself. Can you still hear me? Hello?
Yo, what's no, you cut out. So do you think that being a lesbian is wrong?
Yeah, I would say lesbian is wrong, but I would just go let you move on to somebody else. Next time you see me in the guest chat still for your next debate, pick.
All right, moving on to our next guest. Let's go into what our next guest stats has to say here, chat. Hey, what's up? How old are you? Oh, he's not even loaded in. Moving on to our next guest here. Let's go into what our next guest, Zelma, has to say. What's up? How
Yo,
old are you?
yo. You
What's
heard
up? How
me?
old are you?
I'm 18.
Sweet man, what year were you born in?
2006, February 6th.
2006. Perfect. Do you think that being a lesbian is wrong?
Yeah.
All right, why so?
Okay, look.
Repeat yourself.
God, God made woman and a man for a reason.
Okay, what was that reason?
To make babies.
Okay, is it wrong for me to marry an infertile woman?
So you think it's right for a man, man, to be together?
Bro, is it wrong for me to marry an infertile woman?
If you're okay, look. If you're a man and you're in a woman, they can fuse, right? That way they
Hey,
can
hey,
make.
hey, brother, I'm asking you a question. Is it wrong for me to marry an infertile woman?
What you mean by infernal?
Goodbye. Bro, all right, y'all. By the way, I'm only gonna do like another guest or two, then I am probably gonna hop off here for the day. It's gonna bring Nikki up. Dude, I can't even, I can't do it, chat. I can't do it.
And what's
Hey, what's
wrong?
up? Do you think that being a lesbian is wrong?
I think that being a trans woman saying they're lesbian is wrong.
Okay, how many continents are there?
7.
Nikki, I'm so surprised. So I just looking at your account. Your name is Queen of Trans Women.
Oh yeah, that's me.
Are you a trans woman?
Oh yes.
So then why would you say that it is wrong?
Why? Because definitionally wise, trans women cannot be lesbian because 2 out of the 3 major dictionaries still say that lesbian is based in sex.
So what do you think a trans woman that's a lesbian would mean when they say they're a lesbian?
That typically they would like other women.
Yeah, so I don't think that our sexual orientations are going to be based upon our sex. I think they're going to be based off of our gender identities.
Gene,
Yeah.
Gene. It's sexual orientation, right?
Yeah.
Is it gender orientation?
So I feel like when you say, "Oh, sexual orientation,
Yeah, it is.
sex." One second, you're like sex, you orientation. This
Kind
is
of
the
is.
same shit as saying like history, like his story, or like
Oh,
saying
okay.
realize, realize, realize. Like, dude, shut the
Okay.
fuck. Hey, I have a question, Ryan. Do you think are you voting for Trump in the next election?
I don't vote. It actually, I think it's
Fucking
pointless.
W.
I
Let's get a
think
fucking W
I
Ryan in the
think
comment
that
section. Let's get a massive W Ryan
I
in the
think that
comment
they're
section
all
for not
rigged.
voting. Let's go. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Let's go. So today shit here. We might do a restart after this, guys. We're just kind of figuring it out. The live's just kind of sending it out a little bit slower today than usual. But everyone coming in here, I appreciate you so much for being here. Did Parker in for the day? So anyways, right. So
No,
it's not wrong for me to engage in intercourse with an infertile woman, right?
no, because
Okay.
she
So
has a condition.
wait, what do you mean by condition there?
Well, you said she's what's the word, infertile?
Infertile, yeah.
Okay, isn't that a condition?
What is a condition? Can you define that word for me?
Well, like I also feel like being gay is a condition. I feel like that's a mental
Okay, don't
illness.
say G. Don't say GAY on my live. You'll
Uh,
get the live taken down.
all
But you
right.
said you think it's a mental illness.
Yeah, I feel like being gay is a mental
Okay,
illness.
so I simply have one question for you. Can you name one single institution of medicine or science that would agree with your
What
claim
the
that it's a
fuck is
mental
he
illness?
talking about? No, I can't. I don't know what
Okay,
that is, bro.
so you don't know what it like I'll just list a couple here. So the World Health Organization, the American Psychiatric Association, the American Medical Association, the Endocrine Society, the British Psychological Society, the Royal College of Psychiatrists, the Canadian Psychological Association, the Australian Psychological Society, the European Society for Sexual Medicine, the American Academy of Physicians, the American Academy of Pediatrics, the American Academy of Family Physicians, the American Counseling Association, the American Public Health Association, the Netherlands Institute for Brain Research, the Center for
Okay, what does
Neurodoctor and
this
Studies at
have?
the
What does
University
this
of
have to
Pittsburgh,
do with?
Massachusetts, as well as the Center for Neurochronology at UCLA, all adamantly speak out against like false claims such as the idea that being GAY or being a lesbian is a mental illness, right? There's not one medical health professional, nor is there one institution of medicine or science that would hold to the claim that it is a mental illness. Kane, I appreciate you for the subscription. Legitimately, the only individuals that would make this claim are individuals such as yourself that lack any background and or education on anatomy, biology, sexual attractions, or medicine as a whole, and make these claims on the basis of your own prejudice and comparison to any facts. And that's really embarrassing for you because it actively perpetuates harm and marginalization against real people just like you that happen to be a little different, right, than
A
yourself.
little
And that's
different.
the issue. A little
I fuck
different than
more
yourself.
bitches than you. I fuck more
Okay,
bitches.
so you have absolutely no response. So your idea is then to respond to me, tell me that you engage in intercourse more than me, then use
Okay,
the
so can I ask you
derogatory
a
term of
question?
bitch to refer to women. There's so many
Can I ask you a
issues here.
question? Can I ask you a question?
Are you
So,
capable of asking me a question?
okay,
Will it be coherent?
look. Calm your ass down, bro. Look. So let's say, how is it not wrong? Okay, let's just say the whole world, hypothetically, let's say every man died, right? And it
Okay.
was just women, just nothing but women. The whole planet would die out. So do you not see nothing wrong with that?
Wait, once again, you told me that being infertile wasn't morally wrong. If everyone alive was infertile, the whole planet
Bro,
would die
stop
out.
comparing that. Stop comparing that to being gay, bro. That's not even a
Okay,
good
once again, I already
comparison.
told you you can't say that word. You got to say
Oh,
GAY or lesbian,
oh,
right?
my fault. GAY, bro.
And of
That's not a
course it's
good
a good
comparison.
comparison. What's the
No, it's not.
difference? Why is it
No,
not
it's
a good
not.
comparison? Tell me why.
Bro, look at the analogy I just gave you, bro. That's not, you can't compare that. Answer. I want you to answer the specific question.
Yeah,
I
I did. I did. You told me that being infertile
Mm-mm.
wasn't morally wrong, but if everyone alive was infertile, right, the world would stop reproducing. Therefore, it's obviously fallacious to say if everyone were to be lesbian that everyone would die.
Okay,
Therefore,
but
being
that would
lesbian is
mean
wrong.
everyone has a condition, bro. That's not fair. You can't compare that to a choice and an option.
Oh shit! Wait, yo, Parker, if you're watching right now, I just want to let you know that like 700 people came in from your stream and spam Parker right in the chat. You're good, bro. 700, like literally 700 people came in. But anyways, sorry, say that again. I just got a text.
Wait, what did I say? Well, I said, okay, yeah, they
And
have,
Kieran, I appreciate you for the subscription.
bro. It's just they have a condition. Like you can't compare that. You know what I'm
Okay,
saying?
so like
Yes.
first of all, I asked you to define the word condition and see how that's relevant. But then additionally, you told me that you also think being GAY is a condition as well. So it doesn't fucking matter in accordance with your worldview, right? Like there's just an irrelevant distinction that means absolutely nothing, that is completely meaningless, right? The point is, right? If you're a lesbian, you cannot reproduce from engaging in intercourse with the people that you're attracted to. Just like if you are infertile, you can't reproduce by engaging in intercourse with the people that you're attracted to. Additionally, here you said it would be wrong if I, as a fertile man, chose to sleep with an infertile woman. You said that wouldn't be wrong, right? But if every fertile man alive chose to sleep with an infertile woman, the earth would die out and no one would be able to reproduce and there wouldn't be no babies, right? But you don't
Right.
think it's wrong. But then specifically when we're talking about being a lesbian, you're like, oh, that's wrong for this same reason, which is inherently contradictory to the other answers in which you've
That's
granted
not
me
that's
to my
not
questions.
contradictory though. That how is that contradictory?
It is absolutely contradictory.
How? How?
You think it's not wrong for me to marry and sleep with an infertile woman, correct?
Nope.
If every man alive did that, would we be alive?
That's
in 100
still a
years?
woman. That's still a woman, bro.
Oh, so we see it actually has nothing to do with reproduction. It has nothing to do with the continuance of the
No,
human species,
reproduction-
but it has
reproduction
everything
was
to
just
do with the
one
fact
point.
that one is a man and a woman, and the other is a woman and a woman.
Reproduction was just one point, bro.
It was your only point, and it fucking failed.
No, it didn't fail.
Thank you for the festival. Of course it
what are you
did.
talking-
I've demonstrated time and time and time again how
Bro,
it
you're
failed,
demonstrating
ultimately reducing you down to
nonsense. You're
saying that at
Bro,
least
you're
it's
saying
still a
bullshit.
woman. So ultimately, here's the get down. You're like, man, woman, good. Woman, bad. And that's all you fucking care about, which just shows your prejudice. And Die, thank you so much for the
Wait, so
meteor
can I ask you a
showers.
question?
Holy shit. You are popping off today. Thank you so much for all the love, Die. Let's get a massive W, Die, in that chat, y'all. Thank you so much. Queen fucking Die, for real. But take it away. Take it away. Thank you so
Yo, are
much,
you
Die.
Are you GAY?
No,
Like
I'm gonna be
yourself?
straight. But the thing was, if I was GAY, how would it feel to get absolutely slapped around by a GAY man who you despise so fucking much for no fucking reason?
Oh, I mean-
that hurts, huh?
I mean, not really, because it's TikTok. I'd beat the shit out you in real life.
Oh, look
so.
at that! So now
No,
I've
no.
reduced you down right from an
I mean, you're
intellectual
slapping
debate,
me around on
which
TikTok.
was
Bro,
only
real
intellectual
life-
because of
real
one party,
life,
because
bro,
of
I'd
me,
be terrible.
right?
It's
Down to
TikTok.
you saying that you'd beat the shit
Who
out of me.
slapped
Yeah, so
me
you
around?
want to catch a charge and go to jail because of a 19-year-old white boy on TikTok?
How am I
You're
gonna catch
getting
a charge?
fucking upset. You were getting
How am
so
I gonna catch a
mad.
charge?
I'd hate to be you.
I'm nowhere near mad, bro. I'm chilling, but how am I gonna catch a charge?
Yeah, you told me that you want to beat my ass. You're willing to go to jail over a 19-year-old white boy on TikTok.
Oh,
Embarrassing.
well, I mean, you said you were slapping me around.
Absolutely, I am.
Would
but
you
not
would
in
you
an
tell me
illegal
in
way.
real life to my face that you're slapping me around?
Absolutely, sir.
No, you wouldn't, though. You're on TikTok. Bro. You wouldn't.
Maze! Holy shit! Thank you so much for the diamond gun! Let's go! That's a crazy gift! Yo! W Maze in the chat! I've never seen that gift before. Let's see to get a huge W Maze in the chat. Thank you so much for the love. I've never seen that gift before. Look at that, Rain. Right, people are dropping their hard-earned money, right, as a form as a form of support for me absolutely intellectually dog-walking you in this debate. How does that
No, that's
feel?
good. That's good. That's good for you, bro. You do your thing, but how does it feel that I have way more fucking money than anybody can drop you? How does that feel?
You said you're 20. Where do you work?
Don't worry about that, bro.
McDonald's or Burger King?
Don't worry about that.
I'll take Taco Bell.
I don't do TikTok lives, bro. You're broke.
All right. Do you have anything else to add on here before I move on to the next guest?
Is there a chance that you would ever be GAY? And why are you standing up for them so hard?
So first of all, no, there's not a chance I'd ever be GAY
I feel like-
because
I feel like
I
you're
was born with
bisexual.
attractions towards women. And then additionally here, why do I defend them so hard? It's because there's like legitimate prejudice that exists in the world coming from people such as you that impact their lives and harm and marginalize them, right? And we have to understand that that's wrong. Like imagine you were born with a larger interior commissure or different traits of your hypothalamus that made you predisposed towards attractions to other men, and then there's like a large portion of like society that for whatever reason just like hated you for that. Like that'd be such
Bro,
bullshit. Are you kidding me?
I don't go around bashing gay people for being gay, but I just
What,
don't.
dude? I've literally already told you. You cannot say GOI on the live. If you say that again, I gotta kick you off.
Okay,
And
GAY.
you said you feel like I'm bi. Listen, I don't give a fuck. You could say that I'm bi. At the end of the day, that's just simply you trying to find some weird fucking way to devalue the words that are coming out of my mouth because you can't logically refute them. You just have to write it off because he's bi, but not actually bi. But I'm just gonna say he's bi so I can write off what he's saying.
No, deadass. I feel like you're bi.
Okay, and I feel like you probably want to fuck me too. Is that why you're daydreaming about me being attracted to you?
What the fuck are you talking about?
Oh, and you're the one making the
You
comments
want
like
me
I
to
feel
fuck
like you're
you
bi.
so
What the
bad?
fuck are
I'll
you
never
talking
fuck
about?
you. I will never fuck you, bro.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to move on to the and that's why you feel like I'm bi. We're gonna go to move on to the next guest here, chat. If we're in those guest requests, make sure that we do think that being a lesbian is wrong here. We are moving on to our next guest. That combo got a little bit iffy for TikTok. Hopefully, I don't get taken down. Hit that follow button in case I do. And Di and Maze, thank you guys so much for the love. What's up, Benny? How old are you? Right, Benny, automatic. Oh, he's back. Hi, how old are you?
Yo,
What's up? What's your age?
I'm 17.
Thanks for being honest, bro. Got to be at least 18 to be on TikTok live. Moving on to Scott. Actually, we didn't hit on Scott. Hello. What's up? Do you think that being a lesbian is wrong?
Yes, I do, yeah.
All right. And how old are you? How old are you?
I'm 18.
You're 18. So why do you think being a lesbian is wrong, sir?
Well, I'll say this. I don't think, like, I don't have anything against GAY people, but I'll say that I do think, like, inherently
Thank you for the
being
friends.
homo... Being
Just say
homosexual...
lesbian. Just say lesbian. Don't even say that. It's iffy.
Okay, yeah,
So
I think it's wrong.
you could say lesbian in the context of two women, or lesbians for boys in the context of two men. It's just
Okay.
TikTok. So why do you think it's wrong?
Because I think, like, inherently it's lustful.
Okay.
Like, it's not fun.
So
Go
it's
on.
lustful. What does that mean?
Without the goal of reproduction.
Oh, wait. Are you saying if you engage in intercourse without the goal of reproduction that it's lust? Okay. Why is lust wrong? Thank you for the duck.
Because like you're looking at someone lustfully is to look at someone like you're looking at them from the surface value, right? You're not really appreciate them. You're not really.
Well, I mean, wait. If you're saying that like the antithesis of lust is love, like those two things are competing with one another, then I don't see how like this would concern reproduction in the slightest. Like for instance, I love the shit out of my girlfriend, right? I absolutely love her, but I don't have any intentions of reproducing with her, right now at least. Thank you for the crown, right? And it's so obviously the case that like two women can experience very real and genuine love towards each other while not wanting to like produce offspring. Like, would you say if like I had an infertile girlfriend, that like I could only lust for her and I couldn't love her due to the fact that I can't reproduce with her?
Sorry, my internet's quite bad. You said that you think you're. Could you repeat that?
If I had an infertile girlfriend that I planned to marry, would it be possible for me to love her because I wouldn't be able to reproduce with her?
No, because that's different. See, that's different.
How is it different?
The last
And
guy
how the fuck is it different?
Okay, I'll let you know. Let me learn. I'll let you know. So the last guy, he was obviously like very aggressive, but he wasn't really making the right points. So comparing a condition to I wouldn't say it's a choice, but that is like if you're gonna compare sort of sexuality to like a biological condition, then I think that's a bit far-fetched to make that comparison because like someone who's infertile like isn't born.
I'm a fertile man, right? That could choose to be with a fertile woman, but instead I'm choosing to be with an infertile woman. This is all about me, right? It's about me, right? So why is it not wrong for me to choose to be with an infertile woman over a fertile woman? Why is that not wrong?
Wrong is quite a strong term. Like maybe it's not like if you have the goal of having
Carly,
children,
I appreciate you for the subscription. No, I don't have the goal for children. Of course, that would be the case if I was with an infertile woman.
Is that actually your personal choice or is that hypothetical?
Catherine, I appreciate you for the 3-month sub. Yeah, it's hypothetical.
Well, I don't. It's a strange comparison because like
how, bro? Like, please, no, it's not at all, right? A woman, I'm being like so generous here, right? First of all, right, being lesbian, it's not a choice, absolutely not, right? But just granting you that it is, so I could kind of hold your hand and make this debate easier. Well, if a woman just chose to be a lesbian, and like engaged in intercourse and was with another woman, right? You're saying that's wrong because they can't reproduce. What the hell is the difference between that and a fertile man choosing to be with an infertile woman, knowing that they wouldn't be able to reproduce?
Okay, so I'm not a scholar, right? I'm not really too familiar with all these things. Could you source me like where it's proven that it's not a choice. Like,
Sure, the Netherlands Institute of Brain Research, or the Center for Neurodoctrine Studies at the University of Pittsburgh in Massachusetts. Basically, what's been concluded is there's certain biological predispositions, like towards, or that would like make up our sexual attractions or
do you think your
orientations.
research is biased towards GAY people or like lesbian
Yeah,
people?
no, I just think it's objective reporting of a fact, right? Would you
Have
be
you
able to,
researched the opposite? Have you researched if it wasn't a choice? Like,
yeah, there
have
doesn't
you
exist any evidence for the idea that being GAY is a choice, right?
at all?
At all, right? Like in the context of medical fields, absolutely fucking not. But we could even look at empirics to show this, like conversion therapies, where like entire organizations that were set up in between like the 1960s and the early 2010s to try to like change people from being GAY to being straight. It didn't fucking work. None of it worked. It was such a disaster that the like apparently like ex-gay men that started all these conversion therapies, they all like ended the companies, closed them down, said that they were still GAY and apologized for their atrocities. So it doesn't work, right? It's not a choice, and it never will be. There's no like scientific evidence to substantiate that point. In fact, there's only scientific evidence.
By the
that
way,
would suggest the contrary.
I'm not supporting conversion therapy at all. Like, if that's what you're saying, I'm not supporting that at all. I'm not supporting hatred towards, like, it's my opinion isn't like just because I don't believe in what you do is I don't like you. I'm just saying, like, I feel like when you take humans down to the core, like, I don't think being a lesbian is necessarily like beneficial to the human race, if that makes sense. Like, it's not really like, I'm not saying your choices are meant to be beneficial for the human race, because like at the
Bro,
end of the day,
we went through so much shit here, dude. So first of all, I've given you so much evidence to indicate that it's not a choice. You completely pivot away from that and move on to an entirely different point. I've given you an analogy to show you how the comparison to the idea that lesbian women can't reproduce from intercourse doesn't make it morally wrong in the context of me engaging in intercourse with an infertile woman. And now you're moving on to some weird, super trivial point about it not being beneficial for humanity. Well, if that's the case, then why did it evolve? Like, same-gendered attractions literally evolved for the reason that they're socially beneficial. And this isn't just some bullshit claim that I'm making. You could look this up, right? Because they also evolved in Bobonos, and they evolved in 3,000
evolution
other animal
isn't always
species.
evolution is
Other
always
3,000 other animal species.
evolution isn't always advantageous though. Like,
Well, when we'd see it across 3,000 animal species and being documented as being advantageous for socialization reasons, well, of course I'm going to believe that is the case. But like, hey, just real quick, just real quick here, man. Do you think that being white is wrong?
Yeah.
What?
I don't understand how that's valid.
Do you think that being white is
understand.
wrong?
No. I don't understand how that's a valid comparison though.
Wait, but why? It's not beneficial. You're more susceptible to sunburn. You're more susceptible to skin cancer.
But we like that's not a valid comparison because we're talking about reproduction here and continuing the human
So
race.
then in what sense would you be able to say that being lesbian isn't beneficial, therefore it's wrong?
Because the point of
If
life
this were
is
the
to
case, then
continue
you'd
the
also say
human
that
race.
infertility is immoral.
No.
No, wait, why? Can you reproduce if you're infertile?
No.
Okay, so it should be wrong because you can't reproduce.
I didn't say it's wrong.
Okay, so then you shouldn't say that being a lesbian's wrong.
No, because that's different.
How's it different?
Because being I just think the comparison's far-fetched.
Yeah, you have to tell me why.
Uh,
Like you understand if you're gonna reject the hypothetical, if you're gonna reject the analogy, you can't just be like, nah. You have to like demonstrate.
Yeah,
the
no,
differences.
no, I get
Like
you.
I think that the only difference that stands is the fact that you have a prejudice towards lesbians, but you don't have a prejudice towards people that are infertile, and that's truly the only difference.
By prejudice, what do you mean? Like,
By prejudice, I mean
something against them?
preconceived belief against a group of people without good reason, and not only on this life have you not demonstrated good reason, you've actually demonstrated no reason at all.
No, but I made it very clear that I have nothing against them at the very start. I just don't think. Like,
Well, of course you have something against lesbians, or you wouldn't be on the live.
What's that?
Of course you have something against lesbians, or you wouldn't be on the live saying that it's wrong.
No, I made it very clear I don't have anything against them at the very start. I just said I don't
Well, if
think.
you didn't have anything against lesbians, then you wouldn't think it's wrong to be a lesbian.
Well, so
That's how it
you
logically
think
follows.
you think so you think you can't disagree with someone without like having nothing against them?
Exactly, right? So if we disagree, that means I have something
you think
against
I
your
have something
belief because
against
I
you?
think it's wrong.
That's really what you think I have something
No, I have
against you, just
you
because
have
I
something
disagree
against
with you.
lesbians because you think it's wrong to be a lesbian. If I think something,
No, I just
if
dis- I just
I'm
disagree with their opinion.
I'm gonna go ahead and spell this out for you. If I think something's morally wrong, regardless of what it is, that means I think it's bad.
Mhm.
That means I have something against it. Like for instance, name one thing that you think is morally wrong.
Murdering.
Do you have something against murder?
Yes.
Name another thing that you think is morally wrong.
Rape.
Do you have something against grape?
Yes.
So, lesbians. Do you think that's morally wrong?
Lesbians? No.
Oh, so you don't think that being a lesbian's wrong and you've conceded your entire worldview. I appreciate you for coming up. I'm going to go to move on to the next guest. W.
Okay. Have a good day.
That's what I thought. Moving on. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are enjoying the stream, make sure that you're double tapping on that phone screen. Let's try to get up to 200,000 likes. I'm going to go ahead and do a quick poll in the comment section. Drop a smiley face if you're enjoying the debate so far. Drop a sad face if you're not. All right, let's see all those, all those piss boys. We're going to go to move on to our next guest here. Let's go ahead and see what our next guest has to say, y'all. Also, guys, make sure that you're sharing out this live to a couple of friends. And if you want to support me, feel free to support me on Venmo and or PayPal. I get 100% of the proceeds that'll go straight to me. And I'll give you a shout out. What's up, Scott? How old are you?
12.
And goodbye. Moving on to our next guest here. He obviously wasn't 12, but he did have an echo, so we're just going to move on. Let's go ahead and see what our next guest in the night has to say here, ladies and gentlemen. What's up, Sarah? How old are you?
I'm 22.
Awesome. Do you think that being a lesbian is wrong?
Yeah, kind of. I just have like one
That's
argument.
really embarrassing, Sarah. In fact, I you should really be embarrassed for that. So why do you think
Well,
it's
like,
wrong?
no, I only have one argument, right? Which I've never heard an answer to. Like, I didn't
Okay.
used to think so until I heard this argument, right?
Mm.
If, right, being a lesbian isn't wrong because it's not morally unjust, then why is incest wrong?
Why is incest wrong? Because it leads to
Yeah.
malformed offspring, as well as it would lead to like some type of power dynamic between the two parties that would probably like reduce down to the sex being non-consensual. Right? Then also don't confuse being a lesbian with incest, because incest is a form of sex, and being a lesbian is a sexual orientation.
Yeah, no, I understand that point, but like, what if it was like two infertile?
Well, I mean,
People.
yeah, the power dynamics would still exist in that context, whether it's between two siblings or it's between a father or a mother and their daughter or their son. I mean, what we'd see is like a power dynamic that would probably prelude to the sex being unconsensual. We'd probably like, I think the closest comparison to it would probably be like grooming, if that makes any sense.
Okay, like I
I
understand
mean,
that
do you
that
just
could
like want to
happen.
fuck do you just want to fuck your dad? Is that what you're telling us, Sarah?
Dean, relax yourself, Dean. Relax yourself.
You're the one talking about incest. Okay.
I know, I just had a question for you. Like that's it. That was the only argument I've ever heard.
All right.
But yeah, that was it. I wanted to hear your response to it, like, but yeah, that's fine.
All right. Anything else you want to go over?
No, like, there's no other reason that I felt that being a lesbian is wrong.
We're going to go to move on to our next guest. Fucking crazy argument. Crazy argument. What was the argument? Incest. Dude, please. What's up? How old are you?
18.
18. All right.
Yeah.
Do you think that being a lesbian is wrong?
Shit. Look, bro. Yo, I look ugly as fuck, you stupid ass nigga. I'll beat the fuck out you, stupid nigga.
I'm a lesbian.
Fuck, nigga.
I'm a
Stupid
lesbian.
bitch, fuck you, nigga.
I'm a
Bitch ass
lesbian.
shit. We'll beat
I'm
the
a
fuck out. You stupid bitch, fuck you, nigga. You ugly piece of shit, fuck you, nigga. We'll kill you, shit.
I'm a lesbian.
So here's like what we're gonna do. First of all, you calling me ugly is like really fucking embarrassing for you. And just to make sure, right, we're gonna go and play a little bit of a game show. Right, we're gonna go and do a little bit of a game show here. Chat, we haven't done this in a while, so we're gonna have fun with this. I'm gonna ask you not to leave the live. If you leave the live, like you're obviously running, you've came up here and you've definitely asserted your presence as you being an alpha male, right? You call me ugly, you want to unalive me, you want to do all these things, whatever, right? But here's what I'm going to ask of you. You are obviously pissed off at the fact that I'm up here defending lesbians and defending the LGBTQ plus community. So you're so mad at that, probably because you disagree with me and you're an emotional man. So here's what I'm going to have you do. I'm going to have you put your thinking cap on, and I'm going to have you put your big boy pants on as well. And I'm going to ask you for one legitimate reason why being a lesbian is wrong, right? I want you to defend your worldview. I want you to defend your anger. I want you to defend your hatred by giving me one single valid reason why being a lesbian is wrong. My prediction is that when I unmute you, you're going to go right back to the slurs. You're going to go right back to the hatred. You're going to go right back to the death threats, and you will do absolutely anything and everything but give me a reason why it's wrong. So go ahead and prove me wrong. Show me that I was wrong in judging your character. So do you have a reason why it's wrong?
You said what?
So I mean, I think I made my point quite clear. It seems like you're
Bro,
very
what you
emotional and
talking
angry
about,
because
bro?
you disagree with me. What are we a
Talking
lesbian?
about, what you
So
talking about lesbians, bro?
why am I talking about Oh, okay. So do you think that being a lesbian is wrong?
No, cuz, what the fuck?
Then why did you come up here saying that you want to unalive me and saying that I'm ugly if you don't think that being a lesbian is wrong? What's the
Bro,
point?
shut the fuck up, cuz.
No, legitimately, answer my question. You don't have an answer. Okay,
Bro,
what
shut
was
the
this?
fuck
Like, you just wanted to flex your biceps, embarrass yourself?
Look, cuz, beat the fuck up.
Gross. For what? Why?
You ashamed, Jet.
I'm a what?
You ashamed, Jet.
Can you tell me what that means? Okay, yeah, he just left. We're going to move on to our next guest. Let's go to see what our next guest has to say. Please. I don't know what the fuck that was. What's up? How old are you?
I am 39.
Perfect. Do you think that being a lesbian is wrong, ma'am?
I do.
Okay, could you turn off, like the guitar? So why do you think being a lesbian is wrong? Let's hear the argument.
So the person a couple times ago said something about the reproduction thing, but if a woman is infertile, that is from a mistake. Women are
That's not true.
no. When a woman is born,
Is menopause a mistake?
I'm sorry?
Is menopause a mistake?
No.
Okay, but women become infertile when they go through menopause, correct?
Yes, they do become infertile when they go through menopause. I'm talking about a younger woman. When women are born, the natural way for women that are born, or the natural way for women, is to have children. Once they are born,
Why do you say that? Because just because you see a lot of women having children, just because that's something women can do, doesn't mean that's something women like should do or wrong for not doing.
Okay, it's not. I'm not saying that it's something that they should do. I'm saying that
You're saying
nature.
it's unnatural to not do it.
No, I'm saying that it's natural for a woman to have children. It's natural for a woman. That's what her job is. Her job is to have children.
Says
Now,
who? Says fucking who?
something happened. Listen, now I haven't said any curse words to you, so I would appreciate if you. How old are you?
I'm 19.
Okay, so if you could have an adult conversation, we can debate without cursing. Okay, so
I can have an adult conversation. It just so happens that like words such as fuck and shit are in my vocabulary.
use that on somebody else. Use that on somebody else. Yeah, is that okay?
Okay, I apologize for saying fuck, and I apologize for saying shit.
Okay,
So,
no problem.
you said that it's a woman's job. You said that it's a woman's job to have children. Why is that a woman's job? Says who?
Well, maybe I should take that back because I don't really mean that it's a woman's job. I think that
So then, in what sense is it wrong to not have children?
let me finish. Let me get it out. Okay. I'm sorry about that. So what I'm saying is, when a woman's job is, or naturally, a woman is supposed to bring life into the world. Is that, would you
suppose,
agree?
yeah. Why would no? I wouldn't agree. I don't think that like we don't have like these purposes that are prescriptive. Like we can't say that anyone is supposed to really do anything. I think that we like ultimately interpersonally define what our purpose is, and we interpersonally define what we're supposed to do. Right? Like there's no like objective measure of what we're supposed to do.
Okay. Well, I just wondered because I mean we're all here. We're all here because a woman birthed us.
Yeah, we are all
correct?
here because a female birthed us. What's the
Okay.
point?
So my point is, if whether we, in order for a child, or in order for the world to continue to grow, we need men. We need men. Would you agree?
we need sperm and eggs, of course.
Okay. So the lesbians cannot recreate.
Well, they can, right? Because they're
How?
not infertile. IVF and surrogacy.
Huh?
IVF and surrogacy?
IVF and what did you say? I'm sorry.
Surrogacy.
Oh, surrogacy. Okay, that's true. That is true.
Hot dog. Thank you for the $3 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love. And yeah, what the fork, Christine? Yeah, what do you mean infertile women can't reproduce? Sorry, lesbian women can't.
I didn't
reproduce.
say it. Oh, okay, yeah. I didn't.
What the fork, Christine?
Thank you, because I'm a Christian.
Oh, you could have just said that to begin with.
Don't take me out. I'm just saying I'm a Christian, and
Okay.
I don't like the curse words, man. Can I tell you something though?
Do you ultimately think that being a lesbian is wrong because you're a Christian?
No. Well,
Oh,
okay.
really?
Honestly, can I tell you the truth? Yes, I do.
Yeah, so name one verse in the Christian Bible that tells us being a lesbian is wrong.
I don't know. I don't know.
You could have said
No.
Leviticus 18:22, Leviticus
Well,
20:13, Genesis
well,
1:19, or Romans 1:24 through 32, 1 Corinthians 6 through 9, 1 Timothy. I could have debunked any of them. So you don't know like any scripture that would tell you being a lesbian is wrong. So
no,
on
I
what
don't. And
groundings can you
so
stand when you say it's
wait,
wrong?
hold on,
Because
hold on.
if you're a Christian, all of your
Wait
morals
a
would come from the
minute,
Christian
you're
God
not
as well as the Bible.
letting me talk,
Well,
brother.
actually, you're not letting me talk.
You've been talking over me, and I've been nothing but nice. I'm just
Well,
trying to say.
I've been nothing but nice to you as well. I was
You
making a
have,
point,
but
and you've interrupted
I'm
it.
just trying to, here's the thing. You talk really fast, and for people like me, I'm old. So sometimes I can't keep up with you, and I don't know, you make me lose my thought.
Okay, so I'll go slower.
But yeah, please.
You were unable to give me a single verse in the Christian Bible that would
is
tell
correct.
us that being
is
a lesbian
correct.
is wrong. As a Christian, your morals extend from your God and extend from your scripture. You have no other sources for the determination of what is right and wrong. So, on what grounds do you have to stand when you say being a lesbian is wrong if
Is
you
there
can't
any-
point me
is there-
towards specific Christian that says that if you can't point me towards specific scripture that says so?
Well, I think, look, okay, so listen. So let's just take the fact that I'm a Christian. Take it out. I said that. You're right. I brought that up. Let's take that out, right? We'll take that out. I just personally think that it's wrong. That does not mean that I hate lesbian. Huh?
For what reason?
Because I get to choose. I get to say.
Okay, but see, the thing is, if you can't give me any good reason why it's wrong, you're just prejudiced as fork, sister.
Okay.
Yeah. Imagine I had a white supremacist saying this shit on my live, but about black people instead. How would that sound?
Oh, of course. I understand.
Oh, so it's different when it's racism, but somehow homophobia is acceptable.
Okay, but okay, wait, hold on. Let's be very clear. Who said anything about homophobia? Did I say that I was
did.
a homophobe, or did I say?
No, I said that you're a homophobe. That's something I said.
But that's incorrect. That's not.
No,
something
absolutely not, because you think being a lesbian's wrong and you can't
Of
demonstrate
course,
any
I
reason
think
why
it's wrong, but that doesn't make me a homophobic.
Okay, what makes someone racist?
A person who has prejudice towards another race.
And what's prejudice?
Sort of like hate.
Hate? Okay. Well, I don't think that prejudice is only hate. I think that prejudice is often hate. Prejudice is just simply a preconceived belief against a group of people without good reason. Like, a good example of prejudice that isn't necessarily hate is like some forms of misogyny.
You said you were going to slow down. Slow down a little bit. You're talking too fast.
Like an example of prejudice that isn't necessarily hate is like some forms of misogyny where men think they're superior to women.
Slow down. You're still talking too fast.
Okay. So you could be prejudiced without like necessarily being hateful, right?
Okay. Are you asking me or are you telling me?
I'm telling you, right? Because prejudice is just a preconceived belief against a group of people without good reason.
Okay. Am I not entitled? Can I ask you a question? Am I not entitled to feel how I want to feel without being prejudiced?
Well, you are prejudiced. You can't just say you're not prejudiced.
But
are you delusional?
So that's rude. Now
No,
you don't say that. No, yeah,
no,
it's rude.
The definition of the listen. Excuse me.
I don't like chihuahuas, but I prefer.
I'd like to go ahead and expand upon why that's not rude. The definition of delusion is a belief that is not acquainted with reality. I think the belief that being a lesbian is wrong is simply not acquainted with reality. You can't demonstrate any reason why it would be wrong. You can't give me any fact as to what would make it wrong, right? All that you could do is tell me how you feel. And that's the issue, right? You feel like it's wrong because you've most likely been socialized into it, as that's a very common tradition of older generations to be prejudiced against lesbians and GAY people. And these feelings actively perpetuate harm and marginalization onto the LGBTQ plus community. How? Okay, tell me why GAY people weren't able to get married until the early 21st century. Tell me why they still get lynched for existing in the Middle East.
This time I'm going to talk. So what I'm not doing is I'm not walking around seeing lesbians or seeing same-sex couples and saying, ugh, I don't like them. Ugh, I don't like them. Oh my God, I hate you.
Actually, you are right now.
How? I keep you. This is a live where you're asking my opinion, and I'm entitled to my opinion. This is not me going out and saying, oh hey, yeah, I hate. No, that's not what I'm doing. I am just the same way as you feel that it's not wrong is the same way that I feel that it is. And it's okay for you to think that it is not wrong. It's also okay for me to think that it's not wrong. I mean, that it is wrong.
Can I tell you something? The human condition is ever so interesting because we've gotten to a point in our conversation where you haven't been able to demonstrate a single reason why it's wrong. So now you're not only trying to convince me, but also trying to convince yourself that it's somehow okay for you to continue to think this without any reason. Like, we've seriously gotten that far in the conversation where you've gotten intellectually dunked on, where you've gotten exposed for having no reason, no fact, no strain of logic to justify this belief. So you just want to gaslight yourself into thinking that it's acceptable for you to think this because you're entitled to your opinion. Why am I not entitled to my opinion that others aren't entitled to theirs?
So
If everyone is entitled to their opinion, then what the fuck is the issue with me thinking? One second. What is the issue with my opinion that you're not entitled to your opinion? What's the issue with that? Because if everyone's entitled to their opinion, there should be no issue with me thinking this, right?
Here's the thing. You're allowed to feel how you want to feel respectfully.
So are you able to demonstrate a reason why it's wrong?
I'm allowed to feel how I want to feel.
Emmanuel, thank you for the $15 on Venmo. Let's get a double. One second. Ma'am, please, I got a donation. Ma'am, I got a donation. Excuse you. Emmanuel, thank you so much for the $15 on Venmo.
It's very rude for you to do that. Very rude.
Alex with the money, oh my God, with a diamond blaster. Crazy. Let's get a W, Alex, in the chat for the diamond fucking blaster. Are you kidding me? Massive W, Alex. Thank you so much for the love. Thank you so much, Alex. If anyone else wants to show me some love, I got my Venmo, my PayPal in the comment section. Jess is popping off on whoever this is. And I appreciate you so much for the love, guys. And Alex, thank you so much. And if you do donate to me on Venmo or PayPal, I'll give you a shout out. Anyways, so I just want to ask you, like, can you demonstrate a reason why being a lesbian is wrong? I understand this is your opinion. I understand you think you're entitled to it, but I'd like to know why. Sammy, thank you for the money gun.
I just want to ask you one quick question, or I just want to make one statement, and then I'll be.
Of course, wrong.
Because it's against God's word.
It's against God's word. Would you be able to demonstrate a particular verse in the Bible that tells us that it's against God's word? No, like
well, in one particular way, and it can be interpreted in both ways. But a man shall not lay with another man in bed.
Okay, sweet. Stephanie, thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal. I appreciate you so much for the love. Let's get some W Stephanies in that chat. Thank you so much. Y'all are showing so much love tonight. Thank you, Stephanie. So first of all, just don't talk about two men. Just try to talk about two women. TikTok doesn't like when we talk about two men. So only talk about women. So do you know what verse that is?
No, I've only read the Bible a few times now.
Oscar, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. So that's going to be Leviticus 18:22. But I think there's a lot of issues with you telling me that the book of Leviticus is accurate in telling us what's morally right and wrong. Have you read Leviticus 25 verses 44 through 46?
Do you have that pulled up on your computer right now, or do you just have that memorized?
I just have it memorized, sir.
Yes.
So Leviticus 25, 44 through 46 tells us chattel slavery is okay. I mean, like, per the text, it says, your male and your female slaves are to come from the nations around you. From them you may buy slaves. It goes on to tell us that we could own them as property for life and even give them to our children. So if you're going to, tell us that, the book of Leviticus in the Christian Bible is an accurate and reliable source of describing what's morally right and wrong, well, then would you say that, chattel slavery is not morally wrong because Leviticus describes it as being morally acceptable?
Well, slavery, have you ever heard of indentured servitude?
I have heard of indentured servitude, but the slavery detailed in Leviticus 25 verses 44 does not detail indentured servitude.
Well, there was the master that had the 3 slaves, and he gave them all gold, and one buried it.
Okay, perfect. Another story from the Bible that's completely irrelevant to the scripture in Leviticus.
Well, it's just talking about how, they had slaves, and he said, hey, go out and prosper using this money I had given you.
Thank you so much for the subscription. Yeah, completely irrelevant to the laws that were detailed in Leviticus about slavery for the ancient Israelites. Completely irrelevant.
Slavery is changed from the Bible from what it used to be. It used to be just indentured servitude, but now it's seen as having 0 rights and being like a slave, and you can abuse them, and that's not how the Bible describes slavery.
Really? Okay,
Yeah.
that's just a lie. So
No, it's
Exodus,
not.
yes, it is. Exodus
No, it
21.
isn't.
Yes, it is. Exodus
No, it
20.
isn't.
Please let me finish. Exodus 21 verses 20 through 21 tell us that a master can beat their slave as long as they recover in 3 days, as the slave is the master's property. So, according to the word of God, you absolutely could abuse your slaves, and it's not indentured servitude because they couldn't buy themselves out of servitude, right? They were
Yeah,
they
they
were
could.
property for life.
Back in the day, before slavery was, used by colonies in the Americas and across European countries, it was actually like indentured servitude.
No, what do you think indentured servitude is?
It's pretty much like an internship.
Oh, can you leave an internship?
You can leave an
Okay,
internship.
so you should be able to leave indentured servitude then, right?
You eventually pay yourself off in
That's
indentured servitude.
that's absolutely
Then you
not true.
develop a skill and you become a master in that skill. And you're
Once again, once again, Leviticus 25 verses 44 through 46 say that they were slaves for life, even so far as to say that when their master died, they just became a slave of the master's kids. Like that is not an internship. That's not being a servant. You can't buy yourself out of that. Then on top of that, is it like permissible to beat your interns if you're working at a company? No, right? But yet Exodus tells us that it was permissible for them to beat their slaves. You don't know what you're talking about.
I agree, you shouldn't be beating people.
Okay, so you disagree with morality is detailed in the Bible. You disagree with God.
Yeah. Well, there's more slavery today than there was back in the day as well.
That
I'm
doesn't
sure that's
matter.
not religious either.
Let me go and ask you another question. Do you think that ethnic cleansing is always wrong?
Oh no, that's terrible.
Okay, so when God commanded ethnic cleansing in 1 Samuel 15, 3, and he told Saul to gather his troops and utterly destroy the Amalekites, man, woman, and child, that was utterly terrible too?
Wasn't it because there were only sinners in there? I may
Were the infant sinners?
No, they were not sinners.
So there wasn't only sinners in there.
Okay, you're right.
So God did something utterly wrong, but you also call them all good. So that is a contradiction. So your
Well,
entire argument as to why you think being a lesbian is wrong is completely substantiated on the basis of a fucking contradiction.
I don't understand why you gotta swear.
I don't understand why you have to be illogical. I don't understand why you have to perpetuate hate, prejudice, and marginalization. I don't understand why you have to come up in here and into my live, into my space, acting like you know a damn thing, right? It seems like we both don't understand things.
Okay. I guess if you're willing to admit that, that's pretty cool. I think that's noble.
Anything else that you want to go over here before I move on to the next guest and utterly forget about your existence?
No.
Perfect. We're going to go to move on to our next guest here, chat. If we are in those guest requests, make sure that we do think being a lesbian is wrong. We are just looking for some debates here today. Y'all, let's get to double tapping that phone screen. We are at 192,000 likes right now. Let's try to get that shit up to 250,000 here, y'all. Additionally here, Noah, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo. You say that you're fucking awesome. You're fucking awesome, man. I appreciate you for the love. We're also going to go ahead and get a quick poll running. Let me know how you feel about these debates so far. A smiley face if you're enjoying them, a sad face if you're not. But without further ado, moving on to our next guest here, y'all. Let's go into what our next guest has to say, y'all. And for real, Parker, things are going well today. What's up? How old are you?
I'm 24.
24. Sweet. Do you think that being a lesbian is wrong?
No, I wouldn't. I'm gay
Awesome.
myself.
W, bro. I appreciate you for coming up, but we are just looking for opposition. Base guest. All right, moving on to Ryan here, ladies and gentlemen. What's up, Ryan? How old are you?
Yeah, I'm 22.
Perfect. Do you think that being a lesbian is wrong?
Yeah.
All right, why so?
I don't know. I just feel like not being able to make babies the right way is incorrect.
Yeah, okay, I get it. Two women marry one another. The only way that they could make babies is from surrogacy and IVF. And apparently that's not the right way because Lord knows how. Let me ask you a question. Is it wrong for me to marry an infertile woman?
No, but
we wouldn't be able to reproduce from intercourse just like the two women.
I get that, but it's just something that happens, like being infertile is
being lesbian is something that happens.
I get by choice.
Okay, you think sexual arousals are a choice. Yeah. Hey, Ryan and your buddy, I guess y'all could both answer this question. Can y'all both choose at the same time to be sexually aroused by the other right now?
Yeah, we're touching each other's butts.
Yeah.
Actually.
No, I mean straight. No, hold on.
Wait, I have a question for you though. A serious question.
Okay, so you want to pivot? Go for it.
Is that Rolex Daytona Panda of yours really legit, or is it fake?
That's a good eye, and it is legit. It's from my grandfather. It's not mine.
Beautiful watch. Yeah. Anyways,
But that's completely off. That's completely off topic. You've still not been able to respond to my initial refutation of the point you made.
I think it also has a lot to do with upbringing, obviously. But I mean, if I was into dudes, I would be sitting here like, yeah.
Okay, listen, I want you to go ahead and respond to my first point. Let's not get too far into the weeds, right?
Okay.
So the first point you made is that you told me that if two women are together, they cannot reproduce from engaging in intercourse. If a
Correct.
man and an infertile woman are together, they cannot reproduce by engaging in intercourse. But you said a man and an infertile woman, right? It is not wrong for them to be together. So if the logic were to follow here, you should also say that, but in the context of two women.
I mean,
right?
personally, my personal beliefs, I would not marry a woman that is infertile.
But yet you don't say it's morally wrong, and that's all that's relevant here. I mean, can you
Sure,
demonstrate to me how this
of course.
isn't just a huge fucking logical contradiction, that you'd say it's wrong in the case of lesbians, but not wrong in the case of a man with an infertile
He
wife?
said that. I think that it is. I would never marry somebody that couldn't procreate.
Wait, just because you wouldn't personally do something doesn't mean it's morally wrong. I wouldn't personally eat avocado toast, but yet I don't say it's morally wrong to eat avocado toast.
Wait, avocado. No, I'm just saying, like, what's the point in obviously a marital relationship if you're not going to have a family out of it? I think it's pointless.
Well, but that's exactly right, Ryan.
Right.
You think it's pointless. You think it's
Traditionally,
pointless.
it's
But,
Traditionally, it's
traditionalism sucks. All it does is it marginalizes minorities and perpetuates gender roles in which are harmful.
No, not at all.
Oh, so yeah, please tell me how secluding women to essentially being property of men, which is traditionally true and was only reversed in the early 20th century, is not harmful to women?
Harmful to women? I'd hardly say no. If the man is the man.
Oh, so yeah, you as a man could definitely tell us all what's harmful to women.
Yes. If a man is
Do you
providing,
think it's harmful to the kids?
No, I think that having a mom or having a wife stay at home with the kids, raising them, it's actually a lot more healthy than having
Oh,
them.
so you
sit
think
around
that
with a
men
babysitter. Yeah.
should lead women, right?
Yes.
So could you please demonstrate to me why men make better leaders than women?
I mean, look at any government in the world, in the history of the world. Like just overall, we make better leaders. Yes.
So like most governmental leaders are men, so therefore men are obviously better at leading than women. Most governmental leaders are white. Does this mean white people are better at leading than black people?
Historically, yes.
So okay, so you're racist.
I'm not saying that's racist.
Can you please tell me? Could you please tell me like what trait or property white people have that black people don't that make them better at leading?
It's what was the question?
Oh wait, hey, I have a question, Ryan. Do you think are you voting for Trump in the next election?
I don't vote. It actually I think it's
fucking W. Let's get a fucking W, Ryan, in the comment section. Let's get a massive W, Ryan, in the comment section for not voting. Let's go. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Let's go. So do you have an actual point to share with us, or are you just spew nonsense?
I mean, I'm just I'm debating with you. I feel like you haven't really made any points. You just called me a racist and
Sorry, yeah, you said that white people are better at leading than black people.
I mean, you made the point, and I said traditionally, yeah. Look at all the governments around the world. Look at the best governments around the world. Look at the leaders.
I don't think that just because something is the case, that it's like a best being that way.
So
like for instance, like in the same way, like government is majority dominated by men. This doesn't mean that men are literally better at leading than women.
That's fine.
All right, goodbye, Fredo. We're going to go and see what our next guest has to say. Let's go ahead and see what Fuzzy has to say here, chat. If we're enjoying the stream, guys, make sure to hit that follow button. Additionally, if you'd like to support me, my Venmo, my PayPal are in my bio. What's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Okay, what year were you born in?
Year 2005.
Okay, so if you were born in 2005, you wouldn't have just turned 18. We're going to move on to our next guest here, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go and see what Caleb has to say. Keep in mind, if we're in those guest requests, make sure that we do think that being a lesbian is wrong. All right, moving on here, guys. What's up, Caleb? How old are you?
Nigga, shut your gay ass up, faggot ass.
All right. Well, he left. I mean, like in all reality, I was going to ask him how many continents they were, but he just wanted to dip out real quick. Hey, what's up, Daddy? How old are you?
What up, dude? I'm 30.
30. Very nice. Do you think that being a lesbian is wrong?
Hell nah, I fucking love lesbians.
Yo, double. What do you mean by that?
Like lesbian porn? Shit, dude.
God damn it. I was so close to saying W man, but then I had a
That's
suspicion
double
and you fucked
W,
it up.
man.
No, it's
Lesbian
not.
porn kicks ass.
Okay, because what it does is it sexualizes lesbian women. It's super like weird and creepy.
No, it's not. It's natural. If girls
bro,
just want to scissor each other,
dude, we're just gonna go ahead and move on to our next guest. Let's go ahead and see. We're gonna go ahead and see what Bianca has to say, bro. Crazy shit.
Please hop.
Hey, what's up? How old are you?
53.
53. Awesome. Do you think that being a lesbian is wrong?
Well, yes, same like you said that we are this body.
Okay, so why do you think it is wrong, ma'am?
Well, ladies on the other side, why is wrong? Because the time where we are living today, everybody thinking this body which we are using, that we are man and woman. So when we are speaking about lesbian and a group of people who want to push themselves on the top with some point which is wrong.
Okay, I'm just gonna go ahead and clear up the question because I don't think you understood the question. So two women fucking and sucking each other in undescribable ways, is that wrong?
No.
It's fucking beautiful. All right, W. Bianca, we're gonna go ahead and move on to our next guest. Let's go ahead and see what Jimsters has to say here. Moving on here, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, what's up? How old are you?
27.
Perfect. Do you think that being a lesbian is wrong?
Yeah.
Awesome. Why so?
Here we go, finally.
I feel like you're a Christian.
Yeah, bro. I'm a Christian. Love just...
And I feel like you actually could name a verse in the Bible that tells us being a lesbian is wrong.
How do you know this? What the heck? Have we talked?
No, which verse is it?
Well, I mean, there's plenty. I mean, even Leviticus, Exodus. I heard earlier, I was in the chat, you said Exodus 21.
Awesome. So I'm just going to ask you a simple question. Yeah, could you give me like an argument to like justify the existence of the Christian God, sir?
Okay, sorry. Were we going to answer the other question, or do you want me to answer this one?
Oh, this one, right? So you're simply saying that like being a lesbian is wrong because the Bible says so. But like, I mean, how would we know that the Bible is accurate in describing to us what's morally right and wrong, right? And the only way that would be is if the Christian God were to exist. So please give me an argument for the existence of the Christian God.
Yeah. I'm assuming you're not wanting testimonies, correct?
Yeah, I don't think that testimonies are a good like evidentiary standard for the existence of a God because followers of all religions of all time would self-report them.
For sure. Okay, then I would just say like I would rely on the Bible then.
So like so you're using the Bible to justify the Bible. Well, I mean that's just a circular argument.
Yeah, it is. Is there like sorry, my bad.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, is there any other way that you would want like evidence or logic to like, I guess, because if I say the Bible, we're just gonna go back and forth.
Well, I'm asking you for an argument for the existence of the Christian God, and if the existence of the Christian God is predicated on like the Bible, I mean, what's wrong with a Muslim saying that Islam is true because of the Quran?
For sure, I did some research on the Quran, and I just know that there was like a lot more contradictions and things that were in the Quran.
I'm so sorry. Even if we were to write a book that doesn't have any contradictions in it, that describe to us that there exists a God and this God thinks these certain things are right and wrong, this wouldn't be like enough evidence to indicate that God is real. Like anyone could do this. I could do this right now. In fact, I have. In my Discord server, publicly available, we have the book of the book of Shmizas. The book of Shmizas is the holy text of my Lord and Savior Shmizas. I operate under Shmizianity, and it dictates in that book that being a lesbian is not wrong in accordance with the existence of Shmizas Christ. And it seems like I'd have the same level of evidence to indicate that Shmizas Christ is God as you would for Jesus Christ is God, as we would both be basing this claim off of text on paper.
Yeah, for sure. So then, okay, if I were to say like, you've probably had this argument before, but like if I had said the accounts of the resurrection in the Gospels, right? How would you kind of counter that then?
Yeah, I don't think that we have any like reliable evidence to suggest that he did resurrect from the dead, but we do have reliable evidence that exists to suggest that he was a real person. But like, I could just ask you about some like broader scale pictures within the Christian God. Like, for
Sure.
instance, would you say that the Christian God is all good?
I love this. I love this talk. I would say, well, in the Bible, I don't think it. I've read the Bible, and I don't think the Bible says clearly that like he is like actually.
Thank you for the had a mustache.
I don't know how to word it, but I know in the Bible it says that his character is good, and everything good comes from him. But I don't think it clearly states that he is like all good. Does that make sense?
Oh, you don't think God's all good, so why should I care about his moral command?
Well, in the Bible says that all good things come from him. So I guess his
Yeah,
character is
but
all
if he
good.
wasn't all good, so would bad things, right?
Sorry, say that again, Dean.
If he wasn't all good, so would bad things, correct?
Okay. Yeah. So I think he's all good. Yes.
Okay, so you do think he's all good. Sweet. So I have a question. Then why does he allow 3.6 million children to starve to death per year, right? God could have simply prevented these 3.6 million children starving to death every year by designing our biological systems to function in such a way where if we did not eat, we did not die. And this would prevent like an insane amount of suffering, right? And I'd say specifically because God had the power to do this and knew that these children would starve to death, but didn't do this, that God did something bad.
Mm.
Right? And if God did something bad, then God cannot possibly be all good.
Yeah. And I've heard your talks before. Also, sorry, my first language isn't English, so sorry if you hear me stutter.
I
I've heard you
literally
talk.
can't tell, bro. You're good.
I've heard you talk about this before, and I guess then like the internal critique would be like, you know, like what is good and bad then, right?
Well, I mean, it's whatever you think it is. Once again, it's an internal critique. So would
Yeah.
you be able to like respond to this point at all? Right?
Yeah,
Like for
for sure.
instance, let me ask you this question. If you were a parent and you had 5 kids that you needed to feed for a year,
Mhm.
the first way you could feed them is by giving them a lump sum of food, but you know the oldest child will hoard it all, resulting in the deaths of the other 4 children. And the second way you could feed them is by rationing out the food individually to them each day. Would you be a bad parent if you were to give them the food in the manner that would result in the deaths of the 4 children?
Yeah, I feel like being placed in like God's position. To answer your question straightforwardly, I would say yeah, because I'm a human, and based on I'm not God, so
Okay, well, this is what God did, right? So God was determining the best way to sustain our lives. The first way was by giving us a lump sum of food in the context of animals, crops, and fruits, right?
Mhm.
Knowing that like the greedy governments and rich people would hoard all the food, resulting in like 3.6 million child per deaths a year. Or he could have just made it so if we didn't eat, we didn't die. And he chose the option that leads to 3.6 million deaths a year. And just like in the hypothetical, it would be a bad parent. God would be a bad God.
for sure. Can I use the Bible for this, or is that not allowed?
I mean, whatever you want to use, you just simply have to refute the point here.
Yeah, I would say like in Romans 5, it talks about how like suffering, if you want to relate it to suffering produces character and it produces hope and it produces all those things
So then
to
suffering should happen.
yeah, I would say so. I just don't know like if
So would you say that 3.6 million children should starve to death per year?
To me, no,
Would
but
you say maybe to God?
do you think like God works in extremes?
I don't even know what that means.
Like, do you think that like because I know your question, you're asking like, is God good or bad for allowing 3.6 million people to starve, right? If he's an all good God.
Well, I'm just simply asking you if God would think that 3.6 million children should starve to death in comparison to a world where no children starve to death.
Yeah, this is one of the questions where I even like, I don't know.
With a much older dude, right?
Okay.
And in the time, she really felt like she liked it. But as she grew older, she realized that she literally got raped, and it gives her a lot of trauma, right? So just because this idea that they like it, therefore they're consenting. Well, this is very deplorable, and this is not something we should believe in because it absolutely ignores, what grape is and how it occurs.
So you're telling me a dog? Do you think a dog has the mental capacity to know what's right or wrong?
No, and that's actually one of the reasons why
Yeah.
I'd say a dog can't meaningfully consent to intercourse
No,
with a
so
human.
it knows what it likes. So that's consenting. That's what I'm. What I'm trying to say is, who are you to say no though? Your argument still doesn't make sense. It makes no sense because you don't have the right to tell someone no. You don't have the right. That's what I'm trying to say.
Mike, I got a real question for
Okay,
you.
and what about incest? What about incest?
Oh, before we move on to that, I want to talk about the dogs. I got a real question for you, man. Do you like fucking your dog?
You tell me. What do you think? I'm telling you. What do you think I do? You actually think? No, you're just. No, come on, buddy. Just talk
You
normal.
won't even
bro.
deny
Talk
it.
normal, bro. Talk normal, man.
You're
Talk
telling
about
me
this.
to talk normal? You're the one telling
because
me
this
dogs
is
can
fact.
consent to sex.
I'm talking about fact, bro. Who are we to say no? Who are we to say no?
Okay, so I've already detailed to you exactly who we are to say no.
Okay, so I got a question. Okay, you're talking about what about petting a dog? Is that okay? That's okay, right?
That is okay.
Is the dog consenting to get pet?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So, but it's consenting to get pet, but it's not consenting to do what they want to do, humping a leg. Oh man, come on, brother. Come on, man.
Wait, one second. No, like you could have like certain abilities to consent to certain things while not being able to consent to other things. Like for instance, when I was 16, I had the ability to consent to driving a car, but I didn't have the ability to consent to engaging in sex.
Sorry, I lost you there, man. I was thinking about something else. Sorry, say that again.
Like you could be able to consent to some things while not being able to consent to other things. Like when I was 13, I had the ability to consent to driving a car. When I was 14, I had the ability to consent to getting my ears pierced. But I didn't have the consent to the ability to consent to sex until I was 18. Right. So very similarly, right, like a dog can obviously consent to getting pet by a human, but a dog can't like consent to getting like fucked by a human.
What if the dog is having sex with him?
Okay, what is it with you and the dussy?
You see, no, but that's the issue.
What is it with you and the what is it with you and the dussy?
No, because you can't say with your worldview. Okay, you don't have a leg to stand on to say who's right and who's wrong. That's the issue.
We need to call the police, chat.
No, these are facts, bro. These are facts. You can't tell me if that's right or wrong.
So fucking
it's gross. I know it's gross.
You
I know.
sound so crazy. Do you want a
It's
dog?
gross. I know. I agree. But
want a dog,
it's no fact, though, brother. I did. You want to see? My dogs used to say, "I love you, bro." My dog used to say, "I love you." Yeah.
You know what I want to see?
No, truthfully, listen. You asked me if I had a dog. I'm telling you if I had a dog. I had a dog, and she used to say, "I love you." You know what I mean? So that means I took care of her. I'm not a sick prick. Okay? Because we can both agree that's sick. But what I'm saying is, who are you to say it's wrong?
Who are we to say that anything's wrong? Why can we say that? Mike, you gotta let me talk here, brother.
Okay, go on.
We as individuals absolutely have individual authority to point out things that are morally wrong when given like adequate reason to do so. I mean, this is why like the criminal justice system exists. The criminal justice system was literally created by a collection of individuals that agreed on certain bases of things that are morally wrong, then gives just punishment to people who do those wrong things. Of course, we are able to say that like certain actions or ideologies are deplorable. In fact, I would particularly say in the context of this live that like homophobia is absolutely deplorable, and I'm absolutely standing up here and saying that that is wrong. But up until this point, you have not given me an argument as to why being a lesbian is wrong, but instead you've wanted to talk about you fucking your dog, and you also brought up incest for a second. So Mike, with all due respect to your brother, I need you to get a fucking grip. And I need you to put the bottle of Jack Daniels down that you probably stole, from your son.
Yeah, that's what I do.
Tell me why you think being a lesbian
You actually
is
think
wrong.
a person like me would do something like that? Yeah, okay, yeah.
If you fuck your dog, I don't understand why you want to steal alcohol from your brother.
No, I don't. I fuck moms, not dogs.
Dude.
Yeah.
We're moving on to the next guest. I don't even have. Listen, chat. I don't even have it in me to do that. I don't even have it in me to do that. I don't even have it in me to do that. I don't even have it in me to do that. Blue Sky, thank you so much for the gift. I love you. I love you. Moving on to our next guest here. Let's go ahead and see what Chosen has to say. I can't even do it. That was fucking crazy. Hello. Well, thank you for the confetti. What's good? Do you think that being a lesbian is wrong?
Yes,
Okay, why?
because it's an abomination.
Okay, I'm guessing that you're a Christian?
Correct.
Okay, name the verse in the Bible that tells us it's a quote-unquote abomination.
Well, I
You
don't
can't
have to
fucking
name
do
the
it because you don't know
verse.
shit about your
I'll
Bible.
let you do. I'll let you do the
Chosen,
searching.
I don't even need to do the searching, right? That's Leviticus 18:22, but I don't think that Leviticus should be a good standard for morality because Leviticus 25:44 says fucking chattel slavery is okay. So as far as I'm concerned, it is just as likely that chattel's fucking slavery is permissible as it is for a lesbian to be an abomination, right? So let's be so fucking for real here, okay? Go ahead and unmute that mic. Click on your profile picture and click the icon of the mic to unmute yourself. Okay, sir, I'm going to walk you through it. You see your picture down there in the lower right-hand corner. I want you to click on it with your finger, and then you'll see an icon of a microphone. There you go. You figured it out. Go ahead and respond, sir.
Okay, so to answer your question, the reason why being a lesbian is wrong because it's an abomination. That's the first thing I said, and you pointed out the scripture.
Do you think chattel slavery is okay?
Let's leave the Bible out of it for a second and think about it without using the Bible.
Now all of a sudden we're going to leave the Bible out of it.
Let's because the morality is embedded whether you believe or not.
I don't know where Parker's at, so we're just kind of freeballing it now. Y'all, if we are in those guest requests, make sure that we're going to be voting for Trump in 2024. And Parker is back. So, hey, long hauler, hop back in those guest requests, man. We got Parker back on the live. For the 800 people coming in here, make sure to let me know that you're here by double tapping away. What's up, Rick? Are you going to be voting for Trump in 2024?
No, I will not be voting for Trump in 2024.
All right.
W.
Rick? W. Rick. Moving on to our next guest here. We're going to go and move on to Las Mariner. All right, Baby Bop, appreciate you for the raid. W Baby Bop in the comment section. What's going on? Will you be voting for Trump in 2024?
Absolutely.
Why so?
Well, because Trump can actually form a complete sentence, and Biden's just an incompetent retard. So it's simple as that.
Yo, bro.
Yeah.
You're crazy.
Moving on to our next guest. I apologize for his use of slurs, everyone. Absolutely crazy. Common Trump supporter. Hi, will you be voting for Trump in 2024?
Yeah, what's up, Dean? What's up, Parker? Yes, I will. How you doing?
I've already talked to him, so Dean, you can talk to him if you want.
Okay, yeah. Why will you be voting for Trump?
I know. How you doing?
It's good.
Yeah, why will you be voting for Trump?
Oh, just because he's awesome, brother. I mean, did you happen to catch his rally out in the Bronx yesterday?
No. So he's awesome. Are you just talking about his character? I don't think his character is that awesome. Pervert on 15-year-old girls at Miss Teen USA is not that awesome. I mean, being found civilly liable of raping E. Jean Carroll in a court of law by a jury of his peers isn't necessarily awesome.
Yeah. Do you
What
happen
about
to
him
know
is
about that?
awesome?
I had a question about that. Was he convicted? What can I get you? Oh.
Yes, he was convicted in a civil court of law. He was found liable, right? He was not convicted criminally. He's found liable civilly, right? For the only reason that the statute of limitations had passed for him to be convicted criminally. And what's the issue with this?
The conviction that didn't happen. Is that what I'm understanding?
A conviction in a criminal court of law couldn't have occurred as the statute of limitations has passed. And what is the issue of this?
You're out.
Judge said he raped her. What's the issue? The only difference between a criminal court and a civil court, the criminal court would basically be finding,
No, like a box.
well, a civil court would be finding what is most likely to occur, and then a criminal court would be finding, something to have occurred beyond a reasonable, shadow of a doubt. But the judge still said he raped her.
It seems like we're lacking a conviction. I actually hear Parker say he's found liable for that, right? But being found liable and being convicted are two different things. Isn't that true?
Can you tell me what being liable is?
Can you tell me what being liable is, Parker?
I just asked you the question.
Yeah, no, I'm asking you because I don't know. Maybe you could teach me.
Yeah, it's literally guilty in a civil court.
110. Appreciate you bringing me on, though.
Oh wait, I'm so sorry. So I've already told you
22
exactly what
bucks.
occurred. So yeah, Trump was found civilly liable for raping Eugene
However,
Carroll.
not convicted, right?
Not convicted in a criminal court of law. What is the issue?
I mean pretty much that doesn't that mean he wasn't guilty in that sense, correct? Just found liable, and then
Yeah, he was not he
later
was
on
not
he was
criminally
sued for
guilty
defamation of the
as they
character.
1 second. He was not criminally guilty because they literally could not poise or bring criminal charges against him as the statute of limitation has passed. What is the issue?
I think you're stating the issue, brother. There you go.
And how is that an issue? You're not giving me any good reason to believe this. Do you think that O.J. Simpson was a killer?
I don't know. Not sure about that one.
Oh, so like when he wrote the book, If I Did It, then detailed in about 230 pages exactly how he would do it. He may not have been a killer. I think that you got to bite some pretty crazy bullets here. I'm going to go ahead and put it this way, sir. So in a civil court of law, when we are finding people to be liable for doing anything, the jury has to find it to be the most likely scenario that these events occurred. In order for you to reject that this is the case, you are just simply, not holding to something that is most likely to have occurred, and which I just simply call quite irrational.
That's fine. I mean, I'm actually sitting here just trying to learn, you guys.
Bro, are you a cashier, bro?
Yeah. I hope that's okay
Bro,
with you,
dude.
On the
Come
clock?
Bro. On the clock
Yeah,
is
it happens.
crazy, bro.
Honestly, I wish I could, be in your position where this is your actual job. It's really amazing what you guys do. And Parker,
Hey,
I gotta
Gonzalez.
say, you're very good at what you do. So honestly, good job.
Hey, Gonzalez, are you telling us that you're an average working class American?
Yeah, I am actually.
Okay, so yeah, you paid more in taxes because of Trump.
Did I?
Uh-huh.
Yes.
So under his Trump tax code, the after-tax income decreased for the middle class while increasing for the upper 1%. So it's just funny that you'd be voting for him.
I mean, I'm sure you could come up with all kinds of funny reasons why I'd be voting for Donald Trump, where I could find a whole bunch of reasons why it'd be kind of crazy for you to be pushing people to vote for Biden.
I mean, you haven't even given us one reason why you're voting for Trump.
What do you mean, as far as like policy, or just him and his character?
Yeah, literally name one policy that Trump enacted into law in which better off the average middle class American. Please, fancy me.
Yeah,
Thank
that's
you.
not
That's
a
not a
policy.
policy. And how would that be beneficial to the middle class?
Beneficial to humanity more so, I guess.
Well, we're talking about the middle class. So, can you name one policy that Trump influenced to get passed that benefit the middle class?
Benefited the middle class. What was it? What am I thinking? Not the safe spaces. That's your guys' thing. Not the safe spaces. We're talking about when the African American, the Mexican community, which I believe would fall in that working middle class, right? Depending on who they are. But what's the word I'm looking for? Parker, you might know. It's like Jesus Christ. Give me 1 second. Maybe I could pull it up. Hold on.
I think we've demonstrated the point. All right, well, let's give him a second to everyone. Do you tap that screen that's run it up to 100,000 likes? Everyone shared live as well. Did he leave?
Oh, yeah, he did. Moving on to our next guest here, chat. We're
Okay.
going to talk to Jerry. Oh, wow. Parker, you're frozen on my screen. That's a weird TikTok glitch. What's up?
Should I back out?
Hello, everybody.
No, I think that you're still going to be good for everyone else.
How are you guys doing today?
Hey, what's up, Jerry? How old are you?
I am 19, just graduated.
Yeah, what year were you born in?
Moved here from Russia, 2003, September 23.
That's
2003. Yeah,
not
you
correct,
would be 19.
right?
No, I'm 19 and I was born in September 2024. So. Sorry, but I was not born in September of 2024.
That's so crazy.
I was not born in September of 2024.
You're done, bro.
2004. Okay. Hey, what's up, Rev? Will you be voting for Trump?
Please save Dean chat.
Yes, I will. Before we start this debate, I've recently been seeing TikToks of Parker trying to debate the older millennial.
Yep.
Or the whatever podcast. There is one person who's willing to debate. He huge podcaster who is willing to debate anyone. He has reputable people on his podcast, such as Cenk Uygur, Vivek Ramaswamy, Destiny. His name is Tim Pool. You should hit him up.
I would definitely be down to debate Tim.
Yeah, he'll pay out for your flight and hotel and
How
everything.
can
Just hit
I
him up.
contact him? Because I'd actually so love to do that. It'd be so fun. You're talking about
I think,
Timcast, right?
yeah, Timcast. He had Matt Wallace recently. He mostly accepts people from the left, but the problem is that people from the left don't, hit him up most of the
Hey,
time.
I would
So,
hit him up. Hey, if he wants to debate, I'll fucking debate
I
him.
think his primary Twitter account. He has Twitter, so I think try to hit
I
him
don't
up.
have any
Or
followers on Twitter really, so I don't know if it'd respond to
anyway,
me.
you can just send a business email. I think his business email is there or on his. So hit him up, and he'll see you in.
Oh, he's cutting out.
Okay, man. Hey, you are really cutting out.
He'll book you.
Okay, man. Are you driving?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Okay, well, it
No.
sounded like you wanted to debate that other guy, so I mean that's something worth looking into.
Yeah, if I wanna see if I can do that. I'd love to fucking debate this guy.
For real. All right,
That'd be so fun.
We're gonna go to move on to our next guest here. By the way, chat, can y'all see Parker all right? He's like stretched and frozen on my screen. I just want to make sure that he's good on y'all.
I'll make sure.
All right. Yo, what's up? Hey, will you be voting for Trump in 2024?
Yeah.
Yeah, I will. Are you going to be voting for Biden in 2024?
Yep.
Yeah. So why will you be voting for Trump?
Well, why are you going to be voting for Biden?
Okay. So
Well, Trump's a proven sexual abuser, a proven fraudster, election denier. He's been undermining our American democracy for the past few years with no sufficient evidence indicating that he won. He put multiple Supreme Court justices in office with the explicit reason of overturning Roe versus Wade, which restricted tens of millions of women's access to abortion in this country and also forced 13-year-olds to go through pregnancy. His tax policy, 83% of the benefits went to the top 1%, while decreasing after-tax income for the lowest quintile and increasing it for the top 1% based upon a distributional analysis from the Tax Policy Center and the Joint Committee on Taxation. He also called for religious persecution, the complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country, and plenty of other things that I would disagree with.
Okay, well that's a fair argument. What has Joe Biden done for you to benefit?
The PACT Act, the CHIPS Act, the Inflation Reduction Act, the infrastructure bill that was bipartisan, the student debt repayment, American Rescue Plan, Build Back Better.
I don't really agree with that. I'm in the military actually, and we have a big problem with Joe Biden especially the Army. I'm in the infantry, and that whole Afghanistan withdrawal, like really sticks with us. We had a lot of people.
Who set up that agreement?
Okay, so like Donald Trump set up the agreement for it to happen, but not at the rate, like not at the advancement rate that it went on with, that Joe Biden went with. So like Joe Biden went and pulled it all out at all withdrawals at once, right? And then Joe Biden.
Wait, they extended the time. They extended the time under Biden, so actually they would have had to leave earlier under Trump.
I don't know. I don't really believe that because
that's true. It was extended.
So what was the timeline under Trump?
Let me pull it up for you. I
I
forget
don't have
the
any
date.
notes. I'm just like y'all came across my live. I don't know either of you. So like, it's like I'm interested. Y'all are the same age. Like I guess y'all are what between the ages.
I'm
of what,
22. He's
23?
19.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm 26. So it's like I find it. I like being engaged. Like I'm not here to argue with anybody. Like it's just I want to pick brains. You know.
Okay, so let me pull it up for you. Give me 1 second.
All right.
Dean, I don't think it's sending out. I think it could just be my account.
I don't know what it is. We'll write it out though.
Let me pull it up for you.
Do you think that like on another topic? Do you think that the Hunter Biden treatment would be treated the same way as if the Trump kids were caught having cocaine in the White House?
Sorry, say it one more time.
Do you think that the Hunter Biden treatment is the same as the Trump kids treatment? Like if Barron Trump or
people are probably harder on Biden's kid.
I don't know. I doubt that.
Jared Kushner.
Why do you say
Maybe,
that?
maybe I'm just like ignorant, but have you given a reason why you're voting for Trump?
His foreign policy, economy was better, like the inflation rates were
Economy was
better.
better. Can you
Yeah.
please like specifically demonstrate how the economy supposedly being better under Trump than under Biden was specifically like caused by Trump? Because as far as I'm concerned, this is more likely to be correlated to like external factors. I mean, we also saw like a 14.7% unemployment at the end of Trump's term. Would you say that was also caused by Trump?
I would say that was caused by COVID.
Okay, so all the good things were caused by Trump and all the bad things were caused not by Trump, right?
No, I'm not saying
Okay,
that.
so then would
but-
you be able to demonstrate how the economy being better under his presidency was caused
I
by
mean,
Trump?
like if you look at pre-COVID, then if you look at the pre-COVID economy,
So hold up. I just want to clarify. So
yeah, for sure.
the deadline was supposedly for May 2021, but it was the case that they extended this timeline to I think either August or September.
And is that a full withdrawal
Yes. So the full withdrawal happened
in August 2021?
through. Let me make sure. Through August. Yes.
Okay, well, I mean, like I don't know the whole legislation and everything like that, like all the bills that are passed, but yeah. Back to what we were saying though. What was the question before that? I'll give you props on that. Like I don't know either one of you, so it's like I'm just here for a conversation. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So you were saying like the economy. So like the black unemployment rate was at an all-time low
Under Biden.
under Trump.
Under
And
Biden.
then,
Yeah,
And
we
it was
under,
not an
under
all-time low. It was a 50-year low.
yeah. So under Biden,
Yeah,
we,
the
we
50-year
experienced an
low.
unemployment rate of 3.4%, which is a 50-year low. Well,
And
as,
then what was
as
Trump's?
well.
What was Trump's?
Okay, yeah. So I
No,
mean,
it was
we
3.5 under Trump, 3.4 under Biden.
Okay, so it's by a point. So is that jobs created or is that unemployment?
That's unemployment rate.
Okay. Well, I mean, like I don't know. Like Trump is a better. Like look at how Joe Biden talks. He falls upstairs. He like, like
He tripped on the stairs once, and that's comparable to Trump mistaking E. Jean Carroll, the person who's proven to have sexually abused his ex-wife, him
That's
falling
not
asleep
the
in
same.
court, him talking about the great Hannibal Lecter, those things.
yeah, or about how Trump talks about the fallen soldiers who died at Bella Wood, suckers, and he calls them suckers and losers at the cemetery. I don't know.
I mean, he also called John McCain. Like he also went after John McCain. So
Yeah, he said that he wasn't a war hero because he got captured in war.
yeah.
Like these are
I mean,
this is the guy that you're voting
like,
for.
a lot of the military doesn't like John McCain either. Or they didn't. So it's like I don't consider myself a Republican. I don't consider myself a Democrat. Like I like how Trump's I'm I like how Trump is giving the Republican Party a backbone because they've been stepped over for years.
What do you mean a backbone?
Because it's like they're like the Republicans. So like if you look at Mitt Romney, John McCain, Mitch McConnell, Lindsey Graham, like I know Lindsey Graham like is like a state thing, but they say that they're going to do all this shit, and then
You have yet to name one policy that Trump influenced to get passed that benefited the middle class.
I didn't say anything about that.
That's the first question I asked you.
Do you know if I'm middle class? Am I lower class? Am I high class? Like
That's the first question I asked you.
You didn't. No, you said why am I voting for Trump?
I asked you what is one policy that Trump influenced to get passed that benefit the middle class?
I don't know. I don't keep up with legislation. I don't keep up with legislation.
So it makes you think that Trump is better for America if you can't name one single policy that he influenced to get passed that benefit a majority of Americans.
I mean, like I got more back in taxes. Like I got more back in taxes.
That's wrong.
Affordable. I got more. No, it's not. Like you're
No,
not doing that.
that's demonstrably wrong. So under Trump's tax code, the average working class American actually made less in after tax income in comparison to the top like quintile and 1%. which had their after-tax income increase. So, like your statement that Trump's tax code somehow like better off you in the sense that you made more money, that's just demonstrably false. Not to mention, this is also you seemingly implying that you don't make that same money now, correct?
No, I've actually gotten a pay increase since then. Do what?
Okay, yeah, because we're still under Trump's tax code.
Okay, well, okay. I mean, like, I don't understand like all that. I don't understand like all that shit. Like, I'm just here to have like a talk. Like it says, why will you be voting for Trump in 2024? I'll vote for Trump in 2024 because more world leaders respect him. Like, he was the first. So like since I believe it was either the 60s or the 80s, every president has promised to move the U.S. headquarters in that respective country from Israel to Jerusalem, and he was the first one to do that. And then it's just like I think that like Joe Biden's a joke. How could you vote for Joe Biden? Like we're on the verge of World War III. Russia has invaded Ukraine. Look at the shit that's going on with fucking China and Taiwan. Like all that other shit. Like
what was caused by Joe Biden?
Do what?
Name one thing that was caused by Joe Biden. That's
I mean,
bad.
dude, we're funding the shit that's going on in Ukraine right now. Ukrainians are getting
Budapest Memorandum. Do you know what that is?
Dude, look. I'm telling you right
What's
now.
the Budapest Memorandum?
Look, listen to what I'm saying, dude. I'm in the military.
What's the Budapest Memorandum?
I'm in the military. Let me talk about this real quick.
Can you just answer my question?
I don't know what that is, but look. So
okay, so
Ukraine,
it's something that we signed with the Ukraine that if they gave up their nuclear weapons, that we would defend them.
Yeah, Russia also signed something along those lines. Look, so we're funding that war in Ukraine right now. Ukraine, how do you think they're getting those drones? I watch war footage, like we get briefed on this shit, and like
yo, dude, I just gave you the reason. Apparently, you don't get briefed enough to know what the fucking Budapest Memorandum is. So I just gave you the literal reason as to why we're giving them funds, and you completely ignored it.
Yeah, are you saying that we should like
you said that we would fund Ukraine under
if they gave up their nukes? Yes,
if they gave up their nukes, right? But you also understand that them and Russia had the same deal.
No, Russia never gave up their nuclear weapons.
Yes, they did. No.
You want to bet?
I'm sorry for the misunderstanding. It was Ukraine would give up their nuclear weapons under the circumstances that Russia would not invade. That's a thing.
What particular agreement?
I don't know what it's called, dude. You know,
and that means that they violated it, but we signed an agreement with them that we have to uphold.
Are you saying that we shouldn't uphold our foreign agreements? Didn't you say one of the reasons you're voting for Trump is because of his foreign policy? But you're now shitting on Biden, implicitly stating that you would want him to like ignore his foreign agreements?
The United States needs to stop being the world's police.
Hey, Rex, I'm asking you a very simple question, right? If the U.S. makes an agreement with another country that if they do something for us, we'll do something for them, would it be wrong if they did the said something for us and then we just absolutely disrespected and annulled the agreement and did not do that said something for them back?
Okay, well, I understand that, but what is...
Can you answer my question? That wasn't
no,
like I understand. I don't understand. It's a question.
I agree with you.
So it would be wrong if we didn't do that, said something then back. So in other words, you're saying it would be wrong if we didn't. One second. It would be wrong if we didn't fund Ukraine. That's essentially what you're saying because we specifically signed an agreement with them where I believe they gave up their nukes in which we would fund them if they were to get attacked by another country. So they gave up their nukes and then they got attacked by another country, aka Russia. So now we need to uphold our end of the agreement by funding them.
Yeah, if we want other countries to uphold nuclear agreements in the future, or even our climate deals in the future, we would need them to actually, like, know that we're going to uphold our side.
Right. Okay, that's just how foreign policy works.
Yeah, I understand that. But what you're saying though is that we gave them something in return, right? So what are we getting in return from Ukraine?
We're defending them. That's what we're doing right now.
No, I understand that, but what I'm saying is, what did Ukraine do for the United States?
What did the Ukraine do for the United States? They gave up their nuclear weapons.
I mean, you could wait. I don't even understand why you'd be like shitting on this agreement. Was this agreement, codified by Biden or his administration?
I don't know how it was.
No, the answer is no. So even if you think it's a bad agreement, it doesn't matter. We still have to uphold
I'm
our
not
end of
going
it.
at Biden for this. I'm talking about like as a
You
whole.
specifically did because you said Biden is doing something wrong by continuing to fund Ukraine. So
Yeah,
you
we're
are going after
funding.
Biden for
Yeah,
this.
exactly. So like,
So in other ways,
do
you're
you know
saying it's
where?
wrong for us to not fucking disrespect and go back on a contractual agreement that we
Yeah,
made
but
with another
what was
country.
the
What kind of
agreement?
are
What
what
was the
you are such a specialist in foreign policy. You could ask for the agreement for a fourth time, and we will repeat it for a fourth time. It is called what, Parker? The Budapest. What is it called?
Budapest Memorandum?
How do you say that second word?
Memorandum.
Memorandum. So it's called the Budapest Memorandum, which essentially is an agreement between us and Ukraine in the case that if they were to give up their nuclear weapons, we'd basically have to defend them from other countries. So
And
this
what
was
I'm
put into
saying
law in
is that we need to stop using
1994,
police.
and they gave up their nuclear weapons. In which case, we now have to honor our side of the agreement and defend them from other countries and attack. And that's exactly what we are doing right now. And what is the fucking issue with this?
That we need to stop being the world's police.
Okay, so are you saying that we should disrespect the contractual agreement that we have with them?
No, I mean like you said that was under.
Rex, I want you to answer a
1994.
question. Should we or should we not be funding Ukraine right now?
No, we should not.
So we should disrespect and pull out of the Budapest Memorandum.
I mean, when was the Budapest Memorandum?
1994. So answer my question. Is this
1994.
something we should
That's
do?
what, fucking 30 years ago?
Is this something we should do, Rax?
Do what?
Is this something we should do? Just absolutely disrespect the contractual agreement that we have with Ukraine.
I think that we should start worrying about our own country before we start.
Rax, answer my question. Should we
am.
disrespect the contractual agreement that we have with Ukraine that was signed in 1994?
We should stop worrying about other countries.
Hey, Rax,
before-
stop being a mini Trump. I don't like the way that you're using your words and being a politician and running around the question that I'm asking you. Should we disrespect, right, and completely pull out of and ignore the contractual agreement that we had under the Budapest Memorandum with Ukraine signed in 1994?
Yes.
Yes, okay. So in other words, we should ask countries to get rid of their nukes under a clause that will do something for them, but never do that something for them, disincentivizing any other country worldwide to enter into a deal with us to get rid of our nuclear weapons. Maybe a reason that North Korea never wanted to give up their nukes when they met with Donald Trump is because North Korea thought that Trump was a man just like you that would absolutely turn his back on them, ignoring whatever contractual agreement was met in order for them to give up their nukes. And that is why this very scary country still has these nuclear warheads. That is not how foreign policy works. This is not a world leader in which we should have in power. And this is doing absolutely nothing efficacious for, the state of our country or the state of the world as a whole.
So, like, why should we worry about other countries whenever we have our own problems at home?
So are you saying, like, for example, in World War II, around that time, you wouldn't have cared about what's happening in Europe? Because that's not happening in the U.S.?
I mean, that's not what the United States did.
I'm just asking you, would you care about what's happening in Europe? What would you do?
I mean, you're talking about, okay, so, I mean, no, like, obviously, like, that's a global issue, and it's a economic issue as well. But as long as that doesn't affect me, then no, I would not interject troops on the ground.
So you wouldn't intervene with Germany trying to take over the world?
Until they fuck with me, no.
Okay,
Because
so
you fuck around and you find out.
okay, so you wouldn't have tried to defend the rest of Europe. You would have let in the UK and the rest of the world fall to Germany and be under Nazi control.
I mean, no, but like from a military standpoint, like you can't that was already going on, and then Japan attacked, and then Germany was pissed off at Japan. So it's like
I'm just asking, would you let the Nazis literally take over the whole world?
No, the fuck.
Oh, okay, so you would step in?
Once they.
So you're not completely anti-interventionist. So at what point do you step in?
What's an anti-intervention? An anti-intervention. Say it again.
Anti-interventionist.
Yeah.
It
So what does
basically
that
mean, yeah. Basically, you're not going to intervene in any foreign affairs that don't involve the country.
What I'm saying is that the America needs to stop being the world's police.
Because we have issues at home.
Yeah.
Okay, would like one of the issues at home under Biden's presidency be the large amount of inflation experienced at the start?
I would say that the largest one would be the southern border.
Okay, would you say that one of the issues would be, like the large amount of inflation experienced at the start of Biden's presidency, in which you think he caused, as you pointed out earlier?
I mean, yeah, but I would say the
Okay, so
largest one.
so one
But look,
second. So
stop
the
interrupting
U.S.
me,
One
but I
second.
would say that
So the
largest one
U.S.
is the southern border.
So yeah, I'm specifically asking you about the inflation point that you mentioned when you first
But
joined
I'm
the live.
specifically talking about the southern border.
Okay, so yeah, I cannot bring up an argument against Trump, then have you completely pivot and change the conversation before I'm even able to make it, right? So,
Well, that's
right, we could talk about the southern border, but first I'd like to specifically talk on the fact that you said that Biden has raised the inflation, right, in the country, which I think is unequivocally false, and it's demonstrably so, right? So, in 2021, the U.S.-China Business Council, the U.S. CBC, claimed that former President Donald Trump trade policies costed the United States about 245,000 jobs because of his tariffs. It was specifically on steel and aluminum, which affected almost all manufacturing, which led to a shit ton of inflation that then Biden inherited. So I just think it's like absolutely like terrible that you like make these claims about Biden influencing things such as higher rates of unemployment or higher rates of inflation when we have these councils that have demonstrated how these things would be caused by Trump in some sense.
Okay, well, I wasn't even really talking about the economy. You were talking about problems at home, and I was referencing the southern border. So,
Okay, so fuck the economy, fuck the world as a whole. You just want to vote for Trump because you don't like these quote unquote illegal, quote unquote terrible wording aliens to be coming into our country.
No.
So I don't know that much about the southern border. That's maybe something that Parker could talk about.
Yeah, so Trump literally said, blame it on me if the border bill fails.
Do what?
He said, blame it on me if the border bill fails. So the Biden administration tried to do something about the border, and he prevented it from getting passed by getting multiple people in Congress to not vote for the bill.
Okay, well, like, didn't Biden also, like, I can't remember like the proper terminology for it, but he basically told the Border Patrol to stop doing their job. I can't remember the proper terminology for it, but that's what happened, and that's why Texas National Guard got involved, and that's why Abbott.
Wait, this has nothing to do with the border bill.
100% does.
No, it doesn't. This has to do with the pre-existing law in the United States that indicated that Texas cannot mess with like federal border patrol.
Okay, well that's whenever
it's federal jurisdiction.
Okay, well that's whenever you get the difference between separation between state and federal, correct?
Ian, I appreciate you for the raid, man. W. Ian in that chat. Thank you so much for the raid.
Yeah, W. Ian. What were you saying? Say that one more time.
So like, does your I don't know what state you live in. I don't know either of you. So like, does your state have the right to defend its borders?
So what defends from immigration, that's going to be the federal government. That's their jurisdiction.
Right. And so what happens if isn't there a constitutional law? I don't know the terminology.
It's federal jurisdiction.
Just bear with me. So isn't there a federal? Isn't there like something under the Constitution to where if the federal government doesn't do their job, where they don't defend the borders, where they don't defend the states, right? Under an invasion, because that's what's going on down at the southern border, where the states have the right to activate their National Guard reserves.
Gooch,
whatever.
thank you so much for the subscription. I don't even see how any of this is relevant. As far as I'm concerned, Trump literally fucking squashed a bipartisan border bill that was jointly written by Republicans, and then those same Republicans that then wrote the bill voted against it because Trump called them. If you really wanted a president that was going to do something about the southern border crisis, well, then you should probably vote for Biden, because the only president to legitimately take a stand against resolving the crisis is fucking Trump.
Okay, so like, what was the border crisis better or worse under Trump? Because look,
The border. So I don't think that's a good way
because
to qualify
look,
it.
just let
Here,
me
I'll ask
talk
you
real
this:
quick. Let me talk real quick because the cartel has already came out and said, and like cartel whatever, right? They've already said that business is good under Joe Biden because the restrictions are more relaxed. And guess who built those cages? Guess who built all that other shit? It was fucking Obama and Joe Biden. Whenever the Democrats were all pissed off about saying, "Oh, fucking, they're putting all these kids in cages, they're putting women in cages, they're putting like in under fucking like holding cells, basically," then that policy was built under Joe Biden and Barack Obama.
Okay, you could like try to like make some like moral claim about if those cages were good or bad, but it seems like from the
I'm not
message
making a
that you've been
moral
trying to
claim.
convey to us the entire time, which by the way I think those cages are terrible, but you've been trying to tell us
Yeah, I
this the
agree.
entire
That's
time
something we can
that
agree.
is that you wish that there were like more restrictions at the border. Then I bring up the fact that Trump literally squashed a bipartisan bill to end the border crisis, and you didn't fucking respond to that. Like, can you please touch
Wait,
on the
can you say that
fact
again?
that Trump squashed a bipartisan border bill that was jointly written by Democrats and Republicans? And then those same Republicans who wrote the bill voted against it because Trump called them to do so. And this happened twice.
Okay,
Okay?
well, I mean, I
So
don't know that. Can
Biden's
you read
sitting
the
in
bill for
office
me?
trying to resolve the crisis at the border by getting the Democrats and the Republicans in Congress and in the Senate to come together and write a bill to resolve it. And then Trump says, no, I want the crisis at the border to continue unresolved, in which he then calls all the Republicans in Congress and tells them to vote against it.
Okay, so who had less illegal immigrants coming across the border
No,
than
Rex, respond to my fucking prompt, right? You are now going to pivot and bring up other like random quantifiers about
I'm
like
not.
the entry
This is in
of
relation.
sorry, about the entry of individuals into the country across the southern border, but then you absolutely do not respond to the very obvious truth that Trump does not want the border crisis resolved. And if anything, even if there were more people entering into the southern border under Biden's presidency, well, doesn't this just make it look worse on Trump? Because Trump is advocating against legislation to end the crisis, even with an influx of people entering into the country.
So,
So
like,
this just tells us Trump wants
how
more
does it
people
look
to
worse
enter
for
into the
Trump if
country.
more people are coming through the southern border illegally through Joe Biden?
What can you repeat that?
How does it look worse on Trump for more people coming through the southern border illegally through Joe Biden?
Yeah, because Joe Biden tried to fix that by asking Congress to write a bipartisan bill, Republicans and Democrats, to solve the crisis, which Trump then squashed.
So what was that? What was in that bill? Like
What
what?
was in that bill? Parker may know the specifics of it.
Yeah,
Which bill are we referencing?
Yeah,
the
probably the
bill
first one.
where the bill
There's
where
two tries.
Trump squashed the Republican-backed bill for the southern border.
Okay, so the bill, the border bill. So that one specifically, like, what was in it that Trump wanted to not didn't want in the bill?
Correct.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was Ukraine funding, which we already did anyway. We
Wait,
got
so like,
separate Ukraine funding anyway.
so how does that tie into this? So Ukraine would fund us?
What?
You said that Ukraine funding. My bad. No, wait, no. That doesn't make any sense because the whole Ukraine shit happened after Trump was out of office. That doesn't make any sense.
This whole Ukraine stuff happened when Trump was out of office. Yeah, but he engaged with Congress to get them not to support it because he still has widespread support in Congress.
About the southern border.
Yeah.
That doesn't make any sense.
What doesn't make sense? I'm sorry, bro. Like what?
I don't know. I mean, like, dude, I'm just going off of whims. Y'all have fucking notes and shit, whatever. Like,
This is my first time ever debating the topic, bro.
Yeah, man, you're good, bro. Like, maybe fucking you, and Parker can fucking meet up and get a beer sometime. I don't know. Like, I'm just hanging out.
Dean's not old enough. Yeah. So
Dwight, I'm sorry. My bad. My
no,
bad.
you're good.
You said what?
Yeah. What's it called? Hey, Dean, I gotta get off live. Is that okay, man?
Yeah, you're good, bro. I'm
All
probably
right.
gonna change the topic here, but
All
yo,
right.
by the way, I'm sending you some things on Discord. Check them out. I
Yeah,
just
for
got
sure, man.
I just got this all DM to me, so I'm just
All
gonna
right, for
send it
sure.
all straight
Thank
to
you,
you.
bro. All right.
All right, yeah, see ya.
So
All
what's
right,
up?
Rex.
How you doing?
Yeah, man. I'm doing all right. I appreciate you for joining. I'm pretty sure I am at this point gonna go ahead and end the discussions that we've been having about Trump, just because I don't think I'm at a point where I could like confluently debate the topic without having backup in here. I really, I'm in my learning process about the whole political
Yeah, me
reality in
too,
the U.S. right
man.
now. Nick, thank you
Dude,
for the subscription.
I'm sitting in a chair. I got MLB The Show on the TV right now. Like, it's just like y'all look my age. Like I wanted to pick y'all's brains a little bit.
Yeah. So like when it comes to like politics, I'm such a white belt at it because there's like actual information that you have to know, like
Where you from?
empirics. I'm from Colorado. But
Oh,
hey
I'm
man.
stationed in Colorado.
Oh, nice, brother. Nice. Well, yo, Rex, I appreciate you for coming up here and for being pretty decent. And I hope that you have a good rest of your day, bro.
Yeah, bro. You too, man.
Peace out, Rex. For everyone else, y'all, we are going to go and continue the debates, but we are going to go ahead and continue them on this topic. Why is being a lesbian wrong? So if you're in the guest request, make sure that you do think that being a lesbian is wrong. I do apologize for kind of switching up the topic here, but just because Parker just dipped, there's not much I could do here. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's go to move on to our first guest of the night. But keep in mind, if we are in those guest requests, that we do indeed think that being a lesbian is wrong, ladies and gentlemen. So guys, maybe the numbers were a bit down because we were talking about politics for the first time ever, but we are we are gonna go to talk about this topic. I see y'all's comments down there. We'll talk about that, but I need to actually look into it first. What's up, Nicholas? Do you think that being a lesbian is wrong? All right, Nicholas automatically left. We're gonna go to move on to our next guest. We'll go to move on to our next guest. Yeah, I'll make a statement about what you guys are talking about. I just need to look into it first. Obviously I can't because this all came out when I'm live streaming. So, what's up, Shad? Do you think that being a lesbian is wrong?
I mean, I think it's wrong to an extent, but I think
for what
being
reason?
a lesbian is okay.
Yeah, for what reason is it wrong?
Well, my sister, she's a lesbian, and but like, there's some lesbians who like will hate on straight people for being straight,
Wait, I'm so sorry. I think that like prejudice in any sense is wrong, right? But I don't think that this would necessarily reflect women being attracted to women as being wrong. Like, like holy hell. Then if you're gonna quantify it to be wrong to be a lesbian, as there's apparently some lesbians that are like straight phobic. Hey, what do you say it's wrong to be straight? Because of the institutionalized homophobia we don't only see in the context of the United States of America, but on the world scale as a whole.
Yeah, no. I don't think it's wrong for women to love women,
Okay, I appreciate you for coming up here. We're going to go to move on to our next guest. If we are in those guest requests, make sure that we do think women loving women is wrong. So we're going to go to move on to our next guest here. What is going on? Do you think that being a lesbian is wrong? All right, they automatically left. Chat, listen, I see y'all down there. All this is coming out while I'm on live. I don't know what's going on. Let's make sure that we get the facts straight before we say anything. And the only reason I'm saying that is because I don't know any of the damn facts. All right, y'all. I'll definitely talk about it once I do, though. Hey, what's up? Do you think that being a lesbian is wrong?
No.
Screenshots. I haven't even seen the screenshots. I've been on live the whole time. No, you don't. All right, we're gonna go to move on to our next guest. Someone in the chat said screenshots don't lie. I've been live. Hands up, dude. Whoa. All right. Hey, what's going on? Do you think that being a lesbian is wrong? Hi, Kay. Do you think that being a lesbian is wrong? Yeah, you speak.
My stomach was really fucked.
Okay, I don't even think she knew that she was on live. All right, chat. Listen, we may need to do a little bit of a restart here, guys. It looks like we don't have anyone in the guest request. I have a feeling that we are, it's gonna take us a while to get some debates going. We may have to restart here. I don't really want to, so we'll try to get some debates going without a restart. Hey, what's going on, Sims? Do you think that being a lesbian is wrong? All right, they automatically dropped. Moving on to our next guest. Go get after I'm done streaming. Chill. What's up? Do you think that being a lesbian is wrong?
I don't think it's wrong, no, but I think I'm not a fan
Fuck
of
out of here! Guys, we are literally just looking to talk to people that do indeed think that being a lesbian is wrong. Chat, we are looking for debates, all right? Hi, do you think that being a lesbian is wrong? Daniel! Don't let me down, Daniel! Daniel has let me down, ladies and gentlemen. We are moving on to the next guest. Let's get some L guest spammed in the chat. L guest spam in that chat. What is up, Brayden? Do you think that being a lesbian is wrong?
Yes.
Okay, why so?
Because it's not natural.
Okay, can you go ahead and define the word natural for me, Brayden?
Yeah, it's how things are supposed to be biologically.
How things are supposed to be biologically. Like, you mean that lesbians are supposed to be lesbian because they're biologically predispositioned to be so since about 8 weeks gestation? Like that? Oh, maybe that's not what you're talking about. I have a question. Is you being on your phone right now on this live talking to me over a fucking app on the internet natural or unnatural?
Probably unnatural.
So does that mean that you're doing something wrong?
Down to the anatomy. I'm talking about the anatomy of humans. Biologically.
How do you know that individuals are supposed to be straight?
We are biologically designed to be heterosexual. That's how humans were meant to be. Could you name me any animals that are in wild that have same sex, like that have sex that are the same, gender, I guess? Or I don't know how gender works with your
Brayden,
definition.
no, I couldn't. You want to know why? Like, ignore all the comments. It's those liberals. They don't know what they're talking about. There's actually no animals besides humans that engage in same-gendered relations, right? That's just all liberal lies in the comment section. Ignore it all. Ignore all the liberal lies. So you're absolutely right on that point. But my question to you is as follows. If it were to be the case in this hypothetical, fictitious version of reality that a lot of animals engaged in same-gender relations, would you consider it to be natural?
Yeah, probably. I mean, if
Okay, Brayden, so you just got absolutely intellectually dunked on. Over 3,000 animal species apart from humans engaged in same-gendered relations. Like, for instance, babonos, who are 99.6% genetically similar to us, use same-gendered relations in a very similar sense to how humans would. We also see that only 10% of moose engage in same-gendered relations, refusing to engage in opposite-sex intercourse. We see the same thing in the context of penguins, who we observe same-sex monogamous lifelong couples, that literally adopt and raise, like younger penguins. This is also true of the other 2,996 animal species. So you specifically said it were to be natural if other animal species engaged in said forms of intercourse. It is demonstrably true that they do. So therefore, would you concede your entire argument?
Because, even in the Bible, I'm a Christian, so it's not Christian.
The Bible. Oh, the pivot to the Bible. Hey, name one verse in the Bible that tells us being a lesbian is wrong, sir.
Let me find one.
Oh, you don't know one? What about Leviticus 18:22, Leviticus 20:13, Genesis 1:19, 1 Romans 24-32, 1 Corinthians 6-9 are all in 1 Timothy?
What
about
do they
those?
say?
You didn't read your Bible? Oh, you don't know what they say. So it actually just sounds like you're making claims on apparent sexual immorality that you don't even know because you don't read your goddamn scripture. You're turning Christianity in from a symbol of love into a weapon of hate to continue the institutionalization of marginalization, persecution, and hate against the entirety of the LGBTQ plus community.
I'm not hating on lesbian people, okay?
Oh, really? Hey, what's the relevant distinction between you saying that you're not hating on lesbians, but yet you think it's wrong to be a lesbian, and a really racist white man saying, I'm not hating on black people, I just think it's wrong to be black? What's the difference between those two statements?
Well, if I had a disdain or a hatred towards them, then that would be wrong, okay? But me thinking that something is wrong, I don't hate a sinner. I hate the sin. Okay.
So once again, I'm going to go ahead and repeat my question. Obviously, you didn't hear me. What's the difference between you saying that you don't have a disdain and or hatred towards lesbians, you just simply think it's wrong, and a really racist white man saying that he doesn't have a disdain or hatred towards black people, he just doesn't really like the color of their skin? What is the logical distinction between those two things?
But it's not about the color of their
Thank
skin.
you
It's
for the
about their
hands.
actions. Okay. So it's about the.
Thank you for the galaxy. I appreciate you for the love. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for the galaxy.
Man, it's not about. It's not about their. It's not about who they are as people. I don't.
You have yet to demonstrate why lesbian intercourse is wrong. Okay, can you give me one reason why it's wrong?
Because it's not natural. It's not natural.
Okay. You have
to be
literally.
that way.
So first of all, you said that you would concede your argument and say it is natural if it were to be the case that other animals engaged in same-sex intercourse, and I demonstrated to you how that is the case in over 3,000 animal species. So now you are being intellectually dishonest because you are not granting the concession you said you were, which if anything just shows your prejudice against lesbians. Not to mention that when this information became apparent to you, you just segued right back into the Christian Bible. Gooch! Thank you for the money again. I appreciate you for the love. And one thing you haven't done yet is you have not demonstrated where in the Christian Bible it tells us that being a lesbian is wrong, right? Because remember, under your worldview, man, morality all flows from and stems from the Christian creator. And the way that the Christian creator reveals to us what is good and bad is through the religious texts, aka the Bible. So if you are going to make the specific claim that being lesbian is morally wrong due to your Christian religion, you'll have to explicitly show us where it states so in the Christian Bible. So I will now ask you for a verse.
Okay, for a verse, I'm probably not going to be able to give you a verse. However, Sodom and Gomorrah, are you familiar with Sodom and Gomorrah?
I'm familiar of the story of Sodom and Gomorrah, yes.
Okay, so basically, a city of sin was, you know what sodomy is? So it's like butt-related sexual things, right? So that city was being very much so sinful in that they were doing a lot of butt-related stuff, okay? God came down, sent angels, and basically wiped out the city of Sodom because of their sinful ways in their butt-related stuff, aka lesbian activities. Okay, so that there shows me that the God that I believe in doesn't approve of sodomy, aka lesbian intercourse. Okay.
I just don't even think you've read the scripture, because if you actually sit down and you read the story of Sodom and Gomorrah, it's very clear that God had destroyed those cities because the people in those cities were literally graping angels. Sexual assault and grape against God's angels. Not to mention, if you know the historical context, when two civilizations would fight, this winning side and the men in which fought for that winning side would grape the losing side's men in the ass. And this is exactly what was occurring. You absolutely cannot conflate literal grape to two women of age engaging in consentful relations. And that is an equivocation in which I cannot stand behind, sir.
Okay, yes, you're correct about the grape. You're correct about the sexual wickedness and sexual assault. However, homosexuality was indeed a very prevalent.
Name one verse in the Bible that tells us. Wait, also, like, homosexuality in this sense was literally just a man graping another man. Is that what you're really going to call homosexuality? Another insane conflation. But we need to stay talking in the context of women, because if we talk about two men, TikTok will take the live down. I want you to name a verse in the Christian Bible that I want you to name a verse in the Christian Bible that tells us being a lesbian is wrong. You tried and you failed by bringing up the story of Sodom and Gomorrah. God did not destroy those cities because of consenting same-gendered intercourse. He destroyed those cities because of unconsentful same-gendered intercourse, as well as child grape and grape against angels. So now that we know the facts, I want you to give us a verse in the Bible that tells us being a lesbian is wrong.
I'm trying to find a verse.
Use Google. Do it. I dare you.
I am using Google. However, I will say this also from Google. Both cities were destroyed by the fire from God because of their sexual wickedness, including rape, sexual or child sexual abuse.
And he got banned because he continued to talk about. Wow. My live contains themes. Okay. It looks like our live actually just got age restricted, y'all. Our live just got age restricted here today. So we actually have to go ahead and restart. For the 2,000 people in here, just come back. This is ridiculous. Yeah, we got age restricted. I'll be right back, ladies and gentlemen. We are just gonna go and hit a little bit of a restart. We finally grew up to 2K, and of course, then this shit happens. So, I love y'all. See you soon. As soon as we get back into the stream, spam the chat, spam the like, spam the share, so we could try to build back up to this point as soon as possible. I'll see y'all shortly. Love you all. Mwah.
God, or like why you think he's not real, bro?
No, we're talking about why you think being a lesbian is wrong. So, what are your reasons?
All right, I mean, next time you talk about that, I'll talk about that because I don't even want to get into this type of stuff, but it is wrong.
I want you to get into it. Why? Why is it wrong? Give me a reason. Don't run.
Because that's not the way God intended the world to work.
Okay, so did God intend the world to work with like humans owning other humans as property, like owning slaves? Because in Leviticus 25 verses 44 through 46, God specifically says that slavery is okay.
That's not what he's saying, bro. Like you always stretch out the Bible to pick out something super negative, and then you put emphasis on it.
So you say that's not what he's saying. So I'm gonna go ahead and read it off for you right now.
Whenever I'm watching your streams, I notice that you just anything that.
Hey, sir, I'm gonna go ahead and have you shut up. You said God did not say this. You're wrong. Leviticus 25, 44 through 45 says, your male and your female slaves are to come from the nations around you. From them you may buy slaves. You may also buy some of the temporary residents living among you and the members of their clan born in your country, and they will become your property. You can also give them to your children as inherited property and make them slaves for life.
Okay, do you know the context around that verse? Do you know?
Yeah, I do. God was talking to Moses, giving him a bunch of rules about a bunch of shit, and this just happened to be one of them.
Okay, so you understand times were different. Being a servant was a job, like a slave was a job. God calls us his slaves. Like we serve him, we do stuff for him. So it's not like the slaves of America where they're beating black people and stuff. Like it's not like an evil thing.
Actually, yes, it was. Do you know what Exodus 21, 20 through 21 says?
No, what does it say?
Exodus 21 through 21 says, anyone who beats their male or female slave with a rod must be punished if the slave dies as a direct result, but they are not to be punished if the slave recovers after a few days, since the slave is their property. In other words, God is essentially saying here that the masters could beat their slaves as long as they recovered.
Bro, okay, so my point is like, how does that make God not real?
So what specifically makes God not real is other things, but all I'm saying here is it would be just as likely that it's wrong to be a lesbian as it is likely that slavery is a good thing, because these are two things that your standard of morality would dictate as being true.
You're saying slavery is a good thing because it says it in the Bible? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying that this is the view in which you'd have to hold to. In order for you to say that being a lesbian is wrong and holds internal consistency with your standard of morality, i.e. the Bible, you'd have to make that concession, yeah.
No, I think it's wrong because, first of all, that verse that girl just said, man's supposed to lie with a woman. And there's another verse in the Bible that says man's not supposed to lie with man as man.
Yeah, all these verses in the Bible. Give me an argument to justify that the Christian God exists.
You want me to give you an argument that he exists?
Yeah.
The proof is that the Bible is true. It's the most true book in existence. It was the first book. It was the best-selling book ever made. It was so best-selling they had to take it off first of the list. All these people in the West. So
you're saying that the Bible is true because it's the best-selling book ever?
I'm not done talking. The whole Western world was built on top of the Bible. You know that, right?
Okay, so you're saying that the Christian God exists because it's the best-selling book and the whole Western world was built on top of it.
Yeah, I'm trying.
I don't think that these are good reasons for it to be true.
No. So like, it's a deeper conversation, but I can't give you everything right now, like within 2 minutes. What I'm saying, I'm trying to give you like historical evidence and like practical evidence instead of me quoting Bible verses and stuff, because you don't believe the Bible. So what is me quoting Bible verses gonna do? I'm saying like look at the trends in history, like practical evidence. All these people that have read the Bible. You know, did you know the first book Shakespeare read was the Bible? Like he was taught how to read and write with the Bible. So all these other stories and books that you know, governments, like all these people read the Bible to build the world that we live in. So like the moral.
Yeah, I don't think.
Wait. The moral law that you're talking about, all these people got it from the Bible. Like, do you realize?
Yes, I think that that is true. I don't think that you're wrong when you say that Western society and culture is rooted within Judeo-Christian values. But this doesn't mean that the Christian God has to exist for this to be true. Like, for instance, in 2060, Islam is going to be the world's leading religion. You know, the Quran is going to be better selling than the Bible. Does this mean in 2060 that Islam is like more likely to be true than Christianity?
I mean, how much proof? I mean, is that really true? Because they took the Bible off the list. I don't know enough about that to discredit you, so I'm just asking you.
Yeah, that is true. Like what I'm saying here is just because a whole lot of people everywhere believe something is true doesn't mean that it's true. This is called an ad populum fallacy. I could agree with you that a lot of like society and culture is rooted in Christianity, but that's for the mere simple fact that a lot of people have always found Christianity to be true, right? But just because a lot of people think something doesn't mean that it's accurate. Like for instance, for centuries, effectively everyone thought that it was okay for a 40-year-old man to marry a 13-year-old girl, but that didn't mean that was accurate. Thank you all so much for that. We're going to move on to our next guest here, y'all. Let's go and see what Amber has to say, y'all. Everyone just kind of give us a moment to get Amber up in here. Hey, what's up? How old are you?
Hey there, I'm 21.
Nice. Do you think that being a lesbian is wrong, Amber?
With all of everything that I've learned so far, I do believe so, that it is immoral.
Yeah, why?
Because, and not just from a Christian standpoint, obviously I do agree that Western society and then Catholic,
Here, bro, I'm so sorry. I get really tired when these motherfuckers run the same argument on me for like 3 days, for like fucking 3 days in a row. Hi, how old are you? All right. Moving on to our next guest. Let's go and get Gabe up in here. Everyone just give us a moment. Like Christian after Christian after Christian for like an hour and a half. I can't do it. And what's up, Gabe? How old are you?
I'm 22.
Nice. What year were you born in?
2002.
All right, awesome. Do you think that being a lesbian is wrong, Gabe? All right. Gabe is lagging. We're going to move on to our next guest. I'm so sorry. Let's go to see what Brenda has to say. Everyone just give us a moment. Everyone just give us a moment. Hey, what's up, Brenda? How old are you?
I'm old enough to be ashamed of your foul mouth. That's how old I am.
Oh, Brenda, you don't like it?
No, I don't. And I'm going, if you'll give me just a second to speak, I just want to say, you know, we all have faith in something, right?
Damn, Brenda.
And I can't prove my faith to you, and you can't prove your faith in what you believe to me.
1 second. I'm so sorry. Sophia, I'm so sorry for cutting you off, Brenda.
Please
Sophia, thank you so much for the $100 on Venmo. Let's get a massive W, Sophia, in that comment section. Thank you so much for the $100 on Venmo, Sophia. It means the absolute fucking world to me. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That's actually going to help me so much. Your fucking car broke down. My fucking mic stand broke. I am in a rough spot right now. And just thank you so much for the love. Let's get a W, Sophia, in that chat. It literally means the world. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Massive W, Sophia. And also Harry with a raid. Let's get some W Harrys in the comment section for the raid. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Massive W Harry for the raid. Let's fucking go, baby. We're going to move on to our next guest. Massive W Harry, y'all. Also, guys, make sure that we're double tapping on that phone screen. Let's try to get up to 100,000 likes here. What's up, Breezy? How old are you?
30.
Nice, man. Do you think that being a lesbian is wrong, sir?
No, I was just gonna ask you. Do you need help fixing your car?
No. I got it in a car mechanic shop, but they're just charging me a lot of money.
Oh, right on. All right, I was the one that sent something yesterday, willing to help. But all right.
Breezy, I appreciate you for the love, man.
No worries. Have a good one later, dog.
Wait, did he mean like help fixing my car in like a literal sense? I think. Wait, if you meant like a literal sense, maybe I just took that way too literally. But I appreciate you for coming up here. What's up? How old are you?
19.
19. Nice. Do you think that being a lesbian is wrong?
I really don't care. I just want to hear your opinion about it.
I don't think it's wrong. Moving on to our next guest. If we're in those guest requests, make sure that we specifically do think it's wrong to be a lesbian. Yeah, I think you meant literally. Yeah. We're going to move on to our next guest. Everyone just give us a moment. What's up? How old are you?
I'm 22.
Nice. Do you think that being a lesbian is wrong?
I think it's a debate because otherwise it's not like a big heisa around it. Otherwise, two girls can have children. But I think it's not only religion. It's also we do all people do bad things. It's just you have to decide what your bad thing you
Yeah, why is
choose.
being a lesbian wrong?
Because it's not normal that a woman and a woman do things and
It's not
not
normal.
can
What do you mean by normal there?
normal because a woman and a man can have children, can like produce children, can produce themselves, and woman and a woman cannot do that only if it's with science. So it's
I have a
not like
question.
naturally.
Do you think it's wrong for me to marry a woman that's infertile?
No,
Would we be able to reproduce?
no, but
Did that. I think I proved my point, right? Because that's what we call a logical contradiction. Okay, an absurdity, an absurd to whom?
Absurd to anyone who isn't racist.
Okay, you just came up here to waste my
Wait,
time. Good dunk,
what?
Tom. He's saying it's absurd to be racist, but not absurd to be homophobic. Quick dunk. Quit dunk. Yeah, motherfucker gonna. What is that? What is that principle called? It's by humor. Anyways, he just got shit on. Hey, what's
Hello?
up? How old are you?
Hello?
Hello. Hi, how old are you?
I am 64.
Nice. Do you think that being a lesbian is wrong?
I feel that if you love another person that's of the same sex, especially a woman, I don't really see anything wrong with it, but I feel that a woman should be really with a male
Yeah, why?
because she's built that way. A woman is built with a vagina and a male has a penis.
Oh.
A woman's meant to be penetrated.
Do you think it's wrong to be celibate?
Celibate?
Yeah.
No.
Wait, but I thought you were meant to be penetrated, and when you're celibate, you're not
I
penetrated.
said, even if you're celibate, I still believe that women masturbate.
Wait, can lesbian women masturbate?
Yes.
So what's the relevant distinction there?
I think that, I know it sounds like maybe I'm confused, but I don't think I'm confused. I just think that if a woman falls in love with another woman, for some reason, I don't think it's wrong. I don't know why, even though I feel that a woman should be with a male.
So you're saying you don't think it's wrong even though it shouldn't happen. Well, when you say something shouldn't happen, this is what we mean when we say things are wrong. Like, I'd say murder's wrong because it shouldn't happen. Like, unaliving someone is wrong because it shouldn't happen. You know, committing tax fraud isn't wrong because it should. That's a joke. Anyway, so if you're going to say it's not wrong to be lesbian, but it shouldn't happen, this is just a contradiction of our terms.
Well, I don't mean to be contradicting. I'm just saying that if a woman falls in love with another woman, I have no hatred for it. If she really loves another woman and you know has good intentions and everything, she's not just being promiscuous or anything. But I still feel at the same time
Shut up,
that
I'm just so sorry. I just don't have the energy to do it. Y'all, we're gonna fucking... I can't do it, y'all. I've had the fucking longest day ever. Maybe it was just like a bad night for me to go live. Maybe it was just a bad fucking night for me to go live. Maybe I just shouldn't have gone live tonight. I was at the fucking cars. I was at the dealership. I was at the auto shop from 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. Ugh. Immediately get off, scramble for food, scramble for a hotel for the night. Then when I go live, I recognize that my fucking that my mic stand broke. This was like $140. Now I gotta go buy it. Like, car broke, stuck in Vegas, mic stand broke. God damn. We're gonna go live on my second account and hang out for a little bit.
I just can't do this shit, bro. Will someone comment the @ to my second account in that chat? We're gonna go hang out there. I can't even do the debates. Y'all, if you want to come hang out with me, my @ is @it's not Dean, right? So we're just gonna be over there hanging out for a little bit. I just can't do the debates today. I will see you all there. Bye bye. Apparently, I'm a gangster. Well, I am a gangster. Hell yeah. Dean, what is my favorite TV series? Definitely Reacher, Jack Reacher. Am I debating tomorrow? I don't know. Like, I'm probably gonna spend the entirety of tomorrow at the service shop again. You and Parker, be careful, please. Yeah, we gotta be careful. The rally, honestly, we felt pretty safe. Is Parker debating tomorrow? Yes, I do believe he's debating tomorrow. I'm sorry, Dean, I hope it gets better. Yeah, me too, but right now everything is just really rough. Like, actually, like, nothing is going my way. I'm really trying to not crash out. It's gonna get better? Hell yeah. Love from Atlanta? Thank you. Love from Las Vegas. Sorry to hear that. Now oil up at Nike Pros? Fuck you. No car warranty? Yeah, I don't have a warranty on it. Am I stranded in Vegas? Yes. I sure am. Sure am stranded. Did you record any YouTube content? Yes, we did record a lot. Why am I stranded? Because my car broke down. Unfortunate, huh? Am I on the strip? Yeah, I am on the strip for tonight. Did I eat? Yes, I did eat. But for whatever, dude, I had to fucking lie to get into the place that I wanted to eat. It was just like a regular restaurant, but when I walked in, they were like, "Are you over 21?" And I was like, "No." And they're like, "Well, you have to be over 21 to eat inside. Like, they're gonna card you." So then I was like, actually, I am over 21. I didn't mean to say that. And they let me in. Fucking luckily, I was so hungry. You love this strip? Everyone has valet? Yeah. I don't need the valet right now, though. Vegas is so strict. I know. Vegas is really hard to be in as like a 19-year-old. There's not much you could do. There are underground Vegas tunnels. There are. Effie, I gotta look those up. Maybe I should go explore them. Damn. Where do they go? Where do they lead to? Are there like old tunnels built by like the mobsters and shit? For Teslas? Oh. Okay. You don't know, but they're massive? Now I really gotta go look those up. Do not go into the tunnels, but now I kind of want to. It always gets better, Dean. Yeah, that's just what I'm trying to think of right now. They're full of homeless people. It's really sad. Well, I mean, honestly, I understand why homeless people would go into the tunnels. Because it's probably a lot cooler in the tunnels than it is like on the surface. Like if I was homeless and I lived in Vegas, I would do that. You know, like it's been like 100 degrees out every single day. So it's like I would probably want to go into those tunnels. Dean, you got this? Appreciate you, Sav. Definitely, yeah. There's a whole community down there. How do all of you guys know about this and I don't? Is Parker still in Vegas as well? No, Parker went back to LA. Gabby, I appreciate you for the roses. Why am I in Vegas? Because I drove out here for a Trump rally, then just got stuck down here because my car stopped working. What time is it for me? I don't even know. I don't know. Like I've been losing track of the time. Do you need help or are you okay? Yeah, I'm good. 10:30. Yeah, it's 10:30. Yeah, I'm good. Just, obviously, like, life just got really fucking expensive. Like, every 24 hours that I stay here because of the car, got to pay for the hotel. And then just, like, the car fixes. Like, holy shit. Really fucking expensive. How long was the drive to Vegas? 7 hours. It was 7 hours and 400 miles. Can your family help? Actually, I haven't even told my dad that I got stranded. I did tell my mom, and like she did help. She helped me find the shop because she works at a car mechanics place, and like she knows to get around. So she told me what shop to go to, and she helped me get it towed. That's true. Did they give you an ETA in the car? No, it was supposed to be a quick 2-hour fix, ended up being 6, and they ended up not even fixing it, so yeah. Wait, I'm stranded? Yes. Yep, I'm stranded. Sure am. Did Parker help you at all? Yeah, Parker drove me to the car dealership this morning to get it serviced. But then he had to go back home. Dean, have you seen QB in blackface? Yeah, I sure fucking did. Gross, right? What year's the car? It's a 2015. What's up, Bentley? Parker is a real friend. I had a lot of fun with him. It was a fun trip. When does Parker get his accounts back? I think he gets his main account back the day after tomorrow, and he already has his third account back. He just didn't go live today because he was hanging out with his girlfriend. Favorite hamburger helper? Definitely like the cheesy Italian shells. What's up, Raj? Thank you for the heart meat, Chuck, and Karen. Thank you for the roses. Hey, Chuck. Agbor, thank you so much for the $1 on Venmo. I'll make sure to read your message after the live it did clip. Parker getting his main back tomorrow. Okay, yeah, that'll be cool. I might try to co-host with him because it didn't seem like my live tonight did that well. Am I a Biden supporter? Hell yeah, I'm writing for Biden. Did I eat? Yes, bro. I had the best fucking Mexican food ever. I don't know what I had. I don't know what it's called, but it was so fucking good. What's up, Lewis? Do I practice any music? I do. I play a lot of instruments. Oh God, QB made another account? Yeah, how do you all of y'all know about the QB stuff? Oh, Cindy. Cindy, you're trolling. I don't accept that you're a real person. He's been going live. He popped up on your FYP. Yeah, he's fucking crazy. He's so crazy. I wonder if he realizes that everyone who watches him hates him, but only watches because his streams are entertaining because of how crazy he is. Like, no one actually likes that man. No one actually likes QB. Not a single fucking person actually likes him. Not a single person thinks he's trustworthy. Not a single person thinks he's genuine. Not a single person thinks that he's anything but just dog shit. Anyways. Anyways, y'all. I'm about to crash the fuck out. I'm gonna get off the live. Like, things are just going so bad. You know? I'm just like, damn. Oh my god. Everything that's going wrong is... Well, hey, y'all, join my Discord if you want updates about my whereabouts. I hope everyone has a good rest of your night. I love you all. And I'll hopefully see you tomorrow, but maybe not because I'll be driving all day. Bye, y'all. Hey, oh, okay, he left as well. Do you think that being a lesbian is wrong?
Can you hear me?
Bro, Matthew, do you think that being a lesbian is wrong?
Yes.
Okay, why so?
Multiple reasons. I think it goes against the natural human functions of biology between a man and a woman. We can start there.
Okay, yeah, you think it goes against something. Okay, how so?
I just think there's a natural order of things that have been created, and being a lesbian is one of those things.
Yeah, so how particularly do you know that people are supposed to be straight? Perfect mix. I appreciate you so much for that, Galaxy. Thank you for the love.
How do I know they're supposed to be straight?
Yeah.
I don't think anybody necessarily has to be straight. I just don't think it's natural when they're not.
Oh, you don't think it's natural to be a lesbian. So what's the definition of the word natural here, Matthew?
I don't know the Webster's dictionary version of the word natural. I could look it up, but...
So the definition of natural is just what is found in or existing in nature outside of human influence. And like being lesbian definitely exists in nature. We see it in over 3,000 animal species.
But the coherence of an animal is a lot different than a human.
Not when we're determining what's natural or unnatural. Like, I mean, for instance, it's unnatural to wear shoes because shoes aren't present in nature, right? These are like caused by our human influence. Would you say it's wrong to wear shoes though?
Honestly, I think that barefoot living is a really consistent way to live, and if more people live that way, it'd actually probably be better for their feet and their body.
Yeah, so do you think it's wrong to wear shoes in the same way it's wrong to be a lesbian?
Not necessarily. I think there's an order to things, though, because you can, if you look at one thing naturally, but you look at another thing, I mean, there's been studies that have been given that talk about if there is essentially being, I guess, really can only use the word lesbian, being lesbian can actually cause a higher ratio of STIs.
Yeah, can you give me that study? Because that's just factually incorrect. We actually see the lowest rates. We see the lowest rates to be like predisposed towards STI and STDs in the context of like two women, like even lower than that of like heterosexual intercourse. So
that's interesting because I feel like that's probably that. I feel like a lot of the studies that are done on those are only done on the small percentage of the populace demographic that actually identifies as homosexual.
No, so once again, Matthew, what we're saying here is you have the lowest like chance to get an STI or STD, like any sexually transmitted disease, by engaging in intercourse as a woman with another woman, and even like a lower chance in engaging in intercourse with another man. Like some studies may indicate that the chances of getting STD are the highest for two men. Which, if that's true, I feel that's important to recognize because we really do need to, be very educated about sexual health, especially for like two men, if that were to be the case. But if your argument is it's wrong for two men to engage in intercourse with one another because they have a heightened disposition for STIs, well, then you'd say that individuals should engage in lesbian sex because that puts them at the lowest disposition for STIs.
Yeah, and so what I'm saying is, on the idea of lesbian on lesbian, is that sourced? Is there like somewhere that says that, like a study's been done that like women with women are the lowest to have STIs?
Yeah, and I don't mind like giving you my resources, but I did ask you for a study like a good 3 minutes ago now that shows me that's not true.
Yeah, absolutely. Let me find it.
Yeah. In the meantime, guys, for the 800 people in here, make sure that we're double tapping on that phone screen here, folks. Let's try to get up to 100K likes. We are live on the third account, so make sure that you're following us on here. We typically are live on other accounts, so you probably don't. It will also help us if we're able to send out this live to a couple of friends here today, y'all. We need to try to get this live out there. While he's looking for a source to back his claims, maybe I'll just talk to chat. Also, if you want to support me, my Venmo as well as my PayPal are in my bio, folks. Becky, I appreciate you for sharing the live. What's up, Omwa? while you're not live on the main, because if we get another live ban on the main account, then the entire account gets permanently terminated. So we're kind of in like a really weird like limbo time right now where we're going to be switching between other accounts. Is my car fixed? Yes, thank fucking God it is. Thank fucking God it is fixed. I appreciate all y'all for the follows, really helping us out here. We're just waiting on Matthew to, get a source for his claim. How will you not get banned, though? Exactly. If I go live on the main account, I will get banned, so I just have to stop. Unless I want the account to get banned. Someone says, don't use God's name in vain. God, Jesus Christ, damn, motherfucker, hell. Sorry. All right. Well, while Matthew's looking for that claim, I guess we'll just go ahead and add someone else up as well. Oh, he's actually back. Hi, Matthew.
I got it. So it's cdc.gov. And it's called STIs and GAY. And that's all it's a CDC on CDC.
So what is it called?
That's literally all it says. That's the only heading.
Could you repeat that?
Yeah, it's on the CDC and it just says STIs and GAY men.
Oh,
and bisexual men.
Okay, yeah. So I think if you listen to what I had said, it definitely could be the case that like STD transmission rates are highest amongst GAY men. However, my claim was that they're lowest amongst lesbian women. And I asked you for a source that would particularly refute the idea that they're lowest amongst lesbian women. Because follow my logic here. If you're saying that because of the higher transmission rates of STDs amongst gay men, oh shit, I just said it, whoops, that these GAY men should instead engage in straight intercourse, well, we could just use that same logic in comparison to straight intercourse to lesbian intercourse. Because of the higher transmission rates in straight intercourse, they should engage in lesbian intercourse.
That's on me too, because I thought we're broadly using the term lesbian for everything. So I didn't know that you meant it like 100% in that way. But even if so, regardless, that would go against the argument that I originally stated that like the natural term of things equals a higher rate, whereas of course anybody can get an STI. That's just natural. Like we're dirty humans. We have nasty things that go about us. We're using our private parts, which literally release fecal matter and urine from us. So if those things being covered all day, covered with perspiration, if there's not germs and things that are in those areas, that would actually be shocking if people didn't get the STIs. But the higher rate...
Heterosexual intercourse involves the use of an organ that releases like biohazards such as blood. It also would include two organs which would release urine. I don't understand like what you're really getting at here. I think if everyone should stay clean regardless of their sexual orientation in the way in which they engage in intercourse. But more so the point here is you're saying that it's unnatural. I've demonstrated how that's not true. I've demonstrated how being a lesbian is natural. I've demonstrated how being GAY is natural. We observe it in over 3,000 animal species in the wild, ranging from babonos, who are 99.6% genetically similar to us, to like penguins, who we've seen adopt and raise, like same-sex penguin couples adopt and raise young penguins. 10% of moose will only engage in same-gendered intercourse. We would also see that we have natural biological predispositions to be lesbian or to be GAY. Like GAY men have different shapes and sizes of their brain and associations on their genome than straight men. You can't make the claim that it's unnatural. But even if it were to be unnatural, you wouldn't be able to use this as a basis to say that it's morally wrong. Right? That's called a naturalistic fallacy. This live is unnatural, but yet I'm guessing you wouldn't say you're doing anything wrong by being on this live. Clothing is unnatural, but I'm guessing you wouldn't say we do anything wrong by wearing clothing.
Well,
and then also in nature, we see animals graping and eating their children, so that's natural. Would we say that therefore there's nothing wrong with it? No.
Yeah, but I'm talking about natural as far as like we're talking about from like a anatomy side of the argument, rather than it just being like, of course, the live is unnatural.
Oh, you're just saying that the PP is supposed to go in the vajayjay. Is it wrong for me to get a BJ for my girlfriend?
Not necessarily, but if we're talking about...
But why? I thought the PP was supposed to go in the vajayjay, not the mouth.
Sure, but I think that it's...
So what's the relevant distinction between me getting a BJ for my girlfriend not being wrong and like two men engaging in intercourse and that being wrong? What's the difference between those two things?
The difference is there's a higher chance, of you getting...
Oh, there's a higher chance of an STD. Would you say then, therefore, that lesbian intercourse is not wrong to engage in, as there's actually the lowest chance of getting an STD?
I still haven't heard a source for that.
You said that you particularly had a source that would refute that.
No, my original claim was just that I had a source that said it was a higher rate of STI in GAY relationships. I didn't refer to the lesbian.
Yeah, so we could look up like sexual orientation and related viral sexually transmitted diseases. This is going to be DOI 10.2105/AJPH.2007.11/2011. This is going to be written by Joe Tao with a PhD, and essentially this is a study that would find that STD transmission rates are lowest amongst lesbian women.
That was in 2011.
This was released in 2008.
2008. So I'm sure there's probably been more, seeing as the increasing rate since 2008 to 2024 of GAY relationships across men and women, both same-sex attractions, since then. But I don't have.
Okay, so when you like to give me any statistics since then to disprove the ones I just granted to you?
Absolutely. No, I'm just saying, in said debate, if we're debating, I would not. Typically, I try to go for the most current research, as I know you do.
I'm so sorry. When we're talking about STD and STI transmission rates, these things literally don't these are pretty constant. These will essentially remain the same. And then if you're saying that they're out of date, then you have to find evidence to refute that.
Okay.
I mean, we also have a study from CDC in 2021. Women who have sex with women and women who have sex with men that goes over like STD transmission rates, and it shows that women who have sex with men might be at an increased risk for STI and STDs.
What's the source on that one?
CDC, bro. Jillian, thank you so much for the
what's the
dinosaur.
title for
You're being
it?
fucking dense as fuck.
What's the title for it?
Women who have sex with women and women who have sex with women and men.
Okay. I don't understand how it's being dense. I'm just trying to clarify.
I gave you a source. You said it's out of date. I asked you for a more recent one that proves it. You said no. And then I gave you one from
That was in
2021.
my
Are you willing to accept the truth or not?
I think I'd be willing to accept the truth if I did a little bit more of my own research on that study specifically.
Okay, so you're too fucking dense. How about this? Is it wrong for two men to engage in intercourse with one another if they're both clean and they both don't have an STD and they're at a 0% chance for getting one by engaging in
Yeah,
intercourse?
because it goes against the natural process.
So then the predisposition or any potentiality to get an STD from intercourse is not your evaluative tool that would consider like intercourse to be wrong. Right?
Sure, but that's-
because
that's
follow me, shut up and follow me. You said
That's
it is
not
wrong to
wrong.
engage in same-gendered intercourse because they're at a higher risk for STDs. But now we're seeing even if they're not at any risk for STDs, you still think it's wrong. So why is
Yeah.
it particularly wrong for two men to engage in intercourse with one another if they're not at any risk for STDs?
Well, because that's still the natural argument.
Okay, so you're saying it's unnatural for them to do so. Then why is it not wrong for me to get a BJ for my girlfriend?
Because there's nowhere in any.
Is that unnatural?
Not really.
Okay, so then why would it be unnatural for two men to engage in intercourse with one another? What's the specific distinction here?
Because there was a physical design that was made for a man to be with.
Wait,
a woman.
you think that the pee-pee was physically designed to go in a woman's mouth?
Who am I to say?
And how do you know that men are supposed to be with women?
I mean, if men weren't with women, we wouldn't exist.
Oh, so you're saying that in order for like us to be here, like it's necessary that men engage in intercourse with women. Actually, I'll take it one step further. It's necessary that fertile men engage in intercourse with fertile women. Because in the same way if a woman engages in intercourse with another woman and they can't reproduce, if a man engages in intercourse with an infertile woman, they can't reproduce. So my question to you is it morally wrong for me as a fertile man to marry an infertile woman?
Do you know she's infertile previous to marrying her?
Yep.
I still don't think it's wrong because there's the same way that anybody would say that like the IVF and like surrogate mother option and all that for if it was the same case for a gay woman or
Don't say that.
a lesbian woman, a lesbian woman and a lesbian man, then yeah, you know what I mean. It would be the same, but the difference there is I mean, this goes into so many things. Raising kids with presence of a male female.
Yeah, can you go ahead and give me absolutely any evidence when children are raised by same-sex couples that they have worse outcomes?
Yeah.
Yeah, give it to me.
I think there's agendas pushed. I think that there is.
Wait, one second. Don't continue. Don't pivot. Give me your evidence.
I'm not pivoting. I'm giving you evidence. I have families that I've known personally, one-on-one, that have literally said that there was less of a influence of like man-like qualities in a child that was raised with two women because
Shit. I don't know if that would produce worse outcomes. That might produce better outcomes. But here's the facts. I don't really care about your anecdotal experiences. In the same way we generally know that when a child is raised by two parents in comparison to one, they have better outcomes. I know people that were raised by one parent that had better outcomes than those that were raised by two. So if we're going to be making these general claims, we actually have to be looking at the studies. We have to be looking at the evidence. We have to be looking at these peer-reviewed papers. And when we do so, we actually see that there's no evidence that would indicate that children raised by a same-sex couple and their outcomes are any different than children raised by opposite-sex couples. Like, for instance, we could look at the study called Non-Traditional Families and Childhood Progress Through School, a comment in Rosenfield, published in Demography in 2012 by D.W. Allen and C. Pollock, which essentially tells us that there's no differences in the outcomes of a child being raised by a same-sex couple or an opposite-sex couple, and the only time we see a difference in the outcomes of a child being raised is if they're raised by one parent in comparison to two. It doesn't matter if the one parent's a man or a woman. Actually, it might a little bit, speaking from the empirics. But when we have two parents, it doesn't matter if they're two men or two women, the outcomes are going to be the same.
I just don't feel like that's like possibly true in any
Then
sense.
give me a study to indicate otherwise in the same way I gave you a study to indicate that this was true.
Okay, so first, I don't think that anecdotal evidence is experience is everything. Everything's based off experience. Right?
Repeat that.
I said everything's based off experience.
Oh my gosh. Okay,
Anecdotal.
so if I grew up in a household where I never starve, one second. If I grew up in a household where I have food on the table every night, I never starve, and my tummy's always full, does this mean that there's no children across the world that are starving?
I'm sorry, you cut out now. What'd you say? I heard the first part about.
So if I grew up in a household where I have food on the table every night, I never starve, my tummy's always full, does this mean that there's no children across the entire world that don't have food on the table, that don't starve some nights? Their tummies aren't always full. Do my experiences speak for everyone? Okay, it's cutting out here, chat. Matt, can you answer my question?
Can I? TikTok is freaking out on me. Can I leave and come back?
Sure, Matthew. Make sure to re-request. We're going to move on to our next guest, guys. We have literally 2 guest requests here. No opposition. We have 1,000 people in here. So if you're watching the live right now and you do think that being a lesbian is wrong, make sure to hop in those guest requests, y'all. Additionally, here in the meantime, if you want to support me, my Venmo as well as my PayPal are in my bio here, folks. But we're going to move on to our next guest for the meantime, y'all. Actually, Matthew is back in the guest request, so we'll go and let him back up. But guys, we're also on our 3rd account right now, so make sure to hit that follow button. Right, because we're going to be going live on here every day moving forward. So make sure to hit the follow button on here, folks. Welcome back, Matthew. So did you hear my question there before you left?
Yeah.
Okay, he's still freaking out. I'm sorry, Matthew. I just got to move on to the next guest here, y'all. Guys, let's go and see what Jason Chicken has to say. We're going to go and send a quick pull out in the chat, y'all. Make sure to respond to it just as a little bit of an engagement boost.
I fucking hate faggots.
Okay, you're like a 12-year-old kid, bro. Great that you know how to slur, but do you know how to fold your own laundry?
Remember me?
Do you know how to change a tire? 1 second, I'm still cooking. Do you know how to cook your own dinner? Do you know how to do your homework without going to your dad for help?
Nigger, shut up.
Another fucking fetus that's slurring. Crazy shit. If we're in those guest requests, y'all, make sure that we do specifically think that being a lesbian is wrong. What's up? How old are you?
Yo.
Hey,
I'm
what's up?
33, dude.
Nice.
33.
Dude. Do you think that being a lesbian is wrong?
No.
Oh, nice, bro. We are just looking for people that do specifically think it's wrong. If we're in those guest requests, make sure that we do think that being a lesbian is wrong. We're going to move on to our next guest. Also, make sure that we're at least 18. The slurring fetuses is something I did mentally prepare for, but fucking jump scares me, bro. Moving on to our next guest. Everyone just give us a moment. Also, guys, let's try to get up to 100K likes. All right, Batman versus Spider-Man is not loading in, so we are going to move on to our next guest. Let's go ahead and see what Saint has to say. All right, no one is loading in. Everyone just kind of give us a moment here. We're going to get Batman up in here. Guys, if you are watching the live and you do think that being a lesbian is wrong, make sure to hop in the guest requests. What's up, Batman? How old are you?
Shut up, nigger.
1 second. Let's see. You have a Bible verse in your bio. Yeah, Christian love, folks. We're going to move on to our next guest here. Can we get some W Christian love in the comment section? Let's get some W Christian love. What's up? How old are you? Hi, do you speak? Fellow stoner, hello. The guest requests are cursed. Just gonna go ahead and start blocking people here. Dan, it'd really help me if you could hop out of the guest requests here. I'm only looking for debates.
Faggot ass niggas.
All right. You know what, Jason? Request. We're gonna do something fun with you. We're gonna go to move on to Paisley. Hey, what's up? How do you? They automatically dropped. Moving on to Chris Bacon. Hey, what's up? How old are you?
Hello.
Hey, how old are you?
I'm 26.
Nice. Do you think that being a lesbian is wrong, man?
No, to be honest, I don't see the issue with it.
Dude, what is going on? Like, we're just looking for, like, conversations here. We're looking for debates. Let's go to move on to Heidi. If we're in those guest requests, guys, make sure that we do think that being a lesbian is wrong. We're just looking for some debates. Hi, how old are you?
19.
Nice. Do you think that being a lesbian is wrong?
Yes.
Okay, why so?
Because Ephesians 21 says so.
Ephesians 21 is not a book in the Bible.
It isn't?
No.
Oh, wait. Why don't you tell your audience why that is?
Why it's not a book in the Bible? It just doesn't exist in the Bible.
Yeah, because it's on your profile last time I checked.
Yeah, it is. I quoted a Bible verse, yeah. So anyway, so why do you think that being a lesbian is wrong?
I would say that it's biblically spoken against.
Yeah, could you go ahead and name a single verse in the Christian Bible that tells us being a lesbian is wrong?
Leviticus 18:22.
Okay, so you think Leviticus tells us what's right and wrong, and it's accurate in doing so. Do you think that Leviticus 25 verse 44 is accurate when it tells us that slavery is okay? In the same way you think that Leviticus 18:22 is accurate when it tells us
Yes.
that being a lesbian is wrong?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so you don't think that owning slaves is wrong?
I don't think so.
Okay, so do you think that genocide and ethnic cleansing is wrong?
No. Well, yes, I do.
Wait, I just want to make sure that you don't think that owning slaves is wrong, but you do think that two women holding hands sexually is?
I don't think that slavery equals abuse, but also I'm against genocide and ethnic cleansing, which you cannot find inside the Bible.
So what does 1 Samuel 15:3 say?
So if you're talking about the Amalekites or the Midianites, all right. So
Oh my God! Bro? We have the smartest Brooks fan on the live right now. Slavery doesn't equal abuse. Genocide isn't in the Bible, but it is wrong for two women to hold hands sexually. We have the smartest Brooks fan on the live. Sorry.
Well,
continue,
wait.
Heidi.
So why are you laughing? Why don't you have a conversation with me, right? I'm your guest.
Oh, I mean, I'm having a conversation with you, but I am laughing at it. You are
Okay,
quite
you're
funny.
breaking the fourth wall. So let's just talk about how Samuel, whatever verse you gave up, says genocide is okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so show me the verse. Like, read it to me.
Yeah, so God commands Saul to gather his men and genocide the Amalekites, telling them to slaughter man, woman, child, suckling, infant, camel, ox, sheep, and ass. I mean, man.
And why did God say this?
Why did God say that? I mean, it's irrelevant because you think God had good reason to do so regardless of what the good
Exactly. I
reason
do
is.
think that it's justified. So can you give me what the justification would be in the Bible with context?
I've heard different things, like the Amalekites weren't fully human. The Amalekites were doing bad things to the Israelites. But like more so the point
Okay,
that I'm
no,
getting at
let's
here.
not go with opinion. Let's go with what the Bible is actually saying, right? So
Okay,
you're talking about
Heidi,
the Amalekite people.
let me try to explain this one to you.
Right,
So,
yeah.
like when I ask you the question, is genocide always wrong? And then I reference 1 Samuel 15:3. I'm not asking you for what the good reason is, apparently good reason is, that God had to genocide them. Because I don't think that any context, I don't think that any reason would be able to justify the slaughter of infant babies. But honestly, yeah, it seems like you don't think that slavery is wrong. You don't think it's abuse. You don't think that owning people's property for the entirety of their lives and beating them if they do anything that you don't like is wrong. This is insane, right? And I think that this is a delusion of the Christian worldview. Your God isn't real. He's fake. He's a delusion of your mind. You have no evidence for him. The Bible's written by man. The Bible is internally contradictory to the historical notions in which we now know about the world. It gives us false information. There's no evidence to substantiate that Jesus Christ was the Son of God. And there's a multitude of philosophical arguments against him, and there's no philosophical argument for him. So as far as I'm concerned, you're just using a delusion that exists in your brain to like justify your prejudice that you use to harm, marginalize, and oppress the entirety of the LGBTQ plus community. It's embarrassing. You need to grow up. We're in 2024, not 1824. It's time you started orientating yourself with the truth and not these delusions that help you cope with the fact that when you die, you're gone forever.
Okay, so thank you for the monologue because I was definitely listening to all that. So anyways.
Every word was incredibly valuable. Every word was incredibly valuable. I said a lot, but
it was like
there's a
bunch
lot
of
of value
nonsense.
there. Well, the only reason you think it's a bunch of nonsense is because you don't associate yourself with fact, reason, logic, or truth. You're a Christian. Of course, I expect you to say it's a bunch of nonsense. But then you'll say that God isn't.
So you're having a
Thank you
guest
so
on
much for
your
the
live.
champion. I appreciate you so much for the love. Let's get a W.
Okay, so
Thank you
you're
for the champion.
grifting. You're having a guest go on your live,
You think
but you
I'm
go on
grifting?
monologues, and I can't
What's
speak for like
grifting?
5 seconds.
What's grifting?
Right.
What's grifting?
Grifting is like when you're just like doing this scheme. You have this rotation with you and Parker. You talk about the same exact topics, and you get guests on here for your money. Okay, because you're broke. You have no valid reason to be on here other than to argue with people.
JC, thank you so much for the $6.66 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love, W66 and WJC. Heidi, we need a lock in here. I'm about to educate the fuck out of you. Professor Dean is in. So here's the thing. I destroyed you insofar as our conversation so far, Heidi.
No, you didn't destroy me. Actually, I debated you on
Heidi,
Discord,
Heidi,
and you were miserable at it.
Heidi, I let you finish. It is now my
All right.
turn. Okay.
Okay.
I destroyed you on Discord. I'm
No, you
destroying
did not.
you now. You literally are you what? Maddie, thank you for the $66.66 on Venmo. I appreciate you so much for the love. Let's get a W, Maddie, in that chat for the $66. Maddie says hi, Heidi, by the way. And Colton, thank you so much for the $6.66 on Venmo as well. W, Maddie, for the $66, and W, Colton, for the $6.66. W, Grift, guys, W, Grift. But anyways, I think I remember.
This is a grown man going crazy over $6, man. This is a shame.
No, I was actually going crazy over $66. And what's a shame is that you can't even recognize your own irrationalities and ignorance. I remember you from Discord, and I literally remember you saying that you didn't have a response, and you left with tears in your eyes, and everyone watching, even the Christians, clowning on you. And then I sent a screenshot in the chat of you saying that I was a stupid atheist, and then you apologized to me for saying that. So I don't know what this I destroyed your Discord Dean shit is getting at. But anyways, my overwhelming point here, without you interrupting me, is you said that I'm on here to grift. And I just think it's incredibly funny when you irrational, ignorant Christians cannot think of a response to the logic, to the reason, to the good arguments that I have, but you still don't like me and you still don't like them, so you discredit them on the basis of contorting reality to make me out to be a bad guy. Because if Dean's a bad guy, if Dean isn't doing this with good intention, then all of a sudden you don't have to care about what Dean says. And this is the only reason why people like you accuse me of being a grifter with no evidence, just to fit your fucking narrative. And Dylan, thank you so much for the $6.66 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love.
Okay,
W,
so
Dylan.
your
But go ahead,
monologue's
Heidi.
over, or are you still gonna go crazy over?
I'm not
$6?
fucking monologuing. I'm cooking a filet mignon
calm
right
down,
now.
calm
That
down,
shit
you're a grown
takes
man.
time.
You're a grown man. Okay, calm down. Did
A
you take your
grown
meds
man
today?
shitting on a little girl. I'm doing something wrong. Go ahead.
Okay, so now that we have you, like, I don't know, fidgeting over $6, let me finish talking as I
Dylan,
was.
I appreciate you for the
before.
$6. Guys, let's get a
Alright,
W666
go
in the
crazy
chat.
over
If you would have sent me
$6.
$6, my Venmo, my PayPal's in my
You
bio.
can't get a job. You can't really
Wait,
get a
this is my
job,
job.
so you're
This
going
is my-
crazy over
this is my
$6.
job.
Anyways,
One
as
second,
I
Heidi,
was
this
saying,
is my job.
oh, that's actually a shame. That's actually a shame. Anyways,
Wait, why so? Why is this a shame?
because you're arguing with people and you're just here for money. Basically, you're not sharing any education. You're a grown man and you're going crazy over $6. So
Okay,
and you're
so you're saying
sitting
that
on
it's a
phone.
shame because I'm arguing with people and I'm doing it just for money. So I absolutely already covered the basis about doing it just for money. When I actually started, I didn't make any money for months. That sounds like a really bad business proposition. Oh, I'm going to go on here. I know that I'm so cool. I know that I'm so special. I know that I'm going to blow up and get thousands of people to watch me every day. And I know that I'm going to be able to make a bit of money down the road.
Okay, get a
Bro,
job.
you're getting shit on. Do you see how unrealistic that is? Almost as unrealistic as your God. Maddie, thank you so much for the $66.66 on Venmo. Holy shit. Thank you so much for the love, Maddie. Let's
so
get
your
a
job
W,
is
Maddie, in that
asking people
chat.
to
Thank you
donate to
so
you?
much. Thank you so much, Maddie. Go ahead.
Okay, your job is like asking people to give you like money. Random people, not your family, not your friends. You just ask people to get you money online. So you're a beggar for a profession.
Okay, so actually, you're saying that I'm a beggar for a profession. No, so I come on here, stream every day, and I provide entertainment, education, and individuals don't donate to me because I asked them to. Individuals donate to me because they feel as if they got value out of what I provide. And that's what's important to me. I feel like I'm doing something good here, and I absolutely am. And then not to mention here, but I feel like you're getting really mad when people are sending me money here. You know?
No,
Like
I'm
you're
not
almost,
mad.
you're
I find
pissed.
it embarrassing because I would never sell my dignity to ask people online for donations.
Can I be honest? I have more dignity I have more dignity in my life now more than ever because I actually feel like I'm finally doing something good with it. Brayden, thank you for the $6.66 on Venmo. Thank you for the cowboy hat as well. Let's get a W, Brayden, for supporting, the job. Thank you so much for the love. Let's get a W, Brayden. Thank you for the $6.66 on Venmo. I appreciate you. Venmo and PayPal in the bio, by the way.
All right, so you were saying that you cooked me on Discord and that I was like in tears. Well, you went in for like 20 seconds at least, and you came up with this like really bad argument for the reason why God doesn't exist. You were saying that perfection is arbitrary because before the existence of the universe, it was perfect in Christian theology, and after the creation of the universe, there was perfection. But it doesn't mean that it was an arbitrary choice to have creation. That doesn't.
Danielle, thank you so much for the demon money. Thank you for the $6.66 on Venmo. I appreciate you so much for the love. W Danielle, I appreciate you for the love. W666 as well. I'm sorry, I got a Venmo, I got a donation. Continue.
All right, so your take on how perfection could be arbitrary and the creation of the universe to be arbitrary, you saying that, oh, God doesn't exist is arbitrary and all this is for discrimination and whatever, it's wrong.
Okay, Heidi. So it looks like you can't even recap my argument that I gave you on Discord.
No,
I guess
it
I'll
was
quickly retouch on that just to show people that are watching how lost you are. So the argument would go as follows. So perfection can be defined as flawlessness, with a flaw being defined as an undesirable trait or attitude. And then
No,
we'd
it's
also
not
say here that nothing is
undesirable.
better.
Perfection is not about desire. That's wrong.
Okay, Heidi. So what is perfection?
Perfection means without flaw. It doesn't mean desire.
And what's a flaw?
A flaw is like something that cannot perform its obligations or its objective purpose.
Okay, so if something doesn't meet its objective purpose to God, is that undesirable?
But yeah, sure, we could have more reasons to have.
Yo, Jannard, I appreciate you for the $6.66 on PayPal. Thank you so much for the love. So, in other words, if something is imperfect in the eyes of God, if it's undesirable. Destiny, thank you so much for the $6.66 on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love. Let's get a W Destiny and a W Judd. I appreciate y'all for the love here. Anyways, we could go back over that argument again and you could get schooled. But I actually remember asking you some very specific questions that you seem to be completely pivoting around.
No, okay, so recap it.
Yeah, so you came up here, said that being lesbian is wrong because the Bible says so. Thank you for the cap. And Ramses, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo. Ramses says, I have a BA and a master's, and you've taught me more about philosophy. W, I appreciate you so much for the love. See, I'm doing something good here, Heidi. And then you said being a lesbian is wrong in accordance with the Bible. And then I asked you for the verse. You named one. I showed you the absurdity in that, but more so I asked you just for a justification for the existence of the Christian God, and you provided that to me. You got really angry because I started dunking on you. You started accusing me of
You didn't dunk on
grifting.
me. All you've done so far was just talk about the random people.
Try, and I appreciate you so much for the $6.66. I love you, dude. I love you too. Kiddo with the $6.66 on Venmo saying this is comical. Yeah, it is. She's fucking hilarious. Thank you so much, guys. Go ahead and continue.
All right, so you were saying, what were you just saying before you were screaming about $6?
Yeah, I asked you for an argument to justify the existence of the Christian God.
So I would say that since we know that the universe existed 13.8 billion years ago, we would say that there is a cause for its existence. And I would say that since all things that exist in our world have a cause, so that the universe has a cause, therefore it has a causer.
Okay, so why can't I make the assumption that the universe can't have a cause, or and more so, I don't see the issue with saying that the universe could be eternal. I mean, even a couple things here. So there's two ways of going about this. So if I were to say that the universe does have a cause, this wouldn't prove any like God, theist or deist. In fact, we could assume a naturalistic cause. But what I'm more inclined to say is that the universe is eternal by nature. But we could kind of look at the implications of that. But more so, what I'm saying here is this argumentation does not lead to a God. For the reason, even if it does have a cause, it doesn't have to be a God. It could be a naturalistic one. And it's also possible that it doesn't have a cause and it's eternal.
The root of classical theism is that the universe has a cause, and then we're part of this universe. It's not a single object; it is a collective of all things that exist. And since I believe that there's someone who created all things that exist, the principle would be that yes, the universe is not eternal, and it would have a finite cause.
So
if we
why
went to
can't the universe be eternal?
So I would say that since the common consensus would be that the Big Bang Theory is true, that 13.8 billion years ago is a fair assumption for the age of the universe. And since we could have an age of the
Yeah, but
universe
you're conflating
at all,
the expansion of the universe to the start of the universe. See, like I don't
Yeah,
think that
yeah,
like
but the
I don't see any
singularity
I don't
would
I
have
don't
been
see like
infinitely
any
then.
issue with like an eternal singularity. Like just assuming some fundamental set of particles in which is like eternal in nature that had the necessary properties to give way to the conception of the universe. In fact, this is a very like like similar like notion to that of a god, but it's simpler by nature, therefore more probable.
I would not say that it's more probable. I would say
Grimlock, thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal. I appreciate you so much for the love. Let's get a W Grimlock in that chat. Thank you so much for the love, Grimlock. Go ahead.
All right, so so you were saying that like it's more probable to say that God doesn't exist because we have a finite point in time.
Well, given your argument, we could definitely make the no. So we could say that like a naturalistic worldview would be more probable than a theistic worldview, given your argument insofar, by just assuming a more simple cause insofar as explaining the conception of the universe, right?
And and what is your solution to like the problem of theism? So what would be that cause?
Yeah, so I actually already purported one, like a fundamental set of particles in which would require less presuppositions to be the case in your theist God. But I think like
So
the presuppositions.
wait, hold on.
I think the presuppositions granted. I think the
fundamental particles
Okay.
have no explanation.
Yes, so they would be eternal by nature.
So, like, can you even prove that there are fundamental particles that are eternal, were never created at all, and existed forever?
Yeah, can you even prove that the Christian God?
No, Will, you just said that there's an existence of an actual physical fundamental particle. You said that, not me. So I want you to prove.
I
the
mean, you think
fundamental
that there's an
particles.
existence of an actual physical God named Jesus Christ that walked the earth 2,000 years ago. Like, you understand what I'm doing here? So I'm just positing the same explanation that you are for the conception in the universe. I'm just making it more simple. So if your response to this is, oh, you have to prove that that exists, fucking prove there's a God. Prove this God is all good.
Wait.
Prove
What
this
we're
God is
doing
all knowing. Prove this God is
completely
perfect. Prove this God cares about us. Prove that when we die, we either go to heaven or hell. Prove this there's a Satan. Prove
this
that
a
this God made Adam and Eve
conversation, or is this you
like
just
Adam
going
and
on
Eve 6,000 years
monologues over and
ago.
over again?
Am I monologuing or dunking on you?
You're not dunking on me. You're just like doing whatever.
You're not dunking on me, Dean. I'm just making myself look really silly. Get fucked on, okay? I'm balling.
Okay, so the laws of nature do not cause the order of nature. Like, just because we understand how physical natural things, react to each other and relate to each other, that does not make the laws of nature the cause of all these
What
things.
the fuck are you? The laws of fucking nature? We're talking about a fundamental set of particles. I don't know what she's yapping about.
No, you said
Guys,
that
there's a lot of big issues with the Christian worldview. Watch this. I'm gonna make this very entertaining for everyone watching. We've dropped 200 views. We need to make it more entertaining here. And I have no respect for her, so I'm just clowning on her. Watch this. You gave me the cosmological argument. You said that the universe has a cause. Okay. I've just destroyed that. There could be a naturalistic cause.
No, you didn't
or the
destroy
universe
it.
can
You're
be
just going to more probabilities.
Heidi, I have destroyed it by
No, you did
granting an
not.
explanation in which is more probable by nature.
Okay,
I have also
explain how
posited
it's
the
more
idea
probable.
that the Kalam cosmological argument can be incompatible with the conception of the universe as the universe can be eternal. But what I'm interested in, okay, you're right. The Kalam cosmological argument proves that the universe has a cause, which it doesn't, and I've showed you how, but making this assumption. Now I want you to show me that this cause is the Christian God that thinks being lesbian is wrong. Melvin, I appreciate you for the $5 on Venmo. Because remember, just positing a cause of the universe, it could be any of the traditional faiths, or it could be some unassociated deist God that we don't even know about. So I want you to show me that that's incorrect, and it was specifically the Christian creator.
So wait, so what I'm trying to prove, like to prove Christianity, you have to prove the existence of a God at all. So just me saying that the universe was caused is just simply not enough. So for me to prove, yes, the Christian God created this world, I just need to prove God, period. So I would say that the laws of nature do not cause the order of nature.
What the fuck? No, you
Okay,
don't.
wait. Okay, are you a baby, or is this like you're failing physics or biology in high school? What I said is that
No,
the
this is
laws
you
of
failing
nature.
philosophy right now.
Oh, wait,
So
I didn't say
I've
anything
granted you the
philosophical.
Kalam
I said the
cosmo.
laws of nature do not
You wait. You
cause
don't
the
think that
order
the
of the universe.
Kalam cosmological is a philosophical argument to substantiate the existence of a creator?
That's not what I said at all.
The Kalam cosmological argument is assuming that everything has a cause, making the assumption that the universe has a cause, and because the universe has a cause, then a creator caused it. That is essentially the argument you gave me, which
Okay,
would be a
but you
philosophical
said
argument for
that a
God.
naturalistic.
I'm gonna go ahead and repeat my point here. We're just gonna assume at this point that the universe does have a cause.
Yeah,
and that there is a
exactly.
creator.
Okay,
I want you to show me that this creator is the Christian God.
okay, could you let me talk?
If you're able to track the conversation,
Okay, so
of
I'm
course.
able to talk. So just shut up. All right.
Heidi, I'm telling you that I'm more than willing to engage in a good dialogue with you here and allow you to speak if you
Exactly.
could
So just
track.
stop talking and
Heidi,
just let me finish my sentence.
if you could track the conversation, that's
Yes.
all,
Okay.
that's my only thing.
Okay. Look. Listen. Did you not say that a naturalistic? Listen to me. A naturalistic explanation is more probable than a theistic explanation for the universe. You said that.
Oh, definitely, yeah.
Yes. Okay. So you just said definitely you do think that a naturalistic explanation for the universe is more probable. So I
big
said
time.
the laws of nature do not cause the order of nature. They do not cause order. They do not cause design. They are simply how we observe how the universe works, how all natural things work.
Yeah, and I don't think that a naturalistic cause necessarily falls within the laws of nature.
So you do not think that if it was happened by nature, if all these gravities and all these magnetic fields all came together to make the things in this universe, you don't think that it would have caused the order?
Wait, what are you saying? So the cause would be a naturalistic one. It's implied that this is the cause. Are you not asking if the cause isn't a cause? Wait, just
No,
repeat it.
but wait,
You're
saying
losing
that
me.
I'm talking about order, like the
We're-
structure.
Oh, so we're actually now shifting to the fine-tuning argument.
Yes.
Okay, so you are now conceding the Kalam cosmological argument, and you're moving to a different one. So we'll go ahead and talk about the fine-tuning argument. I also destroyed you on this one in the Discord. Do you remember that?
Nope, because that never happened.
Okay. I destroyed you on it, and then I got two of the most brilliant minds to wipe the fucking floor. Do you remember that?
No, you didn't. All you talked about was perfection. That was the only thing that came out of your mouth.
No, we spoke about the fine-tuning argument as well. The fine-tuning
No, that
argument
wasn't.
also
That
fails.
was Alex. That
So
was Alex.
essentially, the fine-tuning argument says that there's order and design in the universe, and if something is ordered and designed, it has a creator. So would you say that God is more ordered and God is more designed than the universe in of itself?
I don't think that God has a design
Okay, then why do I have to think that the universe does?
because the universe is something that has to be designed.
No, why? Prove that.
Because it's not a singular thing. It's a composite of single things, right? So the universe isn't just
So a
an
composite of
object. It's
so
all
like
objects.
oh, so like multiple objects have to be okay, would you say that there's multiple objects in the sense that God the Father is different from God the Son?
I would say that no, this is a immaterial spirit. So I would say that in essence, the
Wait,
only
Jesus is immaterial?
yeah, well, the spirit of Jesus is separate from the actual flesh of Jesus Christ.
I don't understand if you're like answering my question here or just kind of pivoting. I'm asking
Well,
you
I
if God the
said
Father
that
is different
Jesus
than
is
God the
not
Son.
physical. That's exactly what your question
Okay,
was.
so things that are physical are not designed. So Jesus isn't physical?
Yeah, the spirit of Jesus is not physical. Yes.
Okay, so there's a part of Jesus that's not physical, but Jesus, all things considered, is physical and
Oh
not
my goodness,
physical,
not
right?
the all things considered again. All right. So this reminds me of your Brooks argument. So you clearly don't have a clue of Christian theology. So let me just
I'm
explain.
asking you a very simple. Is
No,
Jesus
I
also
already answered it
physical?
like twice already. Okay, so what I'm gonna say for you
Is
that
Jesus a physical entity?
no.
Okay, so Jesus was not physical. So who died on the cross?
So do you understand Christian theology? I can explain it to you if you want to, because you simply don't understand.
So Jesus, I just want to make this clear. Jesus, it was not a physical person.
No, okay, so this is what happens.
Damn, you're getting fucking walked. Do you
No,
not hear
you're
that?
not. Wait, are you listening
right
to me
now?
or not?
She's fucking saying that Jesus is not a physical fucking person. Ate her up. See, chat, this is what happens when we get these
Why are you
silly Christians up in here. Let's go see what she has to say.
All right, so in all Christian theology, we would say that there is Jesus in the flesh, the actual flesh that is incarnated, and we would say that Jesus is actually the physical body that came into the flesh. So I would say that Jesus pre-existed Mary. So when Mary was bearing Jesus Christ in the flesh, we would say that, oh yes, there's a distinction between his divine nature and his physical his spiritual nature, right?
Yeah, so like you'd also say that this is true of everyone, though.
Can I finish?
I mean, you're not getting my point here.
No,
like not just Jesus.
You're
but
trying to like make it so that I don't make sense, like I'm crazy or something like that.
No, Heidi,
It
I hear what
says
you're
it in
saying.
the
You're saying
Bible.
that there's a part of Jesus that's not physical and a part of Jesus that is physical. That's fine.
Yes,
but this
sure,
is also
his
true of true of everyone. all right?
Exactly. So I believe.
So
that we
you're saying
have
that there's a
flesh
part of
and spirit.
Jesus that is physical, right?
There is, yeah, that's the flesh.
Okay, and is Jesus different from the Father?
In only in relation, but there's a distinction.
Okay, so they are different or they're not different?
Well, there's only a distinction between a relationship with other beings, but inside
Chad,
essence.
you understand how she's not answering my question here?
No, wait. So in a Christian theology, we would say that we don't believe in three gods, right? We believe in the Trinity. So the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. They would be one in spirit, one in essence. But
Is
the
Jesus
relationship,
identical to the Father?
not in relationships, no.
So Jesus is not identical to the Father, so there's differences there. So earlier when you said that there's no differences in God, you were lying.
No, I was saying that in relationship, we relate to Jesus in a different way than we relate to the Holy Spirit and how we relate to the Father.
So you relate to them differently, but apart from relations, are the actual entities different?
Yeah, no, the entities are not different.
So Jesus is identical to the Father. So
Sure,
then we'd
yeah.
expect all properties of Jesus to also be true of the Father. However,
Exactly.
the Father had knowledge that Jesus didn't have, showing the distinction in properties.
There's all the knowledge that Jesus has, the Father has.
So then why does it say in the Bible
Oh,
that
he does
Jesus
not
said
know the hour.
only God knows the hour, only the Father knows the
Exactly.
hour, but he
So
doesn't?
we would say that Jesus purposely concealed this information to the people on earth, so they did not know when revelations would take place.
So Jesus
we
was
would-
lying?
No, I would not say that Jesus was lying. He was concealing knowledge.
So concealing knowledge by saying that he doesn't have this knowledge when he actually does would be a lie.
No, I don't think that he's lying at all. Because I would say that no.
Okay, so
he's-
Heidi, if you walk up to me and you ask me what size of shirt I wear is, and I do know what size of shirt I wear, but I tell you that I don't, did I lie to you?
Well, I would say that you're not. There's no divine purpose into which you're talking to me.
Okay, so all that you would be saying here is that God lied with good reason.
I don't think that Jesus lied. I would say that God.
Okay,
Jesus
so then answer my question. If you walk up to me and you ask me what size of shirt I wear, and I wear a medium, but I don't tell you this, I say I don't know what size of shirt I wear, but I lie to you.
But you don't share essences with other people, so that's where it falls apart.
This isn't relevant at all. The Trinity and
does,
the essence
because I
shared
would
by
say that
Jesus and the
Jesus
Father
shares an
doesn't change
essence
anything
with
here.
other things.
Jesus shares an essence with other things. Perfect. So
Sure.
if you walk up to me and you ask me what size of shirt I'm wearing, I know, but I don't tell you. Did I lie?
Well, that's about a physical object, but he's talking about actual events.
Heidi, we're talking about my shirt here. If you walk up to me, you ask me what size of shirt I wear medium, but I tell you I don't know the size of shirt I wear. Did I lie to you?
Sure.
So if a disciple walks up to Jesus, asks him when the times are going to end, and he knows what time when the times are going to end, but he tells his disciple that he doesn't know, did Jesus lie?
I would say that no, Jesus did not lie, but he concealed knowledge. And
So
he
then
accepted
Jesus
physical-
didn't know. If Jesus didn't lie, then this
Okay,
means
so
that
the
Jesus
Bible
didn't
says
know
that
something that the Father
there's
knew.
no image of God, right? So Jesus, in the Bible, it says that
Just
God
follow.
has.
Stop the yap. So
Wait. So only
if
you
Jesus
can talk,
wasn't
but I
lying,
cannot talk.
if Jesus
Wait, I'm your
wasn't,
guest, but
if
you can only
Jesus
speak.
if Jesus was not lying, okay, if Jesus actually didn't know when times were to end, then the Father had knowledge that Jesus did not have, showing a distinction.
But we would see time and time again in all of the four gospels that Jesus would instruct other people about how the last day would come about on all of the events that would unfold. So when the actual hour that would actually happen where the seventh trumpet will be rung, it would be that, oh no, it would be the Father orchestrating all of this so that Jesus takes commands from the Father to come down, and he accepts that limitation.
So then he's lying.
He's not lying. We understand that
if he's not lying,
it's
and he was
passive
being
knowledge.
honest, if he was not lying and he was being honest when he said that he didn't have access to this information, then he wouldn't know when the time would have come, because that's what he said.
I would say
Like,
that
this is
he can.
yeah, Chad. Do we see the mental
passive
gymnastics? Do we see the mental gymnastics with the shitty Christians? It was fun, Heidi. Have a good rest of your day. Like, man, it's so fun. But it's only fun for like 10, 15 minutes. She's crazy, yeah. That's like the second dunk. That's the second dunk I've taken on her. What's up? How old are you?
My boy. Go back to Jesus, my boy. All you need is God, bro. That's all you need, my boy. Stop debating all these people, my boy, all right?
Nice, man.
Stop
So
with the crap, bro. You know you believe in Jesus, my boy. You know you do. I bet you used to be a Christian before, bro.
Damn, are you
Quit
like
with
an
the crap,
LDS
bro.
missionary?
Quit this crap, bro. Quit this lie, bro, boy, and go read your Bible, bro.
Have you read your Bible?
Jesus Christ, my boy. My boy, I'm not here for debating, bro. I'm not even here for your questions, bro. I'm here letting you know, bro. God saved me, bro. He saved me, bro, from hell.
Okay, do you mind if I
man.
ask you a single question?
He saved me from hell, and guess what, bro? I'm
Callie,
here because
all
of
I have
God,
is
my boy.
all I have is
I'm
one.
not here because of you, my boy. I'm not here to debate.
You say God's all-knowing. Does this mean that God knows what it's like to take a 10-inch dick up the reary? Does God know what it's... we're gonna get... we're gonna go to move on to our next guest. Oh man, y'all, make sure that we're double tapping on that phone screen. If you want to support me, my Venmo as well as my PayPal or my bio. Lizzie, you're not letting in. Let's go and get our next guest up in here. Everyone, just give us a moment. Let's go and see what Pig has to say. Damn, bro. Yeah, like, feel free to come up here if you're a Christian and debate me, but, like, not if you're just gonna sit there say, Jesus loves you, become a Christian, I'm not answering any questions, I'm just gonna come up here and try to control you and perpetuate my delusions onto you. Holy shit, dude. Go back to fucking Salt Lake City. Alright, buddy. We're gonna go to move on to our next guest at this point. For the 1.3 thousand people in here, y'all, make sure that you're following. I'm on a new account. What's up? How old are you?
Who, me?
Yep.
I'm not allowed to say.
All right, moving on to our next guest. Y'all, if we're in those guest requests, specifically make sure that we are at least 18 years of age, y'all. Specifically make sure that we're at least 18 years of age here, y'all. We're going to move on to our next guest. We're also going to get a quick poll going in the comment section, so make sure to react to that. We're just going to try to boost the live here a little bit. Let's try to get our next guest loaded in. We're having an issue loading someone up, so everyone just be a little bit patient with us. What's up, KBK? How old are you?
22.
Nice. Do you think that being a lesbian is wrong?
Yes.
Okay, why so?
I'm gonna go with the Bible. I think it's wrong because the Bible, and because it's been mentioned more than one time in the Bible. I think it will be
Do
easier.
you think slavery's always been wrong?
If I'm gonna be honest, Dean, I feel like if we're gonna really talk about this, the context of slavery, it has. I don't know how should I say it. Honestly,
It took one fucking question.
I don't know how I should say it. I don't know. How I should...
Listen, I'm gonna be so honest. Christianity is false. It's a delusion. The Bible.
Okay. Listen. All right. Listen.
Can I speak?
Dean. Let me talk to you, bro. I'll be watching you. Just let me talk to you really quick. All right.
I would like to finish.
Okay. I got my thought now. All right. So back then, slavery wasn't what it was like. I guess you could say with like African Americans and how they was treating them that way. But back then, slavery wasn't to that degree of what it was, if that makes sense.
Yeah, sure it was.
It was
Exodus
more of
21.
like paying a debt. You know what I'm saying? Paying a debt. It wasn't so much of abuse and stuff like that.
Is
And I feel like-
hitting people abuse?
Yeah, hitting people's abuse. Yeah.
So then it was abuse because Exodus 21 verses 20 through 21, God says that the slave owners could beat their slaves.
Okay, now I'm gonna say this. I feel like us as humans, we think too much. Just let something be. That's what we're cursed with. We try to understand every single thing.
Think less, Dean. Think less, Dean. Dean, you have actual critiques of my Bible. You have actual critiques of my imaginary God. So, Dean, you need to think less. Stop being so rational.
That's
Stop
the
using
problem.
logic. Yeah?
That's the problem. People are overthinking. People can't let things just be what it is. Everyone has to question every single thing. Just let it be.
Stop questioning my delusions that I use to persecute, marginalize, and harm a third of the population, including the entirety of the LGBTQ plus community. Stop questioning it. Hey, I have a question, KBK. So, in Germany in the 1930s and 40s, there's some Yazis who thought that Hitler was a deity of some sorts, and they'd follow his command as if it was divine. Would you tell them to stop thinking about their religious beliefs too?
Yes, because that's not even the same though, Dean. You can't even put those two in the same basket. And you know you can't. You can't.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely I can. You are referencing the scripture to say that the persecution and marginalization of all lesbians, the entirety of the LGBTQ plus community, is justified. You're referencing words on paper written by men to justify your statement that these people were born with a trait that they can't control, that they can't change, that doesn't hurt you. And you are saying that there's something intrinsically wrong with them. You're saying that they should have been different. And you're saying that the social norms, persecution, and homophobia in institutions across the globe that has historically led to the deaths of these people, the marginalization of these people, the suicide of these people is good. And you are in fact telling me that when I start to question this, when I introduce rationale, logic, and thought, to stop doing that because I'm overthinking it. I see no difference between this and the followers of Hitler that thought he was a deity and followed his command as if it was divine. I find no difference between this and the thought process of the slave, owners down south during Emancipation era slavery. When the Union came down and said, oh, hey, maybe black people are human too and we shouldn't be doing that. Of course they said, well, stop thinking about it. It's good for our labor. It makes us food and money. Stop thinking about it. You're overthinking. No, thinking is good. Thinking is something we should all do. We should try to be rational. In fact, when you say that we shouldn't, you just show us that your beliefs are estranged and contorted of what is true of reality.
I think, okay, so obviously what you're talking about, like, of course, stuff like that, of course, but I think when it comes to like God and the things, well, God and Jesus and what they say, I think when it comes to that, you shouldn't overthink what they're talking about.
Are you trolling?
No, okay, I'm gonna tell you this. I am gay, but I think it is wrong.
I feel bad.
I am gay. I do have a girlfriend. But I do know that being gay is wrong. You see what I'm saying? I know for a fact.
I feel bad. Can you name a verse in the Bible that tells? Also, don't say G-A-Y, say lesbian. Can you give us a verse in the Bible that says being lesbian is wrong?
Besides Leviticus, I don't know the exact verses, but I know it's something in Romans and Corinthians, if I'm correct.
I'm going to take another approach. I'm obviously not going to be able to convince you that Christianity is false, so maybe we'll do it this way. When we're referencing Leviticus to say that being a lesbian is wrong, no, they weren't condemning consensual same-sex intercourse. They were condemning the Amalekites and the Egyptians that were literally engaging in same-sex orgies to pray to their false gods. So when Mosaic law says that this was wrong to do, they were referencing those same-sex orgies used as a form of like idolation towards these false deities. And then Romans, Paul's just condemning like prostitution and rape, not like same-sex consensual intercourse. So I think even if we accept the Bible as true and we say that the Christian God does exist, we still have explanations for all of these verses that would show it's not wrong to be lesbian. But when it's condemned in the scripture, they're more so talking about external factors like orgies, praying to false deities, prostitution, etc.
But it says straight up, man and man and woman and woman. So is that what you're interpreting it to be? Or
no, this is like adding historical context. But like you really shouldn't take Leviticus to dictate what's right and wrong, because then you'll have to say that slavery is good. Legitimately, Leviticus 25:44-46, God says that an Israelite could own a non-Israelite as human property for life, going so far as to say that when the master dies, that they could be passed down as property to their children and they could be beaten. Like, do you legitimately think that's okay?
No, that's what I was trying to tell you in the beginning, Dean. Like,
you don't think that's okay, so you cherry pick and ignore certain verses from the Bible.
I'm not cherry picking. I told you, I was like, if being gay, like,
okay. I gotta kick you. Move on to the next guest. I gave you like 2 warnings not to say that word. It gets me flagged. So just the 3rd time. I'm so sorry. Yeah, rejecting yourself because of your religion is really sad to see. I just recommend you watch my live more. Hopefully you could wake up. We're gonna move on to our next guest here. If anyone watching does want to support me, my Venmo as well as my PayPal are in my bio. Let's go. What's up, Eli? How old are you?
20.
20. Nice. Do you think that being a lesbian is wrong?
So it's all about what you believe at the end of the day, right?
I'm asking you what you believe, Eli.
Yeah, so I'm a believer, right?
So why do you think being a lesbian is wrong?
It's well, first of all, I want to say, I mean, we sin every day if you're talking about from a
Okay,
spiritual
yeah, you're a Christian.
standpoint, right?
What are the first 4 books of the New Testament?
Can you let me talk?
No, you can't name the first 4 books of the New Testament. I've been talking to Christians for like the last 40 minutes. We're gonna go and try to get a secular argument. I would have let you talk, and I would have let you give your argument if you were able to name those first 4 books. So, what's up, Blake? How old are you?
Yo, what's good? 28.
Nice. Do you think that being a lesbian is wrong?
Yo, I just got one question legitimately. Like no hate, no BS, nothing. I just have an honest to God question.
Okay.
Do you think that SA is okay?
No.
Then why are you friends with Parker?
Because he didn't essay anyone?
You didn't hear about it?
I heard about the same man that accused me of raping him and then later said that it was all a plot. That I also have voice recordings of him saying that he just wants to defame me and defame Parker. That is also a known rapist, a known P3DO, a known psychopath that wants to unalive me and unalive Parker making these claims.
Oh, man.
And then QB also completely made up the girl that is accusing Parker of SA. He made him up. You could look at her picture. There's a watermark down in the right-hand corner that is the same watermark put on all fake pictures made on thispersondoesn'texist.com. He's a lunatic and he's lying. Like, you know what? How about we go ahead and just go ahead and do this real quick?
Yo, that was a genuine question because I heard people talking about it in both Parker's live and your live, I think last night. And so I just figured
Can I ask a question?
you know what I mean?
So, do you recognize this voice?
Do I recognize your voice?
No.
I'm literally just trying to slander and defame Dean as hard as I possibly can, while also explaining to people.
Do you recognize that voice?
Nah, I have no clue. I have no clue who that is.
That's the voice of the man that is making these claims. We'll play it again.
So all the SA claims and all that, that's incorrect.
I'm literally just trying to slander and defame Dean as hard as I possibly can.
Yeah. You want to hear another one?
No, bro, I legitimately, I don't even disagree with you on the topic at all.
No, I didn't. You still won't answer. Yes, you No, I didn't. You just admitted to it. Chad, we No. just got him admitting to No, I fake didn't. screenshots, to the fake picture. Did you call me an R-word or not? That is so fucking crazy. It's okay. I'll just make up another accusation tomorrow, Dean, and another screenshot and another text message. It doesn't matter. I could tell you right to your face that I made it up, right? And it doesn't matter because I'm going to keep saying it over and over. And what do we learn? If you repeat over and over, people believe it no matter what, just like you did to me. So
yeah, it's just
you keep that shit on
internet.
deck. You keep that shit on deck just like that in case anyone asks.
No, I have it readily available because
So you keep that shit on deck.
yeah, it's fucking on deck, bro. Yeah, he's a lunatic. So he got accused of like raping his ex-girlfriend. There's also like super big videos about him on YouTube. Like if you look up his name on YouTube, you'll find one from a guy named Kiwi Tapes, or even this other creator, where they like talk about how he goes online and he says that he wants to date and marry a 16-year-old girl because they're naive and moldable. He's 29, by the way.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, like I hear you. I didn't think you were done.
No, that's all. Anyways, there's that. We're gonna go ahead and move on. Also, no, that wasn't him. He was too composed. Chat, it kind of sounded a little bit like him, but it wasn't him. He was too composed. QB is not that sane. And that guy wasn't that sane either. Hi, what's up? Do you think that being a lesbian is wrong?
No, just about the QB thing the other night, I got his live taken down because not only did he say he wanted to unalive you, he said he wanted to then eat you.
What?
But I couldn't get it recorded in time. Eat your flesh and then quote, to assume his power. Dude, it was insane. Like I'm still creeped out over it. I'm still creeped out on it. I got eyes on those lives, and I'll like, dude, just be careful with that crazy dude.
Oh my gosh. Yo, I'm gonna follow you. I might need you as a witness.
Okay.
Thank you for the thank you, Katie, for the superpower. All right, well, I appreciate you, man.
How do I get out of here?
I'll catch you. I'll kick you. That's crazy. We're gonna go to move on to our next guest at this point, y'all. Make sure if we are those guest requests that we do think being a lesbian is wrong. That's crazy. What's up? Do you think that being a lesbian is wrong?
What's going on?
What's good? How old are you?
I'm 23.
23. Nice. Do you think that being a lesbian is wrong?
Yes, I do.
Okay, why so?
All right, so I think because there's all right, here, I'll have one question for you. What determines morality?
What determines morality? Well, I'm like a subjectivist, so I think that our preferences are like indicative of what we think is right and wrong. But I don't see how this is relevant to the conversation on why you think it's wrong. Because regardless if you're like a subjectivist in the sense that you think your preferences determine morality, or you're an objectivist in the sense that you believe in a God, I'm very curious about your worldview here. So why do you think being a lesbian is wrong?
I think there's a limit to where there's a fine line between morality and immorality. So I think lesbian, what do you call it? Lesbianism, whatever. I'm not
not a
too
word.
educated, so
You're good, man. Lesbianism is
Don't-
not a word, but just like
Okay,
lesbian people.
okay,
So why is it wrong to be lesbian? Thank you for the paper crane, Katie.
because it goes into other stuff like incest and what's it called? Having sex with like animals and stuff.
How
You
so?
think how so? Because that's a sexual preference.
So the reason it's wrong to engage in incest is because you could produce malformed offspring, as well as it could be like a coercive in the sense of a power dynamic being present between like parents and their kids or even siblings.
Yes.
And then sex with an animal is wrong because the animal didn't consent.
Yes.
So I just detailed the particular reasons why those things are wrong. Can you detail the particular reasons why same-gendered intercourse is wrong?
Don't you think there's a level of trauma that goes into being lesbian and social constructs?
No. So what makes you lesbian or what makes you gay is biological predispositions. Like the function, the shapes, the sizes of parts of your brain, like the AI, NEH3 subsection of the hypothalamus, dendritic density, the nerve lining between the hemispheres of the brains, even associations on the genome. It's very natural. This is also something we see in like over 3,000 animal species. So if you're saying that trauma or social constructs cause these things, you'll have to explain why nearly all institutions in medicine, science, and neurobiology disagree with you. And you'd also have to tell me what trauma and social constructions influence, these 3,000 other animal species apart from humans to be lesbian.
But wouldn't that make other stuff like that biological? Other sexual preferences?
Yes. Yeah. All like essentially all orientations are biological. But the mere fact that it's biological doesn't mean it's not wrong. I'm particularly saying that it's not wrong because there's no reason why it would be. Like you can't demonstrate any reason.
Okay, I hear you.
Yeah. Okay, he left. All right, moving on to our next guest here, ladies and gentlemen. Oh yeah, also, that same crazy guy? He also has an entire blackface account. That is true. That is true. Let's go to move on to our next guest. Y'all, if you're watching the live right now and you want to support me, my Venmo as well as my PayPal are in my bio. I get 100% of the proceeds over those platforms. It's the best way to support me. I'll also give you a shout out because you'll get a notification at the top of my screen with your name and an attached message. What's up? How do you? All right, this guest isn't here. We're going to go to move on to our next guest. Y'all, is Parker live? Just like curious. I might try to join up for a co-host in a bit. What's up? How old are you?
18.
18? Perfect. Do you think that being a lesbian is wrong?
Dean, I'm so drunk. I want to eat your butt, Dean. I'm so drunk.
Oh,
I'm
you
so
do not.
drunk.
You do not
I'm
think
so
that being a
drunk.
lesbian is wrong.
Dean, I'm so drunk.
This guy does not think that being a lesbian is wrong. He's so drunk he wants to eat my butt. Oh, bazinga. All right, moving on to our next guest. Let's go to what Sammy has to say. Everyone, just give us a moment here. Make sure that we're double tapping as well. Let's try to get up to 200,000 likes. Okay, we're gonna go to try to get Jacob up in here. Why do you say bazinga? I don't know. The first word that came to mind. What's up, Jacob? How old are you?
Hey, Dean. So
Hey.
I'm actually a G4 by myself.
I'm guessing you don't think being a lesbian is wrong.
No,
All
but
right,
like
appreciate you.
it's Oh yeah, I'm 19. You probably remember me from yesterday, but I actually wanted to ask you. Wait, so I'm assuming that you are G4Y yourself, right?
No, I'm straight.
Okay, but I wanted to get back into the topic because bro, that one girl is like out of touch with reality. She's probably like a liberal or some shit. The
Jacob, you're
Heidi
hurting my
girl,
brain.
that girl, dude, she was out of touch with reality. She's not woke like me. I'm so like I'm intellectual as fuck. But I just want to ask you, like,
Did you just like hit puberty on live?
boy, you know you can get it any day.
We're just gonna move on to our next guest. Everyone, just give us a moment here. I'm so confused. Hi, how old are you?
Hello.
Hi, what's your age?
Like 13, sadly.
Okay, goodbye. Yeah, you gotta be at least 18 to be in TikTok live. Y'all, what is up with these fucking guests? I'm so sorry. What a shit day. What a shit day. Y'all, what topic is Parker running, Trump? What's up, Peyton? How old are you? All right, Peyton is not here. We're going to go to move on to our next guest. Let's go to see what our next guest has to say. We're going to go and get Talius World up in here. I'm going to go and text Parker and ask if he wants to co-host for a little bit. Yeah, do a little bit of a peen live. It'd be fun. Go down to co-host in a little. I can raid with... Alrighty, we're going to go to move on to our next guest. Talius World is not loading up in here. Everyone just give us a moment here. We're going to go to get Ray up in here. Keep in mind that we are just looking for some debates. Also, yo, everyone, make sure that you're following this account. This is not the normal account I go live on. So if you're just scrolling through your FYP and you found me, hit that fucking follow button, y'all. What's up, Ray? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Nice. What year were you born in?
May 17, 2005.
Nice. Do you think that being a lesbian is wrong?
I have a question real quick.
Why does everyone have questions? Sure, fine, go for it.
Since it's Pride Month, I was wondering if you could, since you're my favorite creator, could you wish me a happy Pride Month?
Ray, happy Pride Month.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. We're going to go to move on to our next guest. All right, moving on. They'd be 19. Honestly, Chad, I didn't even do the math. I'm so sorry. Yo, Maddie, thank you for the $32 on Venmo. Maddie says $1 for every guest who didn't follow the rules or disconnected. Let's go. Thank you so much for the $32 on Venmo. W Maddie in the chat, y'all. Thank you so much. W Maddie. What's up, Philip? How old are you?
I'm 20.
Nice, Philip. How many continents are there? Yeah, don't worry about it.
There's 7, bro.
Oh, W Philip. Do you think that being lesbian is wrong?
So, kind of not because of the Bible. I think the Bible's a lie, but
W Philip. See, that's why he knew the 7 continents right there. That's how he knew the 7 continents. Hell yeah. W Philip. What's up, Aiden? Do you think that being a lesbian is wrong? All right, Aiden automatically left. Moving on to our next guest, ROB. What's up, ROB? Do you think that being a lesbian is wrong?
Well,
okay, why so? All right, moving on to our next guest. Let's go ahead and see what Cold Cash has to say. Hey, how old are you? Not here. Chat. Listen. We're having a really good day here. We're just chat. Aren't we just getting some fucking great debates? Like, these people are all making great points. They're engaging with the content. They're being responsive.
aren't we just getting some fucking...
What's good, bro? What's good?
Hey, how old are you?
20.
Nice. Do you think that being a lesbian is wrong?
Of course, bro. It's
Is it because of the Bible?
disgusting. Nah, it's just disgusting. Why you gotta be gay?
Okay.
Bitch ass nigga, shut your ass up, bitch ass nigga. You fucking nigger monkey.
I was gonna engage with his argument, but like, what? Hey, how old are you?
I'm doing it. Are you?
What are you doing? Okay. Everyone give us a moment. Give us a moment. Hi, how old are you?
Yo, I'm 18.
Nice. Do you think that being a lesbian is wrong?
It depends. It depends how you go about acting about it.
What?
Like, if you shoving it in everyone's face, then you shouldn't be lesbian.
Motherfucker.
If you're like bad.
A lesbian is a woman who's attracted to other women. How can they shove their sexual attractions in someone's face unless they're fucking them?
Like, I'm talking if they have like the pride sticker outside their house, and like, I don't really fuck with that.
Okay, yeah, why is that particularly wrong?
It's not wrong, but I think it's wrong if like they perceive other people as different because they're not like them.
You're explaining like all Christians and conservatives right now.
Well, I wouldn't fall under either of those.
I don't even know what he's fucking saying. We're gonna go ahead and raid Parker. Does someone want to comment Parker's at right now? We're not getting any debates. At Parker, get a job. Betty bet. Yo, everyone watching the live, let's go ahead and hit a raid on Parker. He never really responded to me, but we're just gonna raid him anyways because we can't get any debates. I want all 1.1 thousand of you to head over to at Parker get a job on TikTok. Spam Dean raid in that chat. Let's try to boost his numbers. Make sure to follow me over there. I'm gonna be trying to join him up for a co-host. You know, he never like hit me back telling me that's something he'd want to do, but I'm just gonna assume that he's okay with it. So let's just see how it goes. So everyone head over to at Parker Get a Job on TikTok. I will see y'all there momentarily. I love you all, and see you at Parker Get a Job on TikTok. All right, bye guys. Once again, if every man alive chose to be with a woman that's infertile, left up to our natural devices, we would be extinct.
Is it possible for every woman on Earth to be infertile?
No, in the same way it's not
Exactly.
possible for everyone on Earth to be a lesbian. Exactly. Cooked.
No, but you're not using the same logic though.
Oh, I'm using exactly the same logic. Are you kidding me?
No, you're not.
What's the relevant distinction between saying a woman is choosing to sleep with another woman and which she can't procreate with, and this being wrong because if everyone alive was a lesbian, no one would be able to reproduce and we'd go extinct?
Because by
and
nature,
saying that's
women
wrong
can
for
get
that reason,
pregnant.
1 second, and then me choosing to be with a woman that is infertile, knowing that if I engaged in intercourse with her, we wouldn't be able to reproduce, and it also being true that if every man alive chose to be with a woman that's infertile, we would go extinct, yet it's not wrong. What's the specific distinction in the logic here?
If you decide as a man to be with a woman that happens to not be infertile, that's just your choice.
In the same way, if a woman decides to be with another woman, that's just her choice. You haven't given me the distinction in your logic. All I'm hearing off of you is prejudice. All I'm hearing off of you is homophobia. And all I'm hearing off of you is ignorance and irrationalities that you use to persecute and marginalize a third of our population. For what fucking reason, sir? Gagged, I fear. Damn, bro. Like, is it that easy? Is it that easy to silence the homophobes?
No, because you're not.
Is
getting
it that
point.
easier to
You haven't
claim
refuted,
victory?
You haven't refuted my first point.
And what was your first point?
My first point was that if every same sex got together, we would go extinct. Is that a good thing?
Homie, I did refute this point
No,
through
you
the
didn't
years of
refute it. Is it a good thing or is it not a good thing?
I used what we call an analogy, a hypothetical to
But it's
drill
not
this down
possible.
and refute it.
That's not possible.
It is
Your
not
hypothetical is not possible.
Is it possible for every woman alive to be a lesbian?
Yes.
So
that is
then why is it
possible.
impossible for every woman alive to be infertile?
It's just impossible for that to happen.
So give me the relevant distinction that makes it impossible for every woman alive to be infertile, but not impossible for every woman alive to be a lesbian. Because we're looking at specific biological predispositions that make women infertile in the same way we're looking at specific biological predispositions that make women lesbians. Kaylee, I appreciate you for the coral. Gagged again? Twice in a row? Bro, this is embarrassing, dude.
Is extinction a good thing, yes or no?
Extinction is a terribly bad thing.
Okay. So if we follow the pride thing to the end, if we follow the logic to the end, extinction would come about if everyone followed that logic.
Wait,
Therefore, it's not a
no,
good thing.
because it's not
1
possible
plus
for
1 is
every
2.
woman alive to be a lesbian in the same way it's not possible for every woman alive to be infertile.
It is possible for every woman alive to be a
Okay,
lesbian.
so
It's not
then once
likely,
again,
though.
give me the specific distinction. Why is it impossible for every woman alive to be infertile, yet it is possible for every woman alive to be a lesbian?
Forget the impossible part. Let's just say it's improbable. It's way more likely that a woman, like every woman on earth, could be lesbian than every woman on earth be infertile.
That's actually not true because every female becomes infertile when they go through menopause at about the age of 55 or so, meaning 100% of women, cis women, are infertile once they go through menopause, not to mention the 18.5% of women who are infertile prior.
They become infertile by nature.
And how is this a distinction?
You're saying that a woman that's
wait, and
born
what's the specific distinction here? Because you're making the claim that if everyone alive was a lesbian, well, then we'd go infertile. I mean, first of all, that's descriptively wrong in the sense that we'd still be able to use things such as IVF and surrogacy to reproduce. But even if those things didn't exist, they still want to explain. Wait, are you saying that unnatural things are wrong?
Yes.
Okay, so it's natural to eat your shit and grape your kids. And animals in nature do this all the
Not
time.
natural.
Does that mean that that's not wrong?
Wait, where is that natural at?
Yeah, we see animals in nature do it. The definition of natural...
We're talking about humans.
The definition of natural is what we would observe in the state of nature outside of human influence. We observe animals in the state of nature outside of human influence eating their own shit and graping their own babies. Does that mean that those things are morally permissible?
I don't think eating your boo-boo is immoral.
Okay, well then wait, you don't think it's immoral?
No, I think it's disgusting, but not immoral.
Okay, so you're saying it's not immoral to eat your own
And then
shit, but it
also,
is immoral for two women to hold
Animals
hands
don't have
sexually?
a moral compass, by the way.
Wait, you're saying it is immoral for two women to hold hands sexually, but it isn't immoral to eat your own shit?
Yes, is what I'm saying.
That's just such backwards twisted logic. And you're saying that being lesbian is unnatural, right?
Yes.
Okay, well then how do you want to explain the 3,000... One second, stop talking. Then how do you want to explain the 3,000 animal species in the wild that engage in same-gender intercourse all the fucking time? For instance, babonos, who are 99.6% genetically similar to us, have a subsection of their species, just as ours, that will only engage in same-gendered intercourse. We see that 10% of moose refuse opposite-sex intercourse and will only engage in same-gender intercourse. This is also true of elk. This is true of deer. This is true of penguins, who we observe same-sex couples within, in which they actually will adopt young penguins and raise them as their own. It is incredibly natural to be a lesbian.
Okay, so if we're just saying that it's natural because animals do it as well, then you would also agree that when a lion unalives a gazelle or something, that is perfectly natural and cool, right?
Yeah, that is literally natural.
So killing is cool, right?
Wait, no, because that's a fallacy.
so
You're saying what is natural is morally good and what is unnatural is morally wrong. See, that is the fallacy in your argument.
No, your fallacy in your argument. You're not consistent. You just said that because an animal does it, it's cool. So
no, that's not my argument at all. I'll go ahead and explain this analytically speaking to you. So that is what we call a naturalistic fallacy. If you say something that it is good because it is natural, or it is bad because it is unnatural, this is what we call a naturalistic fallacy. You'd have to say that driving a car is wrong because we don't do this in the state of nature. You'd have to say that being on your phone right now is wrong because phones don't exist in the state of nature. And you'd have to say things such as grape or like SA or eating your own shit are good because we observe those things in the state of nature. But instead of pointing out the naturalistic fallacy within your argument, what I particularly chose to do instead was just to reject the first premise of it. By saying being lesbian is unnatural, that is descriptively wrong, as it is natural.
No, it isn't.
So, okay, what is the definition of natural, sir?
I don't know the definition of natural.
So then how the fuck do you know it's not natural? Be so fucking for real, Josh. Look at yourself.
It's not natural because,
but the hell, tell me what the definition of natural is.
I don't know the definition.
So then how do you know it's not natural? If you don't know what natural is, then
Because
how do you know being a lesbian
the
isn't it?
concept of something without knowing the exact definition.
What's the concept of natural? What does that word mean?
Things that like be naturally, not something that is like made or stuff like that.
Yeah, being a lesbian isn't made. People are born this way with the specific biological predispositions that I already pointed out to you.
Not necessarily born, but.
Wait, so I'm so sorry.
So you're saying a baby makes the choice to be gay or not, bro?
Okay, well, first of all, being gay, don't say that on the live. You have to say lesbian. Once again, it's not a choice. And yes, babies are born with a predisposition for their particular sexual orientation.
A baby has thoughts.
Josh, I will give you an analogy. A baby does not have thoughts. That's a red herring to the position.
Well,
I said it's a predisposition towards... I said it's a predisposition towards the orientation. For instance, right now I'm 5'10". Was I born 5'10"?
No.
No, but was I born with a biological predisposition to be 5'10"?
Yeah.
Exactly. And this is how we view sexual orientations. They don't actualize until the age of about 5, 6, or 7. However, we are all born with the specific biological predispositions towards our orientations.
No,
the same thing is true of straight people, is true of GAY people, as soon as lesbian people.
It's just experience.
It's not just experience. Institutions of medicine and science disagree with you.
Okay, it's experience.
What do you mean by that? What do you think makes someone lesbian?
Experience.
Such as what?
They can maybe experience another same sex, or they can be influenced by same sex parents, whatever. Like it's
Wait, do you think
experience.
that? Wait, one second. So as we've already went over the studies that show differences in the neuroanatomy of GAY men in comparison to straight men, such as the size of the anterior commissure, traits of the hypothalamus, or associations on the genome, can your real world experiences change the literal shape, sizes, and structures of your brain, or
What does the
like
shape
make?
of your brain have to do with your experience of being with another man?
Oh my God! Answer my question. Can our experiences on Earth change the shapes, sizes, and functions of our brain and associations on our genetic code?
I'm not fully sure.
You're not fully sure. The answer is no.
Okay.
Okay, so the answer is no. So we know that our experiences can't influence our sexual
No,
orientation.
that didn't follow.
It does follow.
No, it doesn't.
Once again, we have necessary preconditions for being GAY as a man. That being an increased size of the anterior commissure in the human brain, and varying traits of the AI NH3 subsection of the hypothalamus, and various associations on the genetic code. And because these are necessary preconditions, and these necessary preconditions can't be gained through experience, we know that experience doesn't cause an individual to be these things. But even if it was caused by experiences, I don't see how this would necessarily qualify it as being wrong. Fourth gag of the night, bro. GG's. Fucking hell. Let's get some D&Ws in the chat while he recomputes. Error, error, error. Fucking hell. In the meantime, make sure that we're double tapping on that phone screen. Let's try to get up to 50K likes while he sits down there. He goes to ChatGPT and looks up, oh, why lesbian bad? Dude, be so fucking for real. He's scrolling. He's scrolling through Bible.com, ladies and gentlemen. He's looking at trustmebro.org, ladies
Wait,
and
you talking
gentlemen.
about me?
Yeah, I'm talking about you.
No,
You're
I was just waiting until you're
silenced.
done talking. Are you done talking?
Oh, sir, I quit fucking destroying you a good 30 seconds
No, you're
ago.
not destroying me. You're just trying to show your
Are we
knowledge
delusional
and
now?
use all these big words to try to make yourself sound like you know what you're talking about.
I'm not destroying
At
you,
the
but
end
I'm
of the
using
day,
all
you
these
haven't
big words
repeated
to
what
make
my
it seem that
first
I know what
point
I'm talking
was.
about. Bro, I've shit on you. Are you kidding me?
No, you haven't. You still have yet to show how being lesbian is natural.
Okay, so I have demonstrated that quite well, but don't worry, buddy. I'll do it one more time for you. So, according to Merriam-Webster, the definition of the word natural is what exists outside of human influence and not caused by human, like what exists in the state of nature. So, point number one in showing that
That's
being a
not the same
lesbian,
context we're talking about, though.
so then you have to define what you mean by the word natural.
When I say natural, right? If we're saying that, okay, so wait, are humans put on this earth to procreate?
I don't think that we're put on this earth for any prescriptive purpose. I think that we interpersonally define what it is.
Okay. So man and woman were made. If we were supposed to, if it didn't matter who you were with sex wise, then why were there only two genders?
Why? Wait, so like we could say descriptively speaking, we had two sexes evolve for like descriptively reproductive purposes. However, these aren't going to be prescriptive in the sense that it's something that you're supposed to do. It's descriptive in the sense of it's something you can do.
So when we're talking about natural and it says that we're something we're supposed to do or something we can do.
Yeah, I don't think that there exists anything that we're supposed to do
Okay,
because
so
we
if a
weren't
man
created
was
by a conscious
perfectly-
mind.
If a man was perfectly designed to procreate with a woman, right? And we don't do that, we would go extinct. That would show naturally that we're not supposed to be with the same.
Then why don't you think it's wrong for me to be with a woman that I can't procreate with? See, you can't answer that one. That shows that your argument has nothing to do with procreation
Yeah, it
because
does.
you
It literally
only think it's
does.
wrong to be with a member of the same sex because you can't procreate. But if I'm with a woman that's infertile and I can't procreate with her, all of a sudden it's fine? Like, get a fucking grip, little bro.
We wouldn't be every man wouldn't be able to get with a woman that's infertile though.
Just like every man
But
wouldn't be able to get
like
with
that,
another
you
man, and
can't-
every woman wouldn't be able to get with another woman.
Yes, they would, bro. What are you talking about?
Oh, wait,
That
are you
could
saying that you
literally
could go get
happen.
with another man right now?
That could logically happen. But if we're talking about a man getting with a woman that's infertile, that cannot logically happen for every person on earth.
Wait, why not?
Because every woman would not be infertile.
Wait, so you're saying, but in the same way, there'd be a necessary precondition for every woman to get with another woman that every woman's a lesbian. And I've already asked you to demonstrate why it's possible for every woman to be a lesbian, while it's impossible for every woman to be infertile, and you haven't been able to do that. Because there's certain biological factors in which would drive individuals to be infertile, in the same way there's certain biological factors in which would drive individuals to be a lesbian. So like you can't say that it's impossible for everyone to be infertile, while it is possible for everyone to be lesbian, when very similar biological preconditions cause individuals to be infertile,
Okay.
and these certain biological preconditions conditions cause people to be a lesbian.
If
It's
if
like in the same
if
way,
you're a man,
everyone
if
alive
you're
can't have blue eyes and blonde hair. Everyone alive can't be a lesbian. Like that's the fact.
if every let's say you wanted to date
Michelle, I appreciate you for the
certain
$10 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love. Let's get a W, Michelle, in that comment section. And he was removed for hate speech. It was about time. All right, y'all. For the 1.4 thousand people in here, I appreciate y'all for being here. Make sure that we're double tapping away on that phone screen, ladies and gentlemen. And if you want to support me, my Venmo as well as my PayPal are in my bio, y'all. Without further ado, we're going to move on to our next guest. He was incredibly dense, but don't worry, he got absolutely rootin' tootin' dunked on, y'all, as we always do. Guys, I'm going to go. Let's try to get an FYP spam in that chat and seriously make sure that we're double tapping. We need to try to get out on that For You page, y'all. What's up, Duke? How old are you?
I'm old enough.
You're old enough. Sweet. Do you think that being a lesbian is wrong?
I don't think it's necessarily wrong, but I think it is useless.
Okay, Duke, I think you're useless for our debate. We're only looking for people that do think it's wrong. Moving on to our next guest. Let's go ahead and see what Rylan Welch has to say. Moving on. You're on the FYP? Hell yeah. Let's try to build that up, y'all. Hey, what's up, Rylan? How old are you? All right, they automatically dropped. Then also, there's like a lot of interesting theories insofar as like what the evolutionary function or purpose of like same-gendered attractions are. I highly recommend y'all go look into it. It's very interesting. What's up, MC? How old are you?
Yeah. I'm 20. So
nice, man. Do you think that being a lesbian is wrong?
So yes. But
before we get into we get into our conversation here, make sure that you don't use any other word to reference like the LGBTQ plus community. Only say lesbian. TikTok doesn't like the other words, and they'll ban us for it. But anyways, why do you think that being a lesbian is wrong?
Sure. Well, first, I'd like to kind of preface this conversation with: are you arguing from the standpoint of like what is morally wrong or right?
Yes. I'm asking you why being a lesbian is morally wrong. Indeed.
Sure. Okay. Then in that case, I could argue it maybe from a utilitarian perspective. I would try to argue that, the laws that guide us and tell us what we ought to do and what we ought not to do. So, for example, if you have the maxim that it is okay to lie to someone in order to cheat them out of money, if it is morally acceptable, then, well, you need to universalize the maxim. So imagine a world in which everybody lies to everybody else in order to deceive them into handing over more money. What would happen in such a world? No one would believe each other and no one would hand over the money. So the maxim would fail. So just through the process of rationality, you can see that you cannot will such a law into existence, which is that it's okay to lie in order to which you can extract money.
So how's ChatGPT treating you, bro?
ChatGPT? That's not ChatGPT, bro.
I'll place a big bet that it is, but no, go ahead and continue, little bro.
Yeah. So basically, if you universalize the maxim, then it would be morally permissible, if you're arguing from a moral perspective, that if everyone were to participate in that act, that it would follow through. However, if everyone were to be lesbian, the entire human species would cease to exist, and therefore people reason that it's not morally permissible.
Do you think that it's wrong to be a Catholic priest?
Like from what perspective? From a utilitarian perspective?
Wait, from your perspective, sir. We're talking about your perspective here.
I mean, that's a role that someone occupies. Like, it's not necessarily like, there's a lot of actions a Catholic priest can take.
Yeah, I'm asking you if it's wrong to be a Catholic priest, to fit that role, to be a servant of the church.
It depends on what they do as a Catholic priest.
Okay, well, something that Catholic priests don't do is reproduce, because they're married to God. They don't have they never marry a woman, and they don't have biological offspring. So, do you think that it's wrong to be a Catholic priest?
Well, I didn't even know Catholic priests can do that. I mean, I'm not Catholic, so I mean, I guess like I'm not for celibacy. I think it's weird that people become celibate. I think it leads to other like a perverted like. I mean, there's the whole like.
So you're just not answering my question here. Is it wrong or is it not wrong?
Is it wrong to be celibate? Is what you're like asking, or what are you asking exactly?
I'm asking you if it's wrong to be a Catholic priest.
Not inherently, no.
Okay, so then this would be a break in your logic, because in the same way, typically speaking, we don't see lesbians like reproducing through intercourse or having biological offspring. Typically speaking, we don't see Catholic priests doing the same thing, yet you don't think it's wrong. That's a contradiction within your stance. Then, like, additionally here, I just want to look at your logic on the broad scale.
Okay, so all Catholic priests are celibate? Like, yes. That's a thing? Okay, see, I didn't know that. So in that case, then sure. I would be willing to like I'll stay consistent. I'll say yes.
Yeah, and I just want to like show you some other like really bad fallouts of your logic here. You're saying like, okay, well, we're going to evaluate if it's wrong to be a lesbian, and the way in which we're going to do this is by pushing it to the maximum. We're going to say it's true of everyone and look at what the real world outcome would be, right? This being like no reproduction. But we could literally do this with anything. Like imagine everyone was a gas station worker. All of a sudden, we'd have no one to actually get the gas to the station. We'd have no one to work on the farms to produce food for us all to eat. We'd have no one educating our children in school. We'd have no one working at the universities to make sure that people are getting the degrees. We'd have no one to like build and maintain our computer systems, to make cars, to build houses, etc. And society as we know it would fucking collapse. So in other words, do you think that it's wrong to be a gas station worker? Because if we push that to its maximum and everyone was one, society would collapse. It would die.
Yeah, but there's a difference between the roles that a person doesn't just become. This isn't like a matter of identity. Meaning, like, for example, the someone can be a gas station worker and also be something else. It's just the role that someone adopts.
Yeah,
right?
we're asking
So-
you about adopting the role of being a gas station worker and nothing else.
Yeah, but if someone were to be gay or straight,
Well, don't
that's
say
more
JY
of a-
on the live. That'll get you banned.
Okay, fine. But like, okay, I'll try to simplify it. Like, for example, if even if we apply the maxim to morally neutral actions, like say walking, right? If everyone walks, that doesn't break this maxim, right? So if everyone were to continue walking, or what's another morally neutral act? Like,
Dude, here. So we're gonna take one man's life into account. This man became a gas station worker at the age of 16, and then he retired and stayed at home and watched TV all day when he hit 65, okay? This man did nothing else besides work at this gas station and retire. Did this man live a morally wrong life by only being a gas station worker due to the fact if everyone lived the same life he did, we wouldn't have doctors, we wouldn't have farmers, we wouldn't have like construction workers, we wouldn't have legislators, we wouldn't have like police?
yeah, but see, this doesn't follow suit because of the fact that
No way, we just got a live restriction, bro. Go ahead and explain your point, then I gotta restart.
Okay, sure. But basically, I think that the difference is that in terms of roles that we occupy in daily lives, that doesn't equate to the kind of identity that you pick up through like, man, there are certain words I don't want to use. But anyways, yeah, I don't think that this is equivalent. I can't verbalize it now since you already got a restriction, but
I mean, you can't because there's no difference.
No, there is, I promise.
And what's what's a morally relevant distinction?
Well, one is a morally neutral act, so someone can be a gas station worker and adopt.
Yeah, I think that being lesbian is morally neutral.
No, but you don't believe that people can change, right? So, like, if someone is born with that disposition, it's different than if someone just adopts a role or a job. They're not.
That is a difference, but I don't think that's a morally relevant difference. Like, we could just put this in tune with something else that can't change, such as an individual being born infertile. I'd particularly say that it wasn't wrong for them to be born infertile.
But if everyone was born lesbian, for example, yeah, humanity would cease to exist.
Yeah, like if everyone was born infertile, humanity would cease to exist.
Yeah, but everyone is not born infertile. It's an accident.
And everyone is not born lesbian.
No, but people are supposed to be fertile. If they're infertile, that means something went wrong. The exceptions.
Actually, no, I actually completely contend that. Like, for instance, when women go through menopause at about the age of 55 or so, they naturally become infertile. Not to mention, I don't think that there's any prescriptive functions or purposes on humanity, so I don't think that we'd be able to say that most people are supposed to be born in, like, fertile. Like, that's another claim that would make no sense. You'd have to adopt some type of, like, Aristotelian, like, telos here, saying that the particular parts, functions of our body have prescriptive purposes, when that's just gibberish. Like, and then also if we'd say that, like, violating what we're supposed to do is morally wrong, well, then would we say that, like, because I violate the purpose of my lips, which is supposed to, like, talk, eat, speak, and breathe, if that I'd be doing something wrong if I kiss my girlfriend? No.
I didn't really follow that argument. Wait, so
here, I gotta restart, bro. You feel free to come back in the requests.
Sure.
For everyone watching, I gotta restart my live. We got a flag on it. So yo, everyone, I'm gonna go ahead and I'll be right back, y'all. For the 1.2 thousand people have been here, make sure to come back into the live. I'll see y'all shortly. We just got a flag. I'll be right back.
No better than my reasons, which is just none, for believing that it's immoral.
Okay, so yeah, if you can't name the difference between you and a white supremacist, I'm just gonna go ahead and write you off as a little bit of a willfully ignorant, L citizen of this world. Moving on to our next guest here, and then particularly the reasons in which I'd uphold the idea that being a lesbian is amoral is due to the fact that there is no good reason for it to be wrong, etc. Get fucked on.
Oh,
What's up?
I
Howdy.
don't think it's wrong. I just came over here to say hi, Dean.
All right, moving on to our next guest. Let's go ahead and see what Ty has to say. Everyone, just gonna give us a moment here. Hey, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 24.
Nice. Do you think that being a lesbian is wrong, Ty?
I believe that. So I don't want to get into. Can we talk about something else? I wanted to talk to you. No, I wanted to talk about why you
Keep
think
it pushing, buddy.
Can we talk about? No,
Keep it pushing.
I wanted to talk about Trump.
Keep it pushing, buddy.
What?
Keep it pushing.
Pushing where?
Skedaddle.
Why?
Because I fucking told you to.
Well, I think it's funny how you, Dean, Parker, Harry, all think that what you're saying is
Let's go get Gordini up in here. Everyone, just give us a moment. What's up? How old are you?
Hey, how are you, Dean?
How old are you?
I'm 38 years old. Well, 37. I'll be 38 in July.
What year were you born in?
1986, Dean. That's some quick math for you, coach. Come on, Dean. You smarter than that, man. Come on, man. I know you smarter than that.
Okay, so why do you think that being a lesbian is wrong?
Okay, well, listen, man. Is it wrong? Yes, it's wrong. But is it right? Well, it can be right too, But the bottom line is, boys have penises and girls have vaginas. I'm allowed to say that, correct?
Yeah. So why is being a lesbian wrong?
So boys have penises and girls have vaginas, right? And that's how we were made.
So that's how we were made. So go ahead and
We were
continue.
made to procreate, correct, Dean?
We're made to procreate. I don't think that we were made to do anything. I don't think that we have
We
prescriptive
have zero
functions or
purpose on this
purposes.
earth. You think we have zero purpose on this earth?
I don't think that we have prescriptive purpose. I think that we interpersonally would define it
Then
descriptively
why should I?
speaking.
Then Dean, why should I not walk out into the street and slaughter people for my well-being? And why should I not walk into a house, kill everybody in it, and take every last thing they have?
Because that would be wrong for you to do.
Why? If we have no purpose, Dean.
Well, I don't think that things are wrong because we have a purpose. I think things are wrong because we'd be violating individuals'
Do you think
rights.
that the world is made with a certain rhyme or reason to it? Do you think that this world has order? Do you believe that there is divinity? Do you believe that this world was created for us humans to live?
So I don't believe in a god. However, do you mind detailing to me how this is relevant to the debate? So are you saying here that you do believe in God and you think that this God put us on the earth to procreate and it's wrong to be a lesbian because when you're in a lesbian relationship, you can't procreate with your partner?
Men and women to procreate because if you are a god, you're going to want more people in your universe.
So is it wrong for me to engage in intercourse with an infertile woman?
Absolutely not. You can. I think you can.
I'd be just as likely to
engage in intercourse with whoever you like, Dean.
I'd be just as likely to recreate by engaging in intercourse with an infertile woman as two women would be by engaging in intercourse. I
didn't say that your sole objective on Earth is to procreate.
I mean, but you use this as an argument insofar as why it's wrong to be a lesbian. However, this is a contradiction in a sense.
It's wrong to be a lesbian. I love watching two lesbians. I love being with lesbians. There's nothing wrong with that in my book, Dean. I love to experience it all, Dean. How old are you, Dean?
I'm restarting the live. I'm restarting. Make sure to say what's good in that chat. What's up, Boozy? How old are you?
Dean biting the curb, 4K, Ultra HD.
Hey, man, I have a question. Oh, no, they didn't want to answer the question. Unfortunate. Moving on to our next guest here, y'all. Everyone just kind of give us a moment. Let's go and get Charlie up in here, y'all. We only have 2 guest requests right now, y'all, so make sure that we are hopping in there. What's up, Charlie? How old are you?
I'm 18. You always kick me every time.
Okay, man, do you think that being a lesbian is wrong?
Yes, I do.
Okay, why so, Charlie?
So I want to know first, you said in the beginning, but why do you think it's wrong? I mean, it's not wrong.
Yeah, because I think if we're going to make like a positive claim on like anything, a positive moral claim, we have to do so with sufficient reason. Because when we don't, well, then we're just left with prejudice. A good example of this would be like individuals making the positive moral claim that it's wrong to be like black, right? However, we know that no sufficient reason insofar as something that is unjustified. And this is exactly what I'd say about any moral claim on behalf of being a lesbian. There's no reason in which exists, so this is why positive claims would be unjust in the same sense. So I guess I just ask you to propone this by giving me the good reason in which it is wrong to be lesbian.
Okay, and do you think that it's natural?
Do I think that it's natural? Of course I think that it's natural.
Okay, and can you explain how it's natural?
I mean, sure, but I mean, I don't think like if it's natural or unnatural is really relevant to if it's like good or bad.
Okay, well, I just know that you do think it's natural because I've heard you told another guest that it's natural, and that's something that supports your reasoning for why it should be allowed.
No, not at all. I don't think that the fact that it's natural has anything to do with why it's not wrong.
Okay, so I believe that it's wrong because it's not natural. So that's one of my
Okay, yeah,
arguments.
Charlie, is wearing shoes not natural?
Is wearing shoes not natural?
Yeah, because like once again, the definition of natural is just what exists outside of human influence in the state of nature, right? And like we don't see shoes in the state of nature outside of human influence. So would it follow that wearing shoes is wrong?
No, but I don't think you can equate that to your whole sexuality.
I mean, yeah, of course we are, because you're saying that, well, there's a realm of things that are natural, and there's a realm of things that are unnatural. If things are natural, then they're right. If things are unnatural, then they're wrong. And there's a lot of issues with this. We call it a naturalistic fallacy, right? So, like, in this realm of things that are natural, like graping your children and eating your own shit is natural. We see animals do this in nature all the time. Would you say, therefore, that this isn't wrong?
No, I don't think so.
Right. So we see that when we are using what is natural and unnatural as a reference for what is good and what is bad, we just yield so many absurdities. But once again, regardless of these facts, being lesbian is natural.
So you don't hold the same reasoning that you stated a couple lives ago, that it is natural because we can see it in animals, that animals do it with each other.
Well, this is like one of the points in which it is natural, but once again, I don't think if something is natural or unnatural has any relevance to if it is good or bad, right or wrong, etc.
Okay, because I was just going to make a point that we can see that animals produce inbreeding at a higher rate than they produce same-sex interactions with each other. So that's just was something I was going to say. But also, do you think that they lesbians or GAY people are born that way?
I think they're born with a disposition to be this way, but once again, are you saying they're not born in this way, therefore it's wrong?
Well, I think that if you're born that way, if you truly believe that they're born that way, then I don't think it's would be necessarily wrong for them to choose it if they are born that way. But I do
Wait,
not.
it's not a choice. Can you choose to be aroused by me right now?
I hope not.
Okay, so yeah, you agree that individuals are born this way and it's not a conscious decision. And this is also like the perspective in which science is going to support. Like the Netherlands Institute of Brain Research or the Center for Neurodoctrine Studies at the University of Pittsburgh, Massachusetts have like used EEGs, MRIs, fMRIs, and postmortem brain slices to conclude that there's differences in the neuroanatomy of like a GAY man in comparison to that of a straight man. So we know that there's specific biological predispositions for different sexual orientations.
Okay, then why do people who are born male are transgender? Because aren't they born a male? So they're not really born that way, are they?
Well, I don't think that like being trans has anything to do with being lesbian. But if you want me to explain to you what it means to be a trans woman, I can, but completely off topic, an insane pivot that has nothing to do with the
that's
topic.
not off topic at all. You're saying
wait, your attractions have nothing to do with your gender identity. Like literally nothing to do with your gender identity.
It's okay, so you're saying that they're born that way. So if they're born that way, then so if a lesbian is born lesbian and they choose to have intercourse with a woman, that's natural for them because they were born that way. But then you can't say the same thing for a man who's born a man. So he's born that way as a man, but he wants to turn into a woman.
Okay, so I mean, you just don't understand what it means to be trans. It's not a man turning into a woman. A trans woman is going to be a male with the neurobiology that typical of a female, or just would self-assign themselves to like gender categories typically associated with that of females. Like you just don't know what a trans man is. You don't know what a trans woman is. You associate gender with sex. However, we know this isn't how like trans individuals would define their terms. So this is just a conflation on your end.
Okay, and I'm also curious how you think about trans
Can
kids.
you actually respond to that, bro? And like, what the fuck does any of this have to do with the topic? So I absolutely dunk on you when it comes to like trans individuals, even though you're making a pivot, even though you say it isn't a pivot, and then you just pivot once again. Like, what are we talking about here, Charlie? You're getting destroyed, bro.
Oh, I'm sorry. What was the question that you had asked before?
Why is being a lesbian wrong?
And I already said I don't think it's natural.
Okay, what's your definition of natural?
Something that we're born with, and that everyone has a choice in whether.
Okay, were you born with shoes on?
Okay, you're not letting me finish.
Were you born with shoes on?
No, we're not born.
So
with
does this mean shoes are unnatural?
No.
No, it doesn't mean shoes are unnatural. So then what is the definition of natural? Because if you're defining natural as something that we're born with and we're not born with shoes, but yet you consider shoes natural, well, this is an incorrect definition of the word natural. So what do you mean when you say the word natural?
I just mean that when you're born, you have these instincts, and whether you choose or not choose to follow them is up to you. But when you choose to become lesbian, because I think that it's a choice, you're not.
Okay, so then can you choose to become gay right now?
I mean, yeah, I could choose, but I'm
okay,
not
so
going
do
to.
it. Choose to be aroused by me right now. Say that you're aroused by me, then choose back.
That's just a stupid comment. What are you talking about?
Can you do that?
No, because I'm choosing not to. Because I'm living naturally.
Charlie, I'm gonna go ahead and fill you in on something, bud. So I think the last statement that you made was true. You are probably choosing to not be attracted to men in the sense that those are desires that you're suppressing, meaning that you're most likely a bi or a gay man yourself. See, like this whole narrative that being gay is a choice, I think only exists because of like studies that have demonstrated that you're more likely to be homophobic if you're a closeted gay man yourself in comparison to be like a heterosexual man. Because I, as a heterosexual man, know that I'd never be able to choose to be attracted to another man. That's just something I cannot do. I am hardwired in a sense to be attracted to particularly women and nothing but women. And there's nothing that I'll ever be able to do to change that fact. And once again, this is supported by science. We're looking at the Netherlands Institute of Brain Research. We're looking at the Center for Neurodoctrine Studies at the University of Pittsburgh in Massachusetts, the Center for Neurochronology at UCLA. We're looking at very specific biological predispositions that are required to be GAY as a man. We're looking at a larger anterior commissure, varying traits of the AI NH3 subsection of the hypothalamus, such as differing dendritic densities, different neuronic substructures, different levels of neurohormones, such as FSH. We're also looking at different associations on your literal genome, such as the XQ23 chromosome. So what this tells us is that we can't like choose our attractions because we can't consciously change the shapes, sizes, functions of our neuroanatomy or associations on our genome.
I don't believe that's true either, though, because we see that people who are born and up to a certain age, let's just say around 20 years old, before that time they were straight. They didn't think that they were gay or.
Don't say that on live. You gotta say GAY.
I meant lesbian at all. And then once they reach that certain age of, let's just say 30, they begin to have these feelings, and they never thought that they would have these feelings before. So before, they thought that they were completely straight, 100% straight. They never had any kind of desire to pursue the opposite gender. Once they reach 30, however, they start having these desires.
Yeah, so that's not true at all. It's not that they didn't have the desires, it's that they didn't understand those desires. We live in a heteronormative society. Like, society tells us that men are supposed to be attracted to women. Society tells us that men are supposed to marry women. Society tells us that it's wrong for men to be attracted to a man. Same thing between two women. So of course, when we have these social influences and pressures, people aren't going to like understand their sexual orientation. There's going to be like GAY kids that grow up not understanding their attractions because everyone around them says that they're like men attracted to women or women attracted to men, and like the societal influences such as the government and institutions, churches, schools, hospitals, etc., are all telling them that they're supposed to be attracted to the opposite gender or sex. So of course, this isn't something that they're going to understand. But this also doesn't undermine the fact that there is children who do understand their sexual orientation from a very young age.
Okay, and I also saw a recent statistic that if you transition before the age of 16...
There's nothing that... And remember, we're having a conversation about lesbian people, nothing about trans people.
Okay, sorry, but you just mentioned that...
You're like pivoting. I'm literally dunking on you, and then you pivot to another point, but continue, Charlie.
Okay, you said that you were dunking on the last guy, and you were just yapping for about 5 minutes.
Charlie,
But
I don't think that you could genuinely understand like the words that are coming out of my mouth and or the value in which they have because you are demonstrating this on live. Like, of course, you're going to say that I was yapping to the last guest because I'm like trying to educate and inform you and make you a more reasonable person on live right now, and none of it is sticking. Like, it's not me yapping, it's just you lacking the comprehension ability to understand the words that are coming out of my mouth. So
I
don't make it seem
understand.
like my fault that you can't understand a man with more reason than yourself.
Actually, I believe that my IQ is much higher than yours, but okay.
If your IQ is much more higher than mine, then why can't you understand what I'm saying? Why can't you respond to my arguments? Why
Okay,
can't you
can I
intellectually engage with the topic at hand? If your IQ is higher than mine, then why can't you see the fucking light, brother? If your IQ is higher than mine, then why can't you beat me in a debate? If your IQ is higher than mine, then why do you have to pivot off of every single point that I made? If your IQ is higher than mine, then you wouldn't even be on this live in the first place because you'd recognize that it's not wrong to be a lesbian. So before you make silly little statements because you're kind of getting upset because I'm dunking on you, actually consider the repercussions that they could have when I then turn around and disintegrate it.
All right, so I'll answer. You just said about 5 things. I'll answer the first one. The reason that you're a lot better at debating people is because this is what you do for a living. I don't debate people at all, hardly ever. And also, the point that you made before, you said that some kids are able to see their desires at an earlier age. So, what I was going to say off of this point is kids who have transitioned before the age of 16, we can see that 27% of these kids within 10 years have some sort of regret in transitioning. And this is not based off the society, this is based off their own personal thoughts of their transitions.
I mean, I don't believe that, and you would have to provide evidence for that. But once again, that's another topic. I mean, do we understand that? Like, can we understand that? Like, I'm talking about women being attracted to women. I'm talking about women engaging in intercourse with women. And I'm asking you if either of these things are wrong, and you said yes. So I'm asking you to provide argumentation for the idea that those things are wrong, and I'm asking you to engage with my counter arguments for your original reasons. So when you bring up like trans people and regret rates, none of this is on topic because we're not talking about trans people, we're talking about lesbians. But to
Yeah.
respond to those specific statistics, like, yeah, absolutely misinformation. I don't believe that for a fucking second. But now, for my third time asking you, please stay on topic. Please respond to the counter arguments in which I've granted to you when we're talking about lesbians.
All right, so you make fun of people when they bring up statistics, and then when they do bring up statistics, you say you don't believe it. But anyway,
So, Charlie, yes, the reason I don't believe that is because it seems completely unreasonable given the priors in which I have with statistics given regret rates with trans individuals. So, if you're going to make the claim that this is reasonable, well, all that I'm asking you for is the source in order to justify that this is indeed true. And there's absolutely nothing wrong with citing your source, Charlie. But then once again, you just completely ignored the most valuable bit of information that I shared there, that being that a conversation about trans individuals and regret rates with medical transitions is completely irrelevant to the conversation on if it is wrong to be a lesbian. So can you actually engage with like the valuable sentiments in which I'm sharing through our dialogue here and stay on topic?
yeah, so I was just trying to compare that piece of evidence to what you said previously about kids who can maybe see this at an earlier rate instead of later on. And I was just saying that if they do see this at an earlier rate, that doesn't mean that technically that they are 100% lesbians still, that they could still just be doing it based off society, because we can see that in today's society, it almost seems that this LGBTQ plus
Hey, man.
community is kind of welcoming and wanting people.
Hey, man. You know what was really beautiful about what you just said? Is
Yeah.
this perfectly explains your first argument insofar as why it's wrong to be a lesbian. You said that there are all these people that were straight and then suddenly changed to be a lesbian when they grow up. But now you're saying that individuals can think like they're particularly like lesbian or straight when they're young because of social influences. And as they grow up and understand their attractions more, they will actualize their true sexual orientation. You seem to just have explained the reasoning insofar as why individuals will like think that they're straight growing up through school with particular social pressures, making them think that they're straight because that's the norm. That's apparently what they're supposed to do. That's what everyone else does. However, as they better understand themselves and grow as a person, they recognize their true sexual orientation.
Yeah, but again, I don't think the difference is one of them we can see that it's much more common, such as being straight, and the other one is realizing that you're lesbian at a younger age, which is generally more pushed in today's society. The other one
No, you're
is
wrong. Literally, no one is telling people to be lesbian. All that I'm doing is saying that it's okay to be lesbian. But if you want to talk about who and what society is telling people to be, society tells people to be straight. In fact, you are telling people that right now. You are saying that you're supposed to be straight. It's natural to be straight. You're not supposed to be lesbian. It's all natural to be lesbian. Everyone is born straight. No one is born lesbian. You are perpetuating the social pressure as we speak.
I mean, we see people go against natural things all the time.
And you still haven't given me a clear defense of the idea that being lesbian is unnatural, nor have you responded to my arguments that it is. You also weren't able to clearly define natural. You said that the definition of natural is something that you're born with, but then I asked you if shoes are natural, and you said yes. Charlie, are you born with shoes?
I think we've already been over this.
Answer my question. Are you born with shoes?
No, you're not.
So then how can you define the word natural as something that you're born with, then apply the word natural to shoes, meanwhile you're not born with shoes? This seems like a clear conflation of terms. So give me a very clear and concise definition of the word natural here, so I can even just understand what you mean when you say being lesbian is unnatural.
Yeah, I don't think it matters what definition I give. I could give the best definition in the world, and you would still have some counter argument against what I have to say.
Of course I will, because you're wrong.
Okay, yeah. I don't think it matters what people ever say to you. You're always going to believe what you believe, and that's the same with me. I don't think that you can convince me that it is right. I mean,
bro, look at you, Charlie. You're floundering. You're so ignorant. It's crazy, and your ignorance hurts people. You're literally sitting up here saying that being lesbian is wrong. No one should be lesbian. You're supposed to be straight because being lesbian is unnatural. But then you can't even tell me what unnatural means. This is willful ignorance in which you are using to purport harm and marginalization against a third of our population when you can't even define the fucking terms that you're using. Imagine you were born with a trait of your character that you didn't choose, that you can't change, and that doesn't harm other people, that other people then say is intrinsically flawed, that it's supposed to be different, that something is wrong about it, and when you ask them why, they just fucking say, and stumble upon their words and say that they'll never change their mind. Are you so ignorant insofar as that you can't understand the problem, the harm, and the issues of holding to the beliefs in which you do?
Yeah. So again, I just don't think that even if I were to give you a definition, it would fit your understanding of what I'm saying. And I would go into
the word natural.
If I were to go into actually what I believe, I know that I would not only get clowned on by you, but all of your people in the chat. So
define the word natural. Is this you opting out of the debate? Is this you admitting that you can't beat me? Is this you recognizing that you can't defend your worldview? If so, is this your first step in becoming a more rational individual by holding to beliefs in which can't be so easily clowned on by a 19-year-old white boy on TikTok? Is this you taking the first step in the direction of becoming a better person and not holding to beliefs in which actively persecute and marginalize a third of our human population? Is this you recognizing that there's other beliefs in which aren't so susceptible to intellectual critique and pushback from smart people?
Okay, what you just said as well is, am I admitting that I cannot beat you? I don't think that you've ever had someone on this live who you think that you've lost to. Which I've seen a lot of your lives, and when you mute people and you talk over them and you degrade them and you tell your chat to type L them, you put 666, which is just crazy I don't even know why you do that. And you get on like these people's sides and you make them angry, and then you get very roused up and you get angry, and then you just like degrade the other person speaking because you don't agree with them. I don't agree with you, and many people don't agree with you as well, but we don't sit up here making fun of you and making fun of your chat because that's just, I don't know, little boyish, I guess.
Oh, wait, what's that coming in over your radio? Oh, is that the tone police calling you back to the precinct? Oh, is that the tone? Is that a 10-4 from the tone police? Or I think they're calling you back to base. You've lost the debate, so now you're sitting up here whining and crying. Be so fucking for real. What do we got on the live? Do we got tone police? Why are you such a snowflake?
Oh, sorry, I was a little distracted. I'm getting some gifts right now. That's actually kind of... Yo, thank you for the rose. Appreciate that.
Okay, so once again, I just want to kind of clarify where we're at in the debate. You can't tell me what you mean by the word natural, so now you're just whining, coping, and crying about how you think I'm mean? I don't care.
Okay. Well, I guess if you don't really have to care what I say, then I guess I'm kind of done talking.
No, I don't care about your ad hom attacks saying that I'm mean and that I'm a bad guy. Like, you understand this is the funnel of like vast majority of people that come on my live. So you do try to engage with me in an intellectual conversation and purport to me insofar as why you think being a lesbian is wrong, and then you get dunked on by Dean. And then what you start doing is you are recognizing that you cannot intellectually defeat my position and you can't give good reason to yours. So then you try to devalue my words through another tactic. That tactic being devaluing me as a person. You devalue me, you say I'm mean, you say that I am rude, you say that I interrupt people, you say that I overspeak people, all in a very sour attempt to devalue the legitimacy of the words in which I'm sharing with you. But this is nothing new. This is what toxic emotional men have done forever. You don't value things like reason, intellect, rationale, logic. No, you value emotions. So you are willing to accept that you are more justified in finding it wrong to be lesbian, regardless of the fact that you have no good reason, and I've just destroyed every argument you've given because you just don't like me.
All right. Yeah, I mean, again, if you were actually honest with your debates, you would know that there's nothing that someone could say to turn you from. I mean, this topic, especially the one that we have, why is being lesbian wrong? I guess this one kind of makes more sense that no one could really ever convince you otherwise. But when you have
Charlie,
these,
you understand that you've been whining about how you don't think you'll be able to convince me, all in an attempt to pivot away from me asking you to define what the word natural means? Like, I want to get you and the 1.8 thousand people watching the live at least on base with that fact. You said that being a lesbian is wrong because it's unnatural, and you haven't been able to define what unnatural is. And now you're taking this tactic as saying, well, you'll never be able to change my mind, I'll never be able to change your mind. This is copium. I don't care about your copium. I either want you to find the word unnatural so I could better understand your argument to better refute it and hopefully get you to change your mind, or I'm going to move on to the next guess. It is so unreasonable for you to assume that I'm just going to accept your critique that you're never going to change my mind, when in all reality, you can't change my mind because you can't define the word natural. That's an issue, buddy. If you're going to say that being a lesbian is unnatural, you got to define what your words are. At least I can. You know what I mean? So I think being lesbian is natural. And I define the word natural as what exists in the state of nature outside of human influence. And I think that being lesbian exists in the nature outside of human influence because it does so observably. We see it in over 3,000 animal species. Our closest genetic relative, the babonos, engage in same-gendered intercourse all the time. 10% of moose refuse to engage in opposite-sex intercourse and only engage in same-gendered intercourse. We also see that this is true of same-gendered penguin couples who will adopt and raise young penguins and raise them as their own. This is true of deer. This is true of elk. This is true of bears. This is true of, like I said, 3,000 animal species. And then one point further, insofar as why it is natural, is while we know what causes people to be lesbian, and that is the natural development of the human anatomy and genome in utero. We see associations on the genetic code, such as the XQ23 chromosome. We see associations within our neurobiology. GAY men have a larger anterior commissure, which is a nerve lining between the hemispheres of the brain, than straight men. We see associations on the AI NH3 subsection of the hypothalamus. This is very sexually dimorphic in the sense that it differs based upon your sexual orientation. And all of this is in an attempt to show that being lesbian is natural. So, do you see there? When I make a claim, I not only define my words, but I also give multiple good reasons insofar as why I'm correct. And when you made the claim that being a lesbian is wrong, not only did you not define your words, but you gave no reason insofar as why you were correct.
okay, yeah, but I'm just gonna based off something that you just said, and I don't say he's deflecting, because I'm going based off exactly what you just said, and I'm gonna say why it's wrong. So you're looking to nature for a way to say that something is natural. You're talking about penguins, which is just kind of like a little interesting. But we can see that a 2021 meta-analysis of 139 previous studies found that captive animals breed with kin 73% of the time. And in fact, inbreeding is a problem for animals just as often as it is for humans. So nature, as you were saying, let's look to nature. And nature and natural are not the same thing. So first of all, my point is that if we look to nature, animals, that is a very poor understanding of what we are looking at compared to humans. So you're saying that it is okay and that it is natural for people to engage in being lesbian or same sex, but we can see it at a higher rate and in 139 previous studies that these animals inbreed with each other just as much as humans. So if you are saying that it is okay because we can see it in penguins, then you're saying that it is also natural for humans to engage in inbreeding.
Okay, I mean, well, first of all, you made the point there that like the meta-analysis in which you gave to show high rates of inbreeding was in captivity, was in captive animals, where we'd have a generally small gene pool. Um, I mean, I think that we should almost expect inbreeding out of the gene pool of like captive animal species.
Okay,
But
that's also not the main point of
I
my
just kind of want to
argument.
ignore that. I'm willing to say that like inbreeding is natural. Yeah, I bet we observe that in animal species all the time. I feel like we'd expect that in nature.
Okay, then why is it wrong for humans to engage in inbreeding if it's natural in nature?
Because it leads to severely malformed offspring, and it also introduced power dynamics in which would like lead to coerceful relationships asserting non-consent. Like for the same reason that it's wrong for like a student to engage in intercourse with a professor, like because of like the power dynamic present between them, this is most likely going to be present between like adults and their children, or like the children in of themselves. Not to mention like the malformed offspring in which would be caused by inbreeding. But like as I've already mentioned, it is severely detrimental to use the standard of what is natural and unnatural, of what is right and wrong. Like cars, like combustion engines are the most unnatural shit known to mankind. Okay? Can we agree on that?
Yeah.
So is it wrong for me to drive my car to get a coffee?
I don't believe so, no.
So see how we don't use a standard of what is natural and unnatural to dictate what is right and wrong?
Okay, but you realize that you just went on a whole rant about penguins and saying that we can see it in nature.
Yeah,
And
to
now you're
justify that it's natural, of
and now you're
course.
saying what I'm saying is different because it causes malformed offspring.
You're
But guess
talking
what?
about incest. Yeah, like there's other natural things that I think are wrong. Like it's natural for animals in nature to like eat their children.
You're literally picking and choosing. You're not listening to what I'm saying. You're
I'm not
saying
picking
that
and choosing. If
you
we're going to
are.
say that
You
something's
are.
wrong, we have to have good reason for it to be wrong.
Okay,
What was
so
the good
tell me.
reason that you
Okay,
provided for it to be wrong to be a lesbian?
tell me why it is okay because we see it in nature to be lesbian, but it is
Wait.
not okay because we see in nature of inbreeding.
Wait, yeah, you're making this conflation on my position once again when this was the first thing that I clarified to you when you joined the live. My position is not that being a lesbian is amoral or like in the sense okay because we see it in nature. That is such a bad standard to base what is good and bad on. We see incest in nature, as you mentioned. This doesn't make it okay. We see rape in nature. This doesn't make it okay. We see like eating each other in nature. It doesn't make it okay. I particularly think it is okay to be a lesbian due to the lack of any good reason for it to be wrong. Like whenever we posit a positive moral claim, we have to have sufficient like justification for that positive moral claim. Like a good example of this is white supremacists posit the claim that it's morally wrong to be black. And the reason that we discredit white supremacists is because they have no good reason insofar as why it would be wrong for it to be black. And I'm saying that this is exactly true of you and your position. You're a homophobe that is positing the claim that it is morally wrong to be a lesbian. And for the same reason that the YT supremacist is unjust due to a lack of good reason, you're unjust due to a lack of good reason. And if you would contend this claim, you'll simply have to provide me with a reason insofar as why it is wrong to be a lesbian.
Okay. I guess it's just kind of hard for me to describe what natural is because I don't think that there's one definition that can describe it in a way that would make sense to everyone. But when I'm
Well, I
saying
mean,
natural, I'm
when
thinking,
we talk about natural, do you accept or reject my idea that we shouldn't base morality on what is natural or unnatural? Do you accept or reject that?
yeah, I think I accept that. And
Okay, so you accept the idea that we shouldn't base what is morally right and wrong off of what is unnatural and natural. So therefore, when you make the claim that being a lesbian is wrong because it's unnatural, well, you'd have to like recognize that that is a fallacious argument in the sense that this is basing what is right and wrong off of what is natural and unnatural.
Yeah. I'm just thinking that natural for me would just be something that when you're born, you choose things that to go against like your I don't even know. It's kind of just like almost like a traditional thing. Like you just can't go against what may cause harm to others and diseases and stuff like that.
Does heterosexual intercourse give people STIs and STDs?
Yes, it does. But
Okay, so what's the difference between that and like same-gendered intercourse, particularly lesbian intercourse, in which has a lower transmission rate of STIs and STDs than heterosexual intercourse? Given your framework, you'd say people should engage in lesbian intercourse as it puts them at a lower disposition to get these particular diseases. Not to mention that I bet you'd say it's always wrong for two women to engage in intercourse with one another, even if both of the women tested prior to engaging in intercourse, so they have certainty in the fact that they're at no disposition to get an STI or an STD.
yeah. I just think that when I'm thinking about natural, I'm thinking about it from my kind of worldview. So our form of natural isn't going to line up with each other.
You said something about traditional. Like, are you saying that it's wrong to be a lesbian because it goes against tradition?
I'm just saying it's wrong to be lesbian just based off my worldview. In my worldview, natural is different from your worldview of natural, so that's why we don't agree.
But you're not articulating what that means at all, not to mention that you already accepted the concept that regardless of like your definitions of natural and unnatural, that this shouldn't be a basis for the determinants of what is right and wrong. Like,
yeah, I believe
do you
that.
Understand that? Like these two do you affirm the statement that what is right and wrong shouldn't be based on what is natural and unnatural?
I guess you would have to give me an example where I wouldn't agree with that, but yeah.
Wearing shoes is unnatural. Wearing shoes isn't wrong. Driving a car, combustion engines are unnatural. Driving a car isn't wrong. Coffee is unnatural, yet drinking coffee isn't wrong. Fucking Pandora, like getting your ears pierced is unnatural, but getting your ears pierced isn't wrong. Flying on a plane, using your phone, being on your live right now, these are all examples of things that are unnatural that aren't wrong.
Okay, yeah.
So would you affirm this statement that what is right and wrong isn't based upon what is natural and unnatural?
Yeah.
Okay, so given your affirmation of that statement, how can you make the argument that being a lesbian is wrong because it's unnatural? Is that relies upon the affirmation of the statement that what is right and wrong is based upon what is natural and unnatural.
Yeah, I see. I just think that man was created for woman and woman was created for man. And
for what reason?
I mean, the first people of our mankind had to have been man and woman.
They also had to be fertile, so do you think it's morally wrong to be infertile?
That's okay. I'm just saying that in the beginning of time, there had to have been two people, man and woman, to produce.
Yeah, but the man and woman also had to be fertile, because if they were infertile, they couldn't procreate. So do you think it's morally wrong to be infertile?
Well, clearly they were made to be fertile. Otherwise, they would have been infertile, and we wouldn't have this population around us, would we?
Right. So in the same way, you're like, if they were lesbian, they wouldn't have been able to procreate, and this is what makes being a lesbian wrong. Well, if they were infertile, they wouldn't have been able to procreate. So do you think that this fact makes infertility wrong?
But the thing is, they weren't infertile.
And they weren't lesbian.
If they were lesbian, then they would be not able to reproduce.
And if they were infertile, they wouldn't be able to reproduce. So do you think it is wrong to be infertile?
No, I do not.
Okay. So in the same way you say, if the first two humans were infertile, we wouldn't be here. But it's not wrong to be infertile. You should also say, if the first two humans were a lesbian couple, we wouldn't be here. But yet it's not wrong to be in a lesbian couple.
Because I believe that one's a choice and one you were born with or you develop later on in life.
So we've already went over this idea of it being a choice, which is something you reject because you can't choose to be GAY. Okay. So off the bat, if you can't choose it, what makes you think other people could? And then additionally, I gave you institutions of medicine and science that point out biological predispositions for these facts, in which you can't consciously choose. That would be in direct refutation of the idea that you could consciously choose.
That's not what I said as well. I think that anyone can choose to be
Can you?
lesbian, or the other one.
Can
Do you believe that you have free will?
I have free will, but my free will can't change the color of my eyes, just like my free will can't change my sexual orientation, sir.
I do not believe that's true. I believe that anyone can choose to be straight or lesbian.
Okay, so yeah, you're telling me that you could choose to be attracted to dudes, right?
I mean, I have free will, so I guess, yeah, sure.
Could you choose to be attracted to a little kid?
I hope not, no.
Which makes me think that you're closeted, because you're not willing to bite that bullet and say that you could choose to be attracted to a little kid, because obviously, you know, you can't choose their sexual attractions. But like you're saying that you can choose to be attracted to a man, which makes me seem like you're being honest about this, almost as if you're suppressing those sexual attractions.
I've seen you do this to multiple people. I don't know if that makes you feel good about yourself.
It's literally the only it's literally the only explanation that I can think of. It's like it's so intuitive to me that it's not a choice because I can never choose it. But if you're saying that you can, I think you must be suppressing those attractions. Like that's the only explanation I could think of.
Okay, but then if you can say all this stuff, then I'm just wondering where you draw the line. Because if you can possibly be attracted to, I don't know, an animal, but you cannot be attracted to something else, then how are you able to say that one of them is okay and the other is not okay? Where do you draw the line in saying that?
What do you mean? Like if we're comparing like two women being attracted to two people and then like a man being attracted to an animal, well, the reason it's wrong to be attracted to an animal is because that's conducive towards rape. The animal can't consent to engaging in intercourse with you. However, the same couldn't be said about two women being attracted to one another because adult women can consent to engaging in intercourse with one another.
And a child can consent to an adult, so I'm using your exact same logic, so explain that one to me.
You think children can consent to intercourse?
I'm using your same exact logic, so tell me how they're different.
They're different because children can't consent to intercourse.
And so you think how does that make sense at all?
You're saying that it doesn't make sense.
What's the difference between a 15-year-old
You're saying that it
and
doesn't make
18?
sense to say that children can't consent to intercourse. Now you're asking me for the difference between a 15-year-old and an 18-year-old?
Consenting to intercourse. Why is one wrong and one's okay?
The 15-year-old can't consent to intercourse.
And okay, you're not making any sense. You're saying that an animal cannot consent to intercourse, and that's what makes it wrong.
To a human, yeah.
Okay, then a 15-year-old can consent to intercourse.
No. No, they can't.
It's your same logic. It's exactly your same logic.
No, a 15-year-old can't consent to intercourse because they don't have the required... Why do I have to explain to you why a 15-year-old can't consent to intercourse? What do you think consent is?
Giving your permission.
Giving your permission. Do you think that a 12-year-old girl could give her permission to sleep with Justin Bieber?
I'm not saying I completely disagree with this. I'm saying following your same logic, you should agree with this then.
No. I think that consent is fully understanding the context of an action in which would be engaged in by an individual, as well as the repercussions of said action down the line. I think that in like it's implicitly stated here, but consent must be informed. And what I'm saying is that like the cognitive capabilities of like, you know, like a 15-year-old are just simply not developed insofar as to a point where they can make an informed decision to meaningfully consent to engage in an intercourse. Why do I have to explain this to you? Why do you not?
Now you're angry. Now you're angry because you're not following the same logic. Okay,
what's the break in my logic here?
We see in other societies, because you're only thinking that 18 is it because that's what we have pushed on our society.
That's actually probably true. That's actually probably true.
Okay.
I think that for like true informed consent, that like it'd probably be between like 20 and like 24. Like I think that like in my eudaimonic world, we'd actually have staggered consent laws. Like I don't think that a 50-year-old should be able to engage in intercourse with like an 18-year-old. I think that like when you're 18, you should be able to engage in intercourse with like someone to like maybe like 20 or 21, and then it would just kind of stagger up until you hit full brain development, and then at that point you'd be able to like meaningfully engage in intercourse with anyone of any age. But I might still think it's weird if there's a big age gap. And like then like also like I'm not gonna lie, I don't think it's wrong for like two 17-year-olds to engage in intercourse with one another. So like in the introduction of like some staggered consent laws starting at like maybe the ages like 17 or something and moving up would be like what I'd agree with. But anyways, what's your argument here?
Okay, so I guess you kind of just switched what I was arguing against because you believe that it should be older than it is. But again, I don't understand if you say that, then why it. I don't know where you're getting these numbers from. Because if you're just pulling numbers out of nowhere, then there's really no
The
legal.
prefrontal cortex stops development in females at the age of 24 and in males at the age of 25.
Okay,
The
then
numbers
why
aren't
do you
coming out of
think
my
it's
ass.
okay for two 17-year-olds to engage in intercourse then?
Because they have similar brain development to one another, and I believe it's developed to a point insofar as they can make like somewhat meaningfully consent, like informed consent towards each other, like on the prerequisite of like pretty heavy sex ed.
That makes absolutely no sense.
No, I mean, wait 1 second. Like for instance, like like I think it's like grape when like a human engages in intercourse with an animal, because animal can't meaningfully consent to the human, but like we see like two animals engage in intercourse all the time, and I want to say that that's grape.
Okay, so then you say that the frontal cortex develops for man at 25.
It like finishes development at 24. Why are we arguing consent, bro? Are you really trying to defend the position that like 15-year-olds can consent to intercourse?
I'm trying to show you how you're wrong. Okay,
What am I wrong
it fully
about?
develops
Wait,
at 25.
can
It
you
fully-
name the point that I'm wrong about real quick?
Yeah, I'm trying to explain it to you, but you're not listening to what I'm saying.
No, I just want you
So
to
the
state it very clearly.
Okay.
What's the statement that I made that I'm wrong about?
Okay, so you're saying that it is wrong for human and animals to engage in intercourse because of consent.
Yeah, the animal can't consent to the human.
Okay, and now I'm saying that people under the age of 18 can consent.
How old are you?
I'm 18.
Would you engage in intercourse with a 14, 15-year-old girl?
No, I would not, because
Why not?
Okay, I don't understand how you don't understand what I'm saying. You are saying that it is wrong because an animal cannot consent.
Wait, no, answer my question. You're making the argument that a 14, 15-year-old girl can consent to intercourse. So when you say you want to engage in intercourse with them, you're like lying about the idea that you think they can consent, or there's some other reason why you think it's wrong. So why wouldn't you engage in intercourse with a 14, 15-year-old girl? Which, by the way, I'm happy you said that.
Well, I would hope I would say that. But anyway, I don't think that it's right because I believe that at that age, they shouldn't be able to consent. But according to your logic, you believe that they should be able to consent. Just
For
as
what
you're
reason?
saying
No, I've
that-
made it very clear insofar as why they can't consent, because they don't have like the rational faculties required to make a meaningful, informed decision on the basis of engaging in any sexual activity.
Okay, but then you said that the frontal cortex develops at the age of 25. So
yeah,
then
so
what's
like
the
staggered
difference
consent
between a
laws being introduced at about
24-year-old
the age of like 17 would seem to make the most sense insofar as like allowing individuals who would meet a threshold of development to engage in intercourse with individuals around the similar age.
Okay, so you believe that anything under 25, between 20 to 24, and anything under 20 would be okay then?
Wait, I think it would be okay given like certain thresholds with between the age. Like I don't think that anyone under the age of 17 should be able to engage in intercourse. I think that that's always wrong. I think that they lack the threshold of any rational faculties and education to make informed decisions about engaging in intercourse. At about the age of 17, I think that 17-year-olds should be able to engage in intercourse with other 17-year-olds. I think that 18-year-olds should be able to engage in intercourse with other 18-year-olds through like 19 or 20-year-olds. And then I think that like 20-year-olds should be able to engage in intercourse with people up to like maybe like 25 through like 27. And then like, you know, just those upper and lower bounds would kind of grow as the age would increase up to like the point of full development, like 25. And then at that point, I think that you should be able to engage in intercourse with whoever you want, but I'm still going to look at like a 24-year-old sleeping with like a 70-year-old as like pretty fucking weird.
Okay, I just don't think that you can make the claim that one is okay and one is wrong, given the sense.
I've literally already given you logical, refutations to that point, and I've given you like a great defense of my worldview. You actually can't purport it and contend it at all. You just seem to be holding to the claim that I'm wrong without any reason. And then also, I just want everyone watching, the 2.4 thousand people in here, to recognize that right now Charlie's saying that I can't compare a man engaging in intercourse with an animal to grape. He's saying that that animal is consenting to the intercourse. So I'm actually not the crazy one in this situation. You are.
That's not really what I said at all. I'm saying that the animal is not consenting.
And that's
you're
why it's
saying-
wrong. And that's okay.
Yeah,
Good job.
and
We
that's
agree on
why
that. The
it's-
animal's not consenting, and that's why it's wrong for man to engage in intercourse with an animal.
Okay, and this is my point. A kid can consent.
No, your point is wrong. Do you think... Oh my God. When do humans gain the ability to consent to intercourse? At what age?
That's based off of our
You
society.
just said a kid can consent to intercourse. Like, do we understand how, like, crazy that is?
Do you realize that just because you can do
You
something...
think a child can consent to intercourse?
Do you realize that just because you can consent to something doesn't make it right? I can consent to all sorts of things. That doesn't mean that what I'm doing is right.
Okay, so then why is it wrong for someone under the age of... Okay, so if it's not about the consent, why is it wrong for an individual under the age of 18 to engage in intercourse, given your worldview?
Why is it wrong?
Yeah.
I believe that it's wrong because... I just believe that it's wrong because of our society.
Okay, so if we lived in a society that didn't think it was wrong, it wouldn't be wrong?
No, I'd still believe that it's wrong because I believe that it's not natural. And once you go past a few years of development, the connection...
I mean, like your logic is so unsound. Like, no, the reason it's wrong for children to engage in intercourse is because they can't consent. But like, I almost feel like I'm doing something wrong by giving you pushback. Like, I'm not going to debate you on why your reasons insofar as why children can't consent to intercourse are bad. Like, I don't care what your reasons are. At least you think they can't consent. That's what I truly care about. But what I'm telling you is that you haven't given me like any refutation of my view. And no, it is not true that under my worldview, I think kids can consent to intercourse. In fact, I've already very well detailed what informed consent is and like given you like my staggered view on like how I think it should work legally speaking. So what's your point here?
If you can't see that I'm taking your logic and applying it to mine, then I don't know what to tell you.
You're not taking my logic and you're applying it to yours.
Yes, I am.
I've given you my logic about what I've given you my logic about what informed consent is. I've given you my lower and upper thresholds insofar as what rational faculties are required to engage in intercourse and in what scenarios it's okay for like individuals with like underdeveloped rational faculties such as 17-year-olds to like meaningfully engage in intercourse with other 17-year-olds and that being morally permissible under my view, as well as like other staggered like legislation, which I think should be the case given consent laws. And you are now saying that you're taking that logic and you're comporting it to your worldview, and you're left with the conclusion that 15-year-olds should be able to consent to intercourse given my logic. But no, that is not true given my logic, because as I already detailed to you, given my logic, no, 15-year-olds shouldn't be able to consent to intercourse in any scenario. In fact, they can't make that informed decision due to the lack of like particular rational faculties, right? So you're not using my logic here, as my logic strictly entails that no, 15-year-olds can't consent to intercourse.
But you believe that two 17-year-olds can with each other?
Yes.
But not two 15-year-olds with each other?
Yes, exactly.
And what's the difference there?
Like the development of the rational faculties and education in consideration to sex ed.
So that 2 years really makes that big of a difference?
It does. It makes a massive difference.
Okay, and for the 15-year-olds in the chat that have engaged in intercourse, what do you think about that?
America, I appreciate you for the $6.66 on PayPal. Thank you so much for the love, America. I was a 15-year-old that engaged in intercourse, and I look back on it very badly. That was terrible. That was like so stupid of me. I was a little kid, dude.
But 17, that made the difference. Like, oh man, I'm 17 now.
Like, yes! There is a lot of difference between being 15 and 17. This is one of the fastest, like periods insofar as like neurobiological, physical, and anatomical development for a human.
All right. So
and if you disagree with that, well then, like, you're delusional. like explain, buddy. Wait, so do you not think that there's that much difference between like a 15-year-old and an 18-year-old?
I do, but I'm trying to base it off of what you're saying in the beginning. I don't think that once the age gap goes a certain way, then you shouldn't be able to engage in it because you guys is just chemistry.
Bro, this is weird. Like, are you going to give me an actual reason insofar as why it's wrong to be a lesbian? Or are you just going to keep telling me that you probably want to sleep with kids? Kenna, thank you for the $1 on Venmo. You choose Bear, W. Kenna. By the way, if anyone wants to support me, I have Venmo and PayPal in my bio, y'all.
I don't understand how you could even say that based off of what I'm saying that I want
You
to.
just sound like QB 2.0, bro. Creepy as fuck. You want a cupcake? Jesus.
That just sounds really weird. As you promote 666 in your chat, which has really oh my gosh, I can't say the word, which is just really bad. And you're saying that I'm
Yo,
trying to promote.
W666? W666? Let's get a W666 in the chat. In that
Does that
chat,
make
bro,
you
it's
feel
3
good?
fucking numbers.
Does that make you feel good?
You over here being a snowflake about 3 fucking numbers, but then you pay no mind to you literally perpetuating ideologies and belief structures that that marginalize, persecute, and harm a third of our population. You over here like, the 3 numbers in the chat, so bad, so bad. But my belief system in which actively marginalizes a third of humans, so good, so good. 3 numbers, bad, bad, bad. Marginalizing a third of the human population because of a trait that they were born with that they can't change that doesn't hurt me. Good, 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 good.
Did you just say a third of the population?
Yep.
Are you serious with that statistic?
Yeah, a third of the population is not heterosexual. What are you going to do about it? Cry?
A third?
A third!
Oh my gosh, that number's just coming out of nowhere.
No, actually, it's coming from like particular like
That's
academic studies and
crazy.
polls done on like individuals between the ages of 17 and
That's
26.
just such a lie. That is not true whatsoever at all.
Okay, well, I was trying to give you the information about the poll.
Is that in a given city? Because if you're talking about worldwide, that's 1000% wrong. And even if you're talking in the US, that number is also very wrong. So I'd actually like to see the what that was.
I mean, I was giving you the information of a given poll. I think that this was a study done on like individuals aged 17 through 26 or 27, and it basically asked them about their sexual attractions, and like 1 out of every 3 people reports having like non-heterosexual sexual attractions, which I think seems to line up. If you're just saying that it's wrong because we've seen like a very small amount of individuals who have self-reported this in the past, well, that's because of like social pressures forcing them to. For instance, during the 1970s and 80s, there was a lot of people who had a weird prejudice against left-handed people. Like, for instance, people that were left-handed try to like schools would try to indoctrinate them into being right-handed, telling them that they're supposed to be right-handed. So there's a very small amount of people who self-reported as being left-handed. But like for whatever with the 21st century, people just kind of forgot about this prejudice against left-handed people. So now there's a much higher amount of left-handed people, but like this never changed the amount of left-handed people, just the amount of left-handed people that self-reported this fact. Like, for instance, like we've historically seen laws against GAY marriage. We've seen social pressures and scrutiny forcing them out of general society as they were looked at as like leopards, which I bet you'd understand given like the historicity of the Bible and how leopards were looked at in the Bible. In places around the world, people were like punished with a death sentence, publicly lynched because of their sexual orientation. And like all that these motherfuckers had to do was just say that they're straight and lie. And all of a sudden they were looked at as a normal person like you or me. And of course, this is something that a lot of individuals would do.
I just think 33% is absurd, but that's just me. I guarantee you that it's not 33%. Actually, I'm almost positive it's not 33%. I bet that.
I mean, I don't really care. If 33% of people were non-straight, if 1% of people were non-straight, if 0.001% of people were non-straight, it wouldn't matter. It still wouldn't be wrong.
Okay, but I just don't think you should be throwing that number around like it's actually.
I mean, I'm not throwing that number around. That's specifically coming from a poll done on individuals aged 27 through 26. Sorry, 17 through 26, asking them about their sexual attractions. Free thinker, I appreciate
You know
for
that I
mustache.
could go do a poll in a given city and I'd have, what's your favorite food? In a very, I don't know, place that sells the same freaking food, and everyone say, my favorite food is this. That doesn't make the poll reliable whatsoever.
Okay, you think it's an unreliable poll. I'm not here to debate about the percentage of people that are lesbian. Interesting topic, though. So why do you think it's wrong to be a lesbian?
And also, when you say that I'm not, just because people go against something that I would consider unnatural doesn't mean that I am like wanting the worst for them. I think that people do things that I disagree.
Charlie, how many times have I asked you? I want to ask you a quick question. How many times have I asked you to define the word unnatural, and how many times have you not been able to answer?
Unnatural is something that goes against God's will for us.
Damn, bro. It took you, what, 55 minutes to tell me that you were a Christian?
And here the hate that you have in your heart for Christians is very scary. And I think that a lot of people can see that.
So my mom's a Christian. I love her. My dad's a Christian. I love her. My sister's a Christian. I love her. I grew up in a Christian church. A lot of my childhood friends are Christian. I love them. I don't hate the idea of holding on to a false belief to internally cope, giving people some sense of life after death so they're not scared of the idea that when they die, they're gone forever. I don't hate the idea of a tool that, such as religion, that can be used for community building and bonding, giving places a place for everyone to go on Sunday morning, hang out with their friends, then eat some donuts. I don't hate that at all. In fact, in some scenarios, I actually think it's good. Isn't that crazy to hear coming out of my mouth? Okay? But let me tell you what I hate. I hate when individuals use these false beliefs to harm others. I hate when these individuals hide behind a shield of a religion in which they say is impenetrable, even though they have no justifying no justifying reason for their God to exist, to shield their own prejudices. I hate when people turn religion from a symbol of love, peace, and hope into a weapon of hate. Charles, I appreciate you so much for the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love, Charles. Let's get a W Charles in that chat for the $25 on Venmo. I'm going to use that to get some gas when I'm done on live. I need to go get some gas, bro. My tank's empty. I appreciate you for the love, Charles. Massive W, Charles. Like, I'm being so for real. You know, Charlie, there is some denominations of the of like even like Christianity that are accepting of members of the LGBTQ plus community who have actually gone to their services. There's a church in Boulder. It's right by the university. You could look it up, find it on a map if you want. You know, they fly pride flags. I remember the last time I was there, they're particularly flying the lesbian flag. I went to one of their services. I ate ice cream with them, and they were awesome. Literally coolest fucking people alive.
And that goes again, completely against the scriptures. And what I mean by, I didn't mean to use the word you hate Christians. I just think you have a very low respect for them, and for your family to be Christian, and for you to come on here and mock Christians and make fun of them, and know 666 and do that meaning, even though your family knows what that means and they know the harm that that can cause to the society.
Why should I respect you when you don't respect a third of the people in here? Why should I respect you when your Bible has historically been used to justify emancipation, antebellum era slavery with the use of Leviticus 25 where God said it was okay to own slaves? Why should I respect you when historically speaking Saul and his people used it to justify the ethnic cleansing of the Amalekites? Like, why should I respect you when it's been used as a form of mass manipulation, crowd control, getting individuals to have some mob mentality to associate beliefs without good reason to harm others? Like, why should I respect you when Christianity was the leading cause insofar as why gay marriage was only legalized in the early 21st century? Why should I respect you when Christianity is the leading cause insofar as why our current Congress won't do anything about the genocide in Palestine, with multiple senators and Congress individuals being interviewed and said that, well, Israel is the land of the Jewish people because that's what the Bible says, so therefore we're not going to do anything about their genocide? Why should I respect you when your religion causes so much real world harm, dude? It is crazy how you think you are on some special fucking grandstand podium to get mad at me for saying that your religion is false and I like to fuck with Christians who actively perpetuate marginalization, but then you turn around and use it for so many damned things.
Well, I don't believe it's false, so I guess we'll have completely different.
Can you provide me with a reason? Like, why do you think Christianity is true? Why do you think the Christian God exists, man? I'm so excited to hear your argument.
I actually have a little whole slideshow that I can pull up real quick.
God, we're gonna get the slideshow, guys. Hey, I just want to put it out there for the 2.6 thousand people watching, y'all. Make sure to hit the follow button if you haven't already. Also, follow the main account down there. I'm gonna start posting some rally clips from a Trump rally I went to pretty recently. Also, if you want to support me, my Venmo as well as my PayPal are in my bio. I get 100% of the proceeds over those platforms. It is literally the best way to support me. This is like my full-time job as it stands, and I seriously live off of y'all's support. So I appreciate y'all so much for it. But anyways, yeah, let's hear your argument, man.
Okay, hold on. It's like right. Okay, so I think the main argument that people have against God is why that there's pain and suffering in the world, and I think that the first thing you have to realize whether or not there is a creator is the world around us, and for you to say that there is no God based off the creation, I think is the first step that you would have to take in realizing that there is a creator. Then deciding which God to follow is the next step in that process. But if you can't first decide that there is something greater than us, then that's going to be a hard step for you. So do you at least believe that there is something that may have created this, not definite, but that possibly could have created this world around us?
If you're asking me if it's possible for us to have a creator, the answer is yes.
Okay.
Jesse, I appreciate you for the $18 on Venmo. 666W Jesse W666. I appreciate you for the $18 on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love. And then, yes, I'd say that the existence of evil, pain, and suffering absolutely refutes the existence of an all good God. Hunter, I appreciate you for the $5 on PayPal. Thank you so much for the love, Hunter.
Okay, so I'm just gonna go into just God's nature. And the Bible never says that God can do anything. It says that God is all powerful and the authority that all creation obeys, but it never says that he can do anything.
What do you think all powerful implies?
An all powerful, I mean, I don't know, it's kind of self-explanatory.
No, it's not self-explanatory if you would say he's all powerful, but he can't do everything. Like, for instance, I think that this idea that God's all powerful implies that God could do anything in which is logically possible. Like, you can't say that, well, there's a lot of things God can't do, but he's all powerful. No, that means his power is limited in those particular instances of things that he can't do.
Yeah, God is all powerful, but he's also limited by his nature. So that means that all possible versions of reality are also limited by his nature.
God could do anything that's possible. That's what I mean by all powerful, and that's what the Christians in the literature mean too. But you're not giving me an argument for the existence of the God here. You're just going to tell me about his nature. I want you to prove that this God exists. You're setting me up to give you an argument insofar as why your God doesn't exist, which I love to do, by the way. I'm so good at that. I mean, I beat Theus Brooks in a debate. I could probably beat Charlie. But I'm interested in hearing your argument insofar as why you don't think, or insofar as why you do think that your God exists.
Okay, but I asked you, what do you think that the most, disruptive thing that goes against Christianity, and you said that pain and suffering. So I'm
yeah, 110%. 100. Yeah. I think that the existence of evil is absolutely the largest issue for the existence of the Christian God.
Okay, so if you just give me a moment, I'm trying to explain why pain and suffering does exist.
Okay, but this is a refutation to what you think my problem of evil would be, disproving the Christian God. I'm interested in your explanation insofar as why you think that the God would exist in the first place. Let me try to explain that in different words. You're giving me an argument insofar as to justify the existence of pain and suffering given the existence of the Christian God. That's step 2. Step 1 is just proving the given existence of the Christian God.
Well, if that's your biggest problem with there being a God that exists, I think that discovering that there is a God is the simple part. Determining which God to follow is the hard part.
I don't think that discovering that there's a God is the simple part. I don't think so at all. I don't think that you could do that successfully.
So, would you rather me try to explain? I mean, if I don't understand why you wouldn't want to know what I'm trying to say about.
Because because you're saying that, well, pain and suffering isn't a problem for the Christian God. Okay, yeah. Say you beat me. All of a sudden, I'd say, okay, so it seems like it's not a problem for this God that could exist. Now prove that the God exists. I want to hear your argument for why the God exists, not why pain and suffering isn't an issue for them.
Okay, I just thought that maybe you would want to hear that that's your biggest problem with Christianity. But I guess there's many different things that I could talk to you about. The teleological argument, or the cosmological argument, or the moral argument. Those are all pretty big factors.
Teleological argument is bullshit. Cosmological argument supports naturalism. And then what was the third argument that you gave? Or that you named?
I don't really like the moral argument, but
the moral argument analytically falls flat on its face.
Okay, so then again, it doesn't matter what someone could lay out the facts. Even in the Bible, it says that God could expose himself and people would still not believe.
No, that's not true. If God exposed himself, I'd believe in him.
I'm saying some people would still not believe. It says that in the Bible.
Okay, nice. What does this do for you insofar as justifying the existence of your God?
I'm saying it doesn't matter what I could tell you. It doesn't matter what God could show you.
So you're not even going to try, Lil Bro?
Because you just told me that all my arguments fall short.
Yeah, I mean, do you want me to explain to you how they fall short and you can maybe prove me wrong?
Okay, but this is what I'm saying. It doesn't matter. Answer me this. Doesn't matter anything I could tell you. Would that sway your opinion of God?
Actually, yes.
Okay, and what might that be?
Giving me an argument to justify that he exists.
And you've heard everything, and you still don't believe. All right,
Amber, I appreciate you for the $2 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love. All right, Charlie. Hey, man, I do appreciate you for coming up. You've honestly been a good guest. You've been calm. But I'm gonna go to move on at this point. Let's go to get Tom's third eye up in here. You did skip past a lot of it. Like you were accurate in the sense that you couldn't give me a good argument. What's up, Tom? How old are you?
I'm 21. What's up? Nice. How old are you?
I'm 19. Do you think that being a lesbian is wrong, sir?
Well, my favorite color is green, and I like to drink a lot of water just to stay healthy.
That's nice, Tom. So do you think that being a lesbian is wrong?
Well, I'm about to get into that. So I do want to go to the gym tonight, but like I feel like I have low energy.
Okay,
But
so take some pre-workout.
yeah, but that's for tonight. So like, do I really want caffeine before the gym? Like, if I went in the morning, I definitely would have took caffeine.
I mean, there's
But
like
at the same
non-stim versions
time,
of pre-workout. Like they don't have caffeine in them. But and the fuck am I used to own a supplement company. Sorry. Do you think that being a lesbian is wrong?
oh, I work with a supplement company.
Get out of here, Tom. We're going to move on to our next guest. Let's go and see what our next guest, Amirian, has to say here, y'all. Guys, make sure that we're double tapping away on that phone screen. Someone in the comment section said, is this an advice line? It's skedaddle, Tom. Get the fuck out of here. Moving on, y'all. Everyone just kind of give us a moment. It doesn't look like Amir is loading up, so we're going to move on to our next guest here, y'all. W Tom. W Tom. All right. Moving on. Let's go to get Shay up in here, y'all. Keep in mind that we are just looking to talk to people that do indeed think it's wrong to be a lesbian. Purpose of the debates here today, and just be patient here while we are loading up our next guests. Typically speaking, TikTok can be a bit slow with loading people in. Like you probably see the 3 boxes over here. What's up, Randy? How old are you?
22.
Nice. Do you think that being a lesbian is wrong?
Yes.
Okay, why so, Randy?
Kind of off of what Charlie said. So are you atheist or Christian? What is your belief?
I'm agnostic. Are you saying that you think being lesbian is wrong because of the Bible?
Mainly.
Yeah, so without reading off like the particular scripture, because it tends to get a flag in TikTok's algorithm, can you name a verse in the Christian Bible that tells us being a lesbian is wrong?
Not specifically off the top of the head.
See what I mean? Like, you got to know your scripture before you debate me. Okay, I want you to go read Leviticus 18:22, Leviticus 20:13, Genesis 1:19, Romans 1:24 through 32, 1 Corinthians 6:9, then all of 1 Timothy. As soon as you're able to get the particular scripture in which you could use to justify this claim that you're making on behalf of the Bible, feel free to come back up, but until then, I guess I got to move on.
Okay, but that wasn't just because religious standpoint, first off.
Oh, okay. Then sure, yeah. Why is being a lesbian wrong?
So if you're agnostic, as in, so you're atheist, basically, you just believe that there's something out there, which I think is really stupid in the first place. But
That's not
me
what being
on.
an agnostic or an atheist means, but I'm going to disregard that silly little comment because it's not relevant in the slightest. Go ahead.
Okay. So what is the purpose of life then? And do you believe that humans have souls?
So I don't think we have a prescriptive purpose. I think that we would interpersonally define this in a descriptive sense. And souls, if you just mean an immaterial mind, I do, but this doesn't correlate to any religion, and this also doesn't correlate to the idea that is being a lesbian wrong?
Well, it does in a sense. So that's not, you didn't really give me an answer for the soul part.
I did.
So
I said I believe in an immaterial mind, and if that's what you mean by a soul, then I do. But I'm guessing you're more so referencing soul in some like,
Are
like
we just animals? I want to know if you
westernized-
think that we're just as a regular animal. Are we the same as every other being that is out there, or are we different?
So humans are animals, but we're different than all other animals, as we'd have like a higher level of like cognitive ability and consciousness.
Okay, so you just believe just because we are smarter or we have the ability to, and you don't think any animal has the ability to feel?
I think that a lot of like animals have the ability to feel, but we just have a higher level of rationale. Like you couldn't fucking present a calculus problem to anything on Earth but a human and expect them to solve it.
So the continuation of life is not something that I feel like is something that should be mentally taken care of then. If you don't want to continue life, which is, if we are just, not per se just an animal, okay, but we are a higher conscious, you would want to continue life.
Yeah, I think that the continuation of life is pretty chill, man.
Okay, so if you're a lesbian, you cannot continue life, which means that there is something wrong with you per se, because you do not want to continue life because you cannot do that as a lesbian.
So lesbians can actually reproduce. They do it all the time. So we have these cool things called IVF and surrogacy. I think more so what you're saying here is that lesbians can't reproduce by engaging in intercourse with their partner, right?
Exactly.
Okay, awesome. So that's what you meant. Because when you say lesbians can't reproduce, you're lying because they can. However, if you got on the part they can't reproduce by
as a woman
with their partner, you're right. So
as a woman, they can produce, but by choosing their act or their partner per se, they are not able to do it naturally. They are not able to do it
through intercourse
animal,
with their partner.
as any animal or anything would.
Yeah, they can't reproduce through intercourse with their partner. I have a question. Do you think that it'd be like morally wrong for me to marry and engage in intercourse with a woman that's infertile?
That's infertile?
Mm-hmm.
No, because there's things that you can do around that.
Like what?
Depending how infertile she are or what the circumstances are. Like I have a friend that she had cancer in her ovaries, so she had to get her ovaries taken out. So she technically is infertile. She wasn't before, but circumstances happened to where she was. So
Yeah.
I
So
don't.
like if so, the point here is, you don't think it's wrong for me to marry a woman that's infertile and engage in intercourse with her. But like the point that I'm getting at here is, in the same way that a woman marrying a woman isn't conducive towards reproduction, and like the sense that when they engage in sex they can't reproduce, a man marrying an infertile woman is also not conducive towards reproduction in that same way. But you don't think it's wrong. This shows us that like you don't think it's wrong to be a lesbian insofar as they can't reproduce with their partner, or else it would also be true that you would think it's wrong for me to marry an infertile woman.
Okay.
But it's probably for some other reason that you think it's wrong. So what's that reason?
Re-ask the. I had something else going through my head. Either re-ask the question, or I'm going to just move on to my next
So
question.
so you're saying it's wrong for two women to engage in intercourse with one another because when they do that they can't reproduce. But it's not wrong for me to engage in intercourse with an infertile woman, even though when we do that we can't reproduce. That's a contradiction because two women engaging in intercourse leads to reproduction in the same and leads to no reproduction in the same way me engaging in intercourse with an infertile woman leads to no reproduction. So if we are to judge the morality of this action based upon its consequent of no reproduction, you'd either have to say that both of these things are okay or both of these things are wrong. But no, Randy, you said one's wrong and one's not wrong. And the only distinction here is it's two women and it's a man and a woman. So all that this tells me is you think that being a lesbian is wrong because woman bad, man woman good. And that's just prejudice.
Okay. Okay, so I guess I see where you're coming from there. Why do you think that it, and basically the opposite of your question, why do you think it is okay?
So I think it's okay because if we are to make a positive moral claim that it's wrong, or make a positive moral claim that, well, anything's wrong, we have to do so with good reason. Like I don't see the distinction between you saying being a lesbian is wrong and a white supremacist saying that being black is wrong, or a neo-Yahtzee saying that being a like Jewish individual is wrong. It's like all three of these groups of people make these moral claims on behalf of their prejudice and their emotions and their feelings, but not facts, reason, or logic, right? And I think that we have to be able to operate on this basis of facts, reason, and logic to come to any justified conclusions. Rather that be talking about if being a lesbian is right or wrong, or talking about the shape of the earth or the existence of a god. Like we have to uphold this baseline of intellectualism in order to carry on humanity in a way in which is best fit for the survival and well-being of all members. And when you say that being a lesbian is wrong because that's the way I feel with no good reason, well, congratulations. All of a sudden, you're marginalizing a third of society. And when that belief gets institutionalized in things like the government, GAY marriage doesn't get legalized until the early 21st century.
I thought, see, I don't know. Feelings, whenever it comes down to it, is a very, well, not broad spectrum, but like you were talking about with the other dude. And you're talking about, do you believe that some people have an attraction towards little kids? And not just like 13, 14-year-olds, but some people have attraction inside of them towards children that they cannot control specifically.
Be very careful with this argument because it tends to get my live ticking down. And then also, I just think it's more important for you to compare P3DOs to lesbians. But maybe I could just address your argument.
I'll try to make my wording to where it doesn't. I'll try to make sure I don't word it in any type of way that it would flag anything. But, well, in a comparative term, because it is a sexual, a sexual thing.
Mm-hmm.
So how can one, which I 100% believing that obviously being a pedo is wrong 100%, that they should be, all types of bad things should be done to him, which can't be said. But why is that sexual attraction different than any other sexual attraction that isn't?
Because attractions towards children are conducive towards rights violations, rape, trauma, suffering, and a life full of pain. and then attractions towards women, particularly two consenting adults, aren't. It's like when you engage in intercourse with a child as an adult, you're raping them, you're violating their rights, you're causing them trauma and pain, you're violating their consents. Like, can you demonstrate to me how those same like consequences are present when two adult women engage in intercourse with one another?
What I'm trying to get by is not necessarily. Well, I believe it's wrong in general. So being a lesbian, I guess you can't say GAY. Is that gonna get taken down?
You could say GOY like that. You just can't say it like spelled out. Let me ask you. Okay, so you asked me the question: why is one wrong and why is the other not wrong? Why is it wrong to be P3DO but not wrong to be a lesbian? Well, when we say that something's wrong, we have to like have good reason to say it's wrong. And the good reason that it's wrong to be P3DO is this is conducive towards rape, rights violations, trauma, suffering, and pain. Can you please demonstrate to me how being a lesbian is conducive towards rape, rights violations, trauma, suffering, and pain? Because if we can't demonstrate that those same consequences are present given intercourse between two consenting adult women, well, then of course we couldn't say that they're both wrong, as we'd have a clear distinction between the two things.
Just morally, not necessarily physically wrong.
Dan, I appreciate
or anything like that, but I would say morally. Like you said, there's nothing. If they can consent, that's fine. But morally,
I'm just gonna make it very fucking simple. So P3 are wrong because kids can't consent. Lesbian not wrong because adult women can consent. Does that make sense?
Yep, and that's where you're going. What I'm trying to say is, I believe, from the moral aspect of it, everybody is given.
I was talking morally. Those are the reasons, and
but everybody, one is morally
everybody
wrong, is given. Well, everybody, whether or not you're born GAY, lesbian, pedo, or you're born attracted to other things, not even sexually, well, some people, just in the same cases, some people can drink alcohol and be fine. Some people can't put down the bottle and they become drunks. Same with drugs. Some people might be able to do some drugs and be fine. Some people can't stop that. It is a personal attraction. That doesn't necessarily mean it's right. If you're drunk, you probably shouldn't drink alcohol. If you have an attraction towards this, you should probably try to stay away from it because it is morally wrong. That is my sense, is it is morally wrong to do. And in the same sense that you might have that attraction, I'm not putting down the fact that people may have this inside them.
I'm thinking of like ways to explain this. Like I'm so sorry. Like, okay, if we say something is morally wrong, it's because we have reason to say that it's morally wrong. We don't just say being a P3DO is wrong for no reason, okay? We say that being a P3DO is wrong because it leads to rape and rights violations, and children can't consent, okay? Like, we don't say that alcoholism is wrong for no reason. We say that alcoholism is wrong because this severely harms people and it's a detriment to their life, okay? So in the same sense, you can't say that being a lesbian is wrong for no reason. You have to provide that reason. So what is the reason?
Other than morally, there wouldn't be a specific reason.
What's the reason insofar as why it's morally wrong? Randy, I can't hear you when you're on pause. You have to be able to see me in order for me to hear you.
My bad. I was trying to look something up.
Okay, I'm gonna go over this again. When we say that being a P3DO is morally wrong, we don't do so without reason, right? We do so with reason. That reason being it's rape, it violates people's rights, it's inconsensual intercourse, okay, etc. When we say that being an alcoholism is morally wrong, we don't say so without good reason. The good reason being it's a detriment to their lives, it causes harm, etc. So when you say that being a lesbian is morally wrong, you can't do so without any reason.
The attraction
in the same way we
itself
provide,
is wrong.
For what reason?
It's abnormal and not meant to be.
Okay, so if you're saying that it's wrong because it's abnormal, well, I want to touch on what you mean by abnormal. So can you define that word for me?
Abnormal, not correct, or as in...
Okay, so what's another way to say not correct? Another way to say not correct is wrong. So in other words, you're saying that being a lesbian is wrong because it's wrong? So you're giving me a circular argument in which my 6-year-old niece could have, like...
No, kind of in the same sense as earlier, as in from the dawn of time. Not really the dawn of time, because it's been around for a while, like you said, but it's just been hidden more or less. That's never necessarily meant that it is right to do. It's been hidden because people can see it and look at something and be like, that's just not right. A man.
Okay,
and a woman.
well, yeah. So in Germany,
the beginning of the Bible.
in Germany in the 1930s and 40s, people hid the fact that they were Jewish. Did that mean that it was wrong to be Jewish?
No.
Okay, so just because you have to hide something because there's social scrutiny against it doesn't mean that it's not necessarily wrong. They also had to hide the Underground Railroad during Emancipation era slavery. Does this mean that the Underground Railroad and, freeing the African American slaves was wrong?
No, that's not what the point
No.
that
So just because something is hidden doesn't mean it's wrong. So when you say that being a lesbian is wrong because it was hidden by individuals since the dawn of time doesn't mean that's a good argument. In fact, it means that it's a really shitty one given the other examples in which I've just given you.
it's morally not like that. Whenever you can feel it and not feel it inside, not like that, but look at something and know it's not correct.
Bro, what do you think? What do you think all
the
those? What do you
same
think all the?
fact.
Yeah. I got a question. In the 1850s, white people would look at a black person on a horse and say that's not correct. Did that mean that the black person on the horse was wrong? They were doing something wrong?
No.
No. So just because you look at something and you get this gut feeling tingling and it's telling you that it's wrong, it doesn't mean that it's actually wrong. It's actually just you describing your prejudice. The same prejudice held against black people, the same prejudice held against Jewish individuals, the same prejudice held against women, the same prejudice held against so many marginalized groups of society in our country and all countries across the world for all of history, because people uphold tribalism and these mob mentalities where they don't like people that aren't like them, right? And that's exactly what you're doing here. You don't like people that aren't like you.
Okay.
Ayo, I appreciate you for the $5 on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love, Ayo. Let's get a WAO in that chat. By the way, if anyone else does want to support me, my Venmo as well as my PayPal are in my bio. I get 100% of those proceeds, and it is the best way to support me, y'all. You also get a notification at the top of my phone screen. But anyways, I didn't mean to cut you off there, Randy. Go ahead.
Oh, you're good. No, like I said, morally and biblically wrong.
Oh, it's according to the Bible. So remember how you weren't able to name a verse from the Bible in which says it's wrong to be lesbian, but then I read off you like the 7 verses and told you to go read them?
Not off the top of my head.
Not to mention that I don't think that
them.
the Bible is an accurate source for determining what's morally right and wrong. Like, holy shit, the Christian God doesn't exist. That's a delusion in your mind. You referencing the Bible and the determination that it's wrong to be a lesbian is like me referencing Green Eggs and Ham by Dr. Seuss and my determination that it's wrong to eat green eggs and ham. So in order for you to make the claim that the Bible is accurate in its determination that it's wrong to be a lesbian, you'd have to uphold the idea that not only the Christian God exists, but the Christian Bible is accurate in conveying the Christian God's moral truth. So are you able to substantiate the existence of the Christian God?
Able to prove thereof?
Yes.
Oh,
exactly.
History. That's pretty plain and simple. It doesn't even have to be included in the Bible, but history itself explains Jesus was here, Jesus died on the cross, and Jesus left, and he did that all for us.
Oh, okay. So no, so you're right about 2 facts. Jesus was a man that was alive that had followers, and Jesus was a man that was alive and had followers and was crucified by a dude by the name of Pontius Pilate. Those are historical facts upheld by historians. We have non-contemporary sources from Jewish historians such as Josephus or Roman historians such as Tacitus to justify those claims. But the claim that we don't have any justification for, historically speaking, is the idea that Jesus was divine, Jesus was the Son of God, or Jesus did any miracles. So are you able to give me the historical evidence for Jesus being either of those 3 things?
In the same way that you can't give me historical evidence of anybody 2,000 years ago or 1,000 years ago. Sorry, I thought you disappeared. 1,000 years ago of what they did that was written down and put into words. And you have thousands of people description of the same thing happening written down and in books. How can you say that? Oh, you do not. How can you say
first
that?
of all, you said I can't give you proof of people existing like 2,000 years ago. I literally just gave you historical proof for Jesus existing. I mentioned 2 non-contemporary historians by the name of Josephus and Tacitus. So don't make that bullshit claim with me. Then you're saying that thousands of people had the same corroborating story that they saw Jesus and his miracles or his resurrection. That's just a lie. Where do you even get that claim from?
How can you say that? How can you say that that part's of history a lie when there's people that said that it is true? Matthew, Mark, Luke, John, written down, and people that seen him rise from the dead. Thousands of people.
No one saw Jesus rise from the dead. No, that's just what the text says. You want to know a fun fact, buddy? You want to know a fun fact? Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, those 4 gospels were written after Jesus had died. Isn't that so fun? And then another fun fact is we actually don't even know who wrote them. Nowhere in either of those 4 books does it say that it was written by either Matthew, Mark, Luke, or John. Oh, and you want to know another fun fact? You're just going to assume because the text says it that it's true. Hey, Javin, I appreciate you for the subscription. But hey, Randy, the Quran says that Muhammad had a spiritual encounter with the angel Gabriel that led him to the revelation that Jesus wasn't the son of God, and he just got removed for hate speech. Damn! All right, that was fast. Well, actually, no, that's pretty slow. I don't think he said like anything entirely like too off that. I guess it's like talking about the Bible. TikTok doesn't like it. Hey, L TikTok. We're gonna move on to our next guest here, y'all. If you do want to support me, my Venmo, my PayPal, or my bio, I'll get 100% of the proceeds over those platforms. Guys, we're having some good debates today. I'm enjoying this. How about y'all? I'm enjoying this. What's going on? How old are you?
I'm old enough, bro.
You're old enough.
I'm old enough.
Yeah.
So I just want to correct you on something. So you were saying earlier that a third of the population is LGBTQ, right?
Yeah, this is going to be coming from some polls, yeah.
Okay, so that's not entirely correct. It's actually 80% of the population identifies as heterosexual.
Okay. So you're telling me a difference between like 20 and 30%.
Hold on a minute. No, I'm not done.
Okay.
And then 11% don't would rather not say. And then the other, I guess 9%, you can split them up between, your other demographic.
Okay. Yeah. So you're saying that you have something that says 9% of people are non-straight. I have something that says 30%.
So it might be a little bit more. It might be a little bit more.
Do you mind if I finish here?
Yeah, but I just want to make sure that we're on the same page. 11% do not wouldn't prefer not to identify themselves.
Yeah. Hey, man. I mean, that's like cool. Like we could have like an empirical dispute here and mention a bunch of different sources and try to see who could gather more evidence for either 30% or 20% of the population being non-straight. That's just not entirely interesting to me. I'm actually more interested insofar as why you think being a lesbian is wrong.
Okay, well, I don't necessarily say it's wrong, but it is, if you have any kind of self-preservation, you can't take a lesbian, a woman and a woman and procreate. You can't take a man and a man to procreate.
Dude, fucking facts. Yeah, you can't do that, man.
Right? We depend on heterosexuals to procreate.
Oh, well, no, see, that's a jump. So a couple big jumps here. You can't say
naturally procreate. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, so a couple big jumps here. So, like, first of all, not all heterosexual can procreate. Not all heterosexual individuals can procreate. Not all heterosexuals do procreate. Okay, and then additionally, here, lesbian individuals can procreate. They just can't by engaging in intercourse with a partner, leaving there room for IVF and surrogacy. Okay, not to mention here, if you don't think this is a good qualifier for it to be wrong, well, then I'm going to move on to the next guest because just stating the descriptive fact that when two women engage in intercourse, they don't produce babies, is true.
Right. So, like I said, I don't necessarily believe it's wrong, but we have a thing. It's
perfect. Moving on to our next guest. Let's go and see what our next guest here has to say. Yeah, we got a genius on the live, guys. Two females engaging in intercourse can't procreate. All right, moving on to our next guest here. Let's go and see what good old Donnie Don has to say, y'all. What's up? How old are you? Hello, Don? Are you there? Okay, Don's not here. Moving on to our next guest. Let's go ahead and get Shane K. Zilla up in here, y'all. Bro stated the obvious. So real. By the way, guys, hit the fucking follow button. I go live and I do this every day and I have so much fun with it. I love doing this, guys. All right, we're going to move on to our next guest. Everyone give us a moment. Honestly, we're just going to start spamming people up into the live, hoping that one loads in here. What's up? How old are you? Hi, yeah, do you have a mic? No, you don't. Okay, goodbye. Moving on to our next guest. So just to let y'all know, I consider my guest request quite the cesspool. There's a lot of people that get in there that just come up here to troll. They're the little fetuses that like to slur, or people that don't have a mic. It's always the worst part of my stream when I have to find someone new to talk to. Like even like this guy, like Caleb over here, he has like the craziest echo known to mankind. Like, brother, please. Moving on to our next guest. What's up? How old are you?
I'm 37. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well, man. Do you think that being a lesbian is wrong?
I don't see nothing wrong with it. By saying
That's such a
this,
W, bro. That's such a W, bro. But we are just looking to talk to people that do. So, this is a debate live. I'd love everyone that doesn't think being a lesbian is wrong, but we are just looking to talk to people that do. What's up, man? How old are you?
So basically I'm 18, right?
So basically, what year were you born in?
Fuck you, Nick.
So you literally just fulfilled like multiple categories of what I just said. A fetus that's underage, that's slurred. Bro, come on. You know what I mean? Hey, how old are you?
Hello, I'm 19.
Nice. Someone said I got bingo. That's crazy. Do you think that being a lesbian is wrong?
Yes, I do, but not to the same caliber as being a P3DO is wrong. So,
Well, nice. Okay. So why do you think being a lesbian is wrong?
because it's simple anatomy, okay? You've got a man, you've got a woman, okay? The man's parts, they belong to the woman's parts. You know, you can't
Oh, really?
procreate woman to woman. And even with IVF, okay, you still need a man to be a donor in order for that to work.
So you're saying the man's parts belong to the woman's parts. Is it wrong for me to get a BJ for my girlfriend?
No.
Why? I thought the man's parts belong to the woman's parts.
Okay.
Yeah, see what I mean? It's just like you apply the slightest amount of critical thought to your logic. Go ahead, man.
Yeah, I mean, that's all I've got to say.
Well, no, do you see how I just like destroyed your logic there? So you're like, PP goes in vajayjay and vajayjay goes around PP, okay? But you don't think it's wrong for me to get a BJ for my girlfriend, which is me using my man part for something rather than the vajayjay. So if that's not wrong, well then why would it be wrong for two lesbians to do it with one another?
Because it goes against human nature.
Wait, and if you uphold human nature to tell us that PP goes into vajayjay, a BJ for my girlfriend would also go against human nature, but you don't think it's wrong.
Well, technically, it's still like sexual intercourse between a man and a woman. So,
Oh, so you're telling me that sexual intercourse between a man and a woman is always okay, and sexual intercourse between a man and a man or a woman and a woman is never okay. So what's the reason for this? Because if you just say, well, men are supposed to be with women, I'll just ask you why.
because that's how we're engineered. You know, we're engineered to be attracted to women, and
Oh, okay. So you might be engineered to be attracted to women. I'm engineered to be attracted to women, but lesbians are also engineered to be attracted to women. You know, like there's like biological predispositions that develop in utero that like make lesbians lesbians, right? Like engineered, biologically speaking. Like for instance, GAY men have a larger interior commissure in their brain than straight men. They have different traits of the AI NH3 subsection of the hypothalamus. They also have different associations on their genetic code. They were like biologically engineered to possess same gendered attractions. Huh. Crazy.
Yep.
Yeah, so I mean, but see, that doesn't work with your worldview, because under your worldview, men are only engineered to be attracted to women, but it seems like leading advancements from institutions, medicine, science, neurobiology, and anatomy, etc., vehemently disagree with your claim. So, I mean, how do you explain that? How do you explain the fact that lesbians are biologically predispositioned to be lesbian? Where does that fit into your worldview? Because that's quite the conundrum.
because they can't procreate. It's pretty simple. It's ones and zeros. They can't procreate. So like, what's the point of them having intercourse if they can't procreate naturally?
Sure. Do you think it's wrong for me to marry and engage in intercourse with an infertile woman?
I mean, yeah, because there'd be no point to it.
So do you think all heterosexual couples should get divorced when the woman goes through menopause, making her infertile?
I mean, that's up to the husband.
No, I'm asking you if that should be the case. Because if it's wrong for a man to be married to an infertile woman, well, now all heterosexual cis couples over the age of about 50, over the age of about 55 or so should get divorced under your worldview because they're not supposed to be together.
I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm just saying it's like an anomaly.
Okay, so you're saying it's not wrong for me to engage in intercourse and get married to an infertile woman. So then why would it be wrong for a woman to get married and engage in intercourse with a woman? Because in both types of intercourse and marriage, like they're just simply not going to yield reproduction through intercourse. That's also not an anomaly. Every female becomes infertile when she hits the age of about 55 or so.
Yeah, but we're talking about females that can sexually reproduce at the moment.
Wait, no, we're talking about your argument that it's wrong for two women to be with one another as they can't reproduce through engaging in intercourse. You said two women bang, bad because they can't reproduce, but if I engage in intercourse with an infertile woman, not bad regardless of the fact that we can't reproduce. Both of these types of intercourse don't lead to reproduction, but you only consider one to be wrong because of that consequence and you just kind of ignore the other. What this shows me is that this consequence of not being able to reproduce through intercourse is quite irrelevant to you and your moral evaluation when you say that being a lesbian is wrong, but you rather think it's wrong just because you're a prejudiced bigot. Shit, right? I mean, whoa. Crazy. Newsflash. Wake up, brother. Uh-huh.
Well, it was nice talking to you, man.
Oh, yeah, you don't have anything else?
I mean, what else is there to say? I mean,
nothing. There's nothing else to say, because the idea that you're a prejudiced bigot is true. There's truly nothing you could say to refute that idea. So is this just kind of when you don't refute it and leave? I mean, there's other things that you could do here. Instead of like not refuting it and leaving and just kind of like scrolling on your For You page and never seeing me again, you actually like change the way you think. You change your belief structure. You change what you believe in. And that's really important for you to do. Okay? Like that's not something that you should just kind of forget about when you scroll on your For You page. Like homophobia, like really hurts people, man. Like there's a good third of this population that is constantly suppressed and marginalized in our society and societies around the world today and historically speaking because people have thought just the way you do. Anything else, man?
Yeah. No, that's it, dude.
Yo, gaining empathy on live 4K. All right, bro. Have a good one.
You too.
Yo, gaining empathy on live 4K. That's crazy. We're gonna move on to the next guest here. Let's go and see what our next guest has to say. Let's go to see what Jeb5188. By the way, y'all, is Parker live right now? Bro got his entire outlook changed? I mean, yeah, dude. Silence speaks for itself, man. That means he was actually thinking about it. No, I love it when like the guests just go kind of silent because they're not just spewing bullshit trying to cope with the fact that they're wrong. They're actually kind of making a realization.
Hey, can you hear me?
What's up, Don? How old are you, man?
I'm 23. Hey, why do you talk about why do you talk about Christianity like every fucking day in the LGBT community?
Because I really care about it.
The other content creator cooked you like 2 days ago, right?
Who? I don't think I got cooked. I don't really ever think I've been cooked.
Made a video about it.
Who?
I forgot his name.
Oh, I made a video about it? I made a video about Theus Brooks, but no, I cooked Theus Brooks. Anyways, Don, you're on pause. We can't hear you right now. Yeah, you're probably talking about Brooks. Yeah, man, he lost. Anyways, do you have an argument here insofar as why you think that being a lesbian is wrong? Or is he leaving? By the way, like for the people in chat saying that he ate me up, there's still like $20 on the line. So, fun fact here, while we're moving on to our next guest. So I debated Brooks and I just slam dunked him. He couldn't respond to my argument. But then of course the Christians come in after the fact and like they're saying that he did and that I got cooked. So I made a video about it and I was like, well, here's the argument that I gave for Brooks. I broke it down premise by premise. And then I was like, I'll give $25 to the first person who can post a clip of him actually addressing my argument and tag me in it. So I think that video right now is sitting at over 200,000 views. Do y'all want to know how many people have tagged me in a video of him responding to the argument? 0. What's up, Simon? How old are you?
Fuck faggots, Trump 2024.
The jokes write themselves, Simon. Oh man, what a little children. What a little child. What's up, Claire? How old are you?
I am 47.
Nice, Claire. Do you think that being a lesbian is wrong?
Nope.
Nope. All right. I appreciate
No
you for coming
issue
up in
with
here.
it at all.
W based. We're gonna move on to our next guest here. Let's go and see what Garcia has to say. Oh, dude, this new generation's cooked. I wonder how hard he was parenting his parents there. What's up, Garcia? How old are you?
Yo, so I'm gonna keep it a buck and short, G. Just go find some motion, dog. Cause I literally saw you not that long ago in live with your boyfriend, fool, and you did a 2v1 with some like lady, fool. I don't really respect that, dog. What's up with that?
I'm so wait. Repeat everything that. So you're telling me
Nah,
to go
you
find some
clearly heard me.
motion.
Nah, you heard me.
So you're telling me to go find some motion, which I take
Yes,
as like
cause you're
I
on
think-
live 24/7 with your boyfriend, fool. Like 24/7, 24/7.
Oh wait, but
Y'all need to get a
dude,
job.
wait. This
Y'all
is
need to
this
get
is my
jobs.
this is
That's all I
my
gotta
job,
say.
Garcia.
It's all I gotta say. Yeah, and that's sad, fool. That's sad.
Wait, why
Sorry
is
to
it
break
sad?
That's sad, way.
Why?
Cause you're going on live 24/7, bro.
Wait,
You're
no, I
debating over
go on
nothing. You're
live like
debating
5-6 hours a
I'm not
day.
gonna
This
debate.
is my
Look,
job.
I'm not gonna argue. I'm just gonna say,
No, Garcia, can you please tell me why this is
hey,
like
I
this
told
is my
you.
job? This is
I'm
the
gonna
way I
keep it a
generate
buck
an
and
income.
short,
What's wrong
Get
with
a
it?
job, find some motion.
Wait, no, Garcia, this is my job. I probably make more working
That's
my
sad,
job than you make
that's
working your
sad,
job.
fool. No, you don't. How much do you make?
Well, I'm not going to say that on live.
No, exactly. Exactly, bro. You don't
Wait,
make,
like
you
for
don't make
instance,
more than me, fool. Chilly.
like how much do you make at your job?
Fool. I'm just telling you that I'm gonna keep it bucking short. Find some motion. Get a job.
If
find
you
God.
name how much you make
That's all
in
I
a
gotta
day,
say. Find God.
no,
That's all I
no,
gotta say.
Garcia,
No,
Garcia,
no, no. I
Garcia.
said keep it short and buck. Find
No,
God.
no, Garcia. If you name how much you make in a day, I have a very strong feeling, like the people watching this live, like I have a feeling I'll be able to make that in like 5 minutes just because the people want to fucking piss you off. Literally name how much you make in a day, and I'm willing to say it's more likely than not that I will make that in the next 5 minutes just because the people watching want to make you mad.
All right, so thank you for muting me, G. But like, so again, find some motion way.
Yo, Amanda, I appreciate you for the $25 over Venmo. Thank you so much for the love, Amanda. Let's get a W, man, in that chat for the $25 on Venmo. Amanda says motion. Thank you for the love, Amanda. I appreciate you for the love. Yo, Kate, I appreciate you for the $6.66 on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love, Kate. Let's get a WK and a W, Amanda. So, how much do you make in a day?
Fool, this is not motion at all, way.
Dude, $25? Are you kidding me? That's a lot of fucking money.
Fucking dance, fool.
That's a lot, Garcia. That is $25 is no joke.
Look, I'm telling you, G. Just
Hey, by the way,
find
guys,
God.
Venmo and PayPal in the
Look,
bio, y'all.
Look, I'm telling you, G. No disrespect, but just find God. Find a job, fool.
What's the pivot here? This is my job.
This is not gonna last long.
Yo, Michelle, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. Michelle, thank you so much for the. Be quiet, bro. Michelle, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo for some motion. What the hell? Yo, Josh with the $15 on Venmo for more motion. Thank you so much, Josh. What? Sorry, Jannard, thank you for the $15 on PayPal. What the fuck is going on? Thank you for the love. And Harvey, thank you for the $10 on PayPal. I appreciate you for the love, Harvey, with even more motion. What the dude? Thank you guys so much for the love. Holy crap, bro. Garcia, you're getting cooked. No motion. You have no motion. I have motion. You have no motion. Let's go. W motion.
The one mad, fool. Look who's reacting, fool.
Man, I'm giggling and shit.
So am I.
Meredith, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. Meredith, holy shit. Thank you so much for the love, Meredith. Let's get a W, Meredith. And Brittany with the $50 on Venmo. What the fuck? Brittany, thank you so much for the love. Holy cow. What the hell? Dude, yo, this is going so fast. I can't even read it off. Nico, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. Jackie with the $34 on Venmo. Oh my God. Shannon with the $25 on Venmo. What the hell? Julia with the $5. Thank you, Shannon and Julia. Lindsay with the $7 on Venmo. Teresa with the $15 on Venmo. What the